Hogwarts, Harley from the Which Way by author Shimo Nuha Lie. Chapter 351-370. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 351. A tribute to the warriors, a tribute to the dead, a tribute to ourselves. The end. The professors and principals at the faculty table were all preoccupied with their own thoughts, while the students at the long table below were also in disarray. However, the students still had smiles on their faces, clearly unaffected by what happened on the Triwizard Tournament's judging panel that day, and unaware of what had transpired during that time. Only Fleur learned a lot of important information, but she kept her promise to Harley and did not reveal this information to others. Fleur, looking worried, sat down next to Harley and whispered words of comfort. Harley, are you really not considering transferring to Beauxbatons to continue your studies? Madame Maxime said she would be very happy to accept you. And Mr. Nicholas Flamel is willing to personally teach you alchemy there, so your learning will be just as effective as it was at Hogwarts. Now that Dark Lord of Britain, Lord Voldemort has risen from the dead, and he still harbors hatred towards you. He's in the shadows, and you're in the light. How can you possibly stay on guard against him all the time? So Britain is too dangerous for you right now. You should really consider leaving yourself a way out. Although Gabrielle didn't know exactly what had happened, she nodded repeatedly, looking forward to Harley going to Beauxbatons. On Harley's other side, Hermione was listening intently to their conversation. When she heard Fleur's suggestion, she glared at him angrily, but surprisingly, she didn't argue back. After all, Fleur's statement was entirely factual, and it was a cost-effective solution proposed from Harley's perspective. Unfortunately, Harley shook her head and firmly refused Fleur. Sorry, Fleur, I won't go to Beauxbatons. As a Great Briton that grew up on this land, wizard, as a student who has attended Hogwarts for 4 years, how could I possibly abandon my school at a time like this? Of course, this is only a superficial explanation. The real reason is, yeah, right, how could Harley possibly abandon the anchor she's worked so hard to build up and run away? More importantly, what is Lord Voldemort anyway? He's just an experienced pet that provides him with materials and helps him accumulate anchors. He dares to call himself the Dark Lord. He's just a shockwave. Fleur, unaware of the truth, remained worried, but was also moved by Harley's spirit. Don't the French wizards lack Harley's spirit? If they had any backbone, the French military salute wouldn't be so famous and enjoy such an international reputation. A strange glint flashed in Fleur's eyes. He stopped trying to persuade her and simply gave Harley a hug. If the situation really gets so bad that it can't be salvaged, you must not persist. You should move to a different location. Harley smiled and didn't say anything more. The dinner finally began, and Professor Dumbledore rose from the long table at the faculty seating area. The noisy great hall fell completely silent in an instant, becoming utterly quiet. Everyone stared at the old man with white hair and beard. Another year has passed, Professor Dumbledore announced loudly, looking around the great hall. This semester is over. It has been a fantastic year. We revived the Triwizard Tournament and upgraded it to become the Triwizard Tournament. And as everyone knows, after the competition, Harley Potter won the championship. Despite having already celebrated once, enthusiastic applause once again rang out in the Great Hall. Amid applause, Professor Dumbledore raised his hand, and the Great Hall fell silent once more. The purpose of the Triwizard Tournament is to promote mutual understanding within the wizarding world, to facilitate exchanges between the future wizarding worlds of different countries, to enhance mutual knowledge, and to foster strong friendships. Professor Dumbledore paused slightly, then raised his glass high. Let's raise a glass to the wonderful time we've spent together this year, and to the friendship between our 6 magic schools. The students stood up, and the sound of chairs moving echoed through the great hall. After everyone was seated, Professor Dumbledore slowly began the most important topic. I know that everyone has been wondering about one thing all this time: what exactly happened on the day of Triwizard Tournament's third project? Indeed, a lot of unexpected things happened that day. On the judges' table, Mr. Barty Crouch suddenly started using spells randomly, even using Crucio on Fudge and Killing Curse on me. And something unknown happened in the maze. Harley mysteriously disappeared and didn't return until more than an hour later. And during the time after the competition, everyone must have been very curious as to why I was often nowhere to be seen and why the professors seemed to be in such a hurry. I think everyone longs for the truth. All eyes were fixed on Professor Dumbledore, and the students pricked up their ears. After a 3-minute pause and a sweeping glance, Professor Dumbledore finally spoke slowly. It is with great regret that I announce that Lord Voldemort has been resurrected, on the very night of the Triwizard Tournament Finals. Shocked whispers filled the Great Hall. Many students stared at Professor Dumbledore with horror and disbelief, as if he had drunk too much mead and was spouting incomprehensible nonsense. At Slytherin's long table, many students did not show any shock or fear, clearly indicating that they already knew something. Yes, that night, the Death Eaters used the Imperio to manipulate Mr. Barty Crouch, creating chaos and taking the opportunity to resurrect their master, Lord Voldemort. The Triwizard Tournament trophy was also turned into a portkey by them, and Harley Potter, as the first person to touch the trophy, was naturally taken away by the portkey. Harley was able to return to us only after a great battle. A large number of eyes immediately turned to Harley, including the professors in the faculty section. Under the watchful eyes of most wizards, Harley remained calm and took a small sip of tea. The Ministry of Magic doesn't want me to tell you this, and many of your parents may be shocked by what I'm doing. Professor Dumbledore's voice grew increasingly low. I think some of them believe that this is something that minors like you should be exposed to, while others simply refuse to believe it. But my personality and my heart refuse to lie. I believe that the truth is always more valuable than lies. I hope I'm mistaken, I hope Lord Voldemort hasn't been resurrected, and I'd rather all of this is just me being alarmist. But what I'm saying is an undeniable truth, we are about to face a dark and difficult period. I know everyone is afraid, and I am afraid too, but I think we are afraid of the same things. I'm afraid I'll never see your innocent, eager faces again, afraid to see these recent graduates disappear silently into the darkness, afraid your families will be brutally murdered by those inhuman thugs, Diffindo. And these are the scenes I witnessed firsthand during the First Wizard War. I will remember all of this forever, and I will feel pain and fear because of it. I may be afraid of the wizarding world, but I will never be afraid of Lord Voldemort. Because I believe that love, friendship, integrity, kindness, and courage are the most powerful forces, and Lord Voldemort is utterly powerless before them. Just like 13 years ago, Lord Voldemort fell to the magic of love and was defeated by Harley. 4 years ago, he attempted to seize Philosopher's Stone, but once again fell to Harley. 3 years ago, Slytherin's descendants opened the Chamber of Secrets, and Lord Voldemort also attempted to resurrect himself at that time, but was still defeated by Harley. And on that night not long ago, although he successfully resurrected and regained most of his power, he was still beaten and forced to flee in a sorry state by Harley. Such a loser is cruel, but he doesn't understand love, friendship, or the beauty of humanity. He keeps failing and running away from failure, like a coward. Why should we be afraid of him? I hope everyone can also muster up the courage and not be afraid of him, because fear will only make the darkness stronger. At the end of the banquet, let us pay tribute to Harley Potter, to all those who fought bravely against Lord Voldemort, and to all those who sacrificed their lives in the fight against Lord Voldemort. And let us also pay tribute to ourselves. Professor Dumbledore raised his glass high again and downed the wine in one gulp. The professors and students stood up in unison, raising their cups high. Professor Dumbledore's speech had a huge impact on the little wizards. Although it was nighttime, not the ideal time to mail a letter, the owls still flew out of the castle in large numbers. By the next morning, at least half of the parents knew about Professor Dumbledore's statement and began preparing to send Fudge another round of yelling letters. Although the truth of the matter is still unknown, the words of a great wizard like Headmaster Dumbledore are unlikely to be too wrong. Besides conveying messages to the outside world, the students were also filled with struggle and curiosity. They didn't want to believe Lord Voldemort's resurrection and tried to numb themselves with lies, but they were also curious about what exactly happened that night and wanted to find out the details of Lord Voldemort's resurrection. In particular, Professor Dumbledore revealed to everyone that Lord Voldemort had actually attempted to resurrect twice, 4 years and 3 years ago. Such a big thing happened, but the students didn't know. Isn't that just pure, irresistible curiosity? The little wizards have all evolved into wild boars in the melon patch, constantly jumping up and down. After digging deeper, people actually discovered some information from who knows where. These messages include, but are not limited to: 4 years ago, you know who inhabited Professor Quirrell's body, attempting to recreate a body using unicorn's blood and the precious Philosopher's Stone. 3 years ago, it was actually you know who was secretly manipulating Professor Lockhart, controlling him to open the Chamber of Secrets and help you know who prepare for the resurrection ritual. On the night of the Triwizard Tournament, Harley Potter was indeed teleported by Portkey to the resurrection site of you know who. As a result, after you know who was resurrected, Harley defeated you know who single-handedly and also captured a large number of Death Eaters. These pieces of information, whose origins are unknown, are presented in a very detailed and convincing manner, as if the person involved had experienced everything firsthand. The students naturally believed it to be true, or at least enjoyed watching the drama unfold. The instigator was very satisfied with this, especially with the fact that the quality and quantity of his anchors had once again been greatly improved. The students' gossip session didn't last long. Early the next morning, all the luggage was loaded onto the train, and the students were going home. On their way home, they will bring back a detailed version of Dumbledore's speech, as well as all the rumors they heard at school, to their parents who are either completely unaware of the situation or only have a vague understanding of it. And this information will then be used by them to spread in a new wave within the wizarding world. Before leaving Hogwarts, Harley also had to say goodbye to the Delacour sisters. By this time, everyone from the other magic schools had left, leaving only Beauxbaton's carriage parked outside Hogwarts' school gate. "Harley, are you really not going to France with us?" Beside the carriage, Fleur, reluctant to let go, held Harley tightly while asking a question. "Sister Harley, come with us to Beauxbaton's," Gabrielle pleaded pitifully. "Of course," Harley said, deliberately ignoring the death stare from Hermione beside him, "but not now. During this holiday, Professor Flitwick invited me to Spain to participate in the International Wizarding Duel competition, and of course I wouldn't miss such a grand event. In addition, Professor Dumbledore seems to have prepared a surprise for me and hinted that the surprise is located overseas. I think both of these trips will at least pass through Paris, right?" Fleur sighed and shook his head with a mournful expression. "All right, in that case, you must contact me then so I can show you some hospitality." The train ride back was incredibly noisy, with the little wizards making the most of their last moments using their magic while continuing to share the gossip they'd heard. However, Harley was not affected much. She simply read the book with Hermione in the compartment at the back of the train. Unfortunately, the tranquility did not last long. Midway through their trip, Fred and George made a special trip to share the store's progress with the key shareholders. "That concludes our recent sales figures. I must say, since you won the championship, sales of many products have increased significantly," George said excitedly, his eyes filled with dreams. "Speaking of which, the messages you had is spread really fast." After discussing important business intelligence, Fred chatted with Harley while eating Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The messages that circulated in Hogwarts were spread by him and George at Harley's request. "Harley, why do you need us to spread these messages?" George couldn't help but ask, somewhat curious. "Shouldn't this information be classified? Often, it's better to tell the other little wizards the truth directly, rather than letting them overthink things." Harley shook her head and said softly, "Maintaining mystery will only make people more afraid of Lord Voldemort, which is exactly the effect Lord Voldemort wants to achieve." Fred and George quickly grasped the point and suddenly understood. "Harley, speaking of which, would you like to come to the Burrow for your vacation?" Fred suddenly remembered something else. "I'm talking about our house, we call it the Burrow, it's quite simple after all, come to think of it, you've never been to our house before. Ginny is your most loyal fan, she's joined all your fan clubs. Our little sister often wants to invite you to her home to play, but unfortunately she hasn't found the opportunity to ask. Mom is also very eager to meet you, since Dad led the team to the Quidditch World Cup last time, but Mom didn't go with us. I'll consider it, if I have time." Harley didn't make a decision immediately. "After all, Professor Flitwick planned to take me out to a dueling tournament during the holidays, and I don't know if I'll have the time." "Wow." The Weasley twins' attention was immediately drawn. "A duel, we want to go too." During the rest of the journey, Harley completely lost the right to read quietly. Teammates from Quidditch, juniors from Gryffindor, and friends from various colleges at Harley. As if by prior arrangement, everyone squeezed into the private room one after another, inquiring about various news. Amidst the noise and laughter, the train pulled into King's Cross Station. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. Volume 4 End summary, and by the way, please vote for me at the end of the month. To be honest, I hesitated a bit when writing this volume. I wanted to make the scenes of the Triwizard Tournament more grand and the competition events more interesting, but I was also afraid that if it dragged on for too long, I would lose control. As for the character Fudge, the author devoted too much space to describing him because he was too fixated on procedural justice and the desire to recreate the British Ministry of Magic as depicted in the original book. Fortunately, the author pulled back from the brink this time, preventing the book from becoming a major flaw like the second volume, Lockhart, which is a small improvement. Thankfully, this volume has finally been successfully completed. The next volume should have a lot of original plot, After all, the author also mentioned that HP fanfiction is set on Earth, so the idea of establishing the demonist sect is definitely out of the question to avoid being taken down. This necessitates the author adding more competitions and storylines like the International Confederation of Wizards, allowing the protagonist to appear more internationally in order to accumulate more anchors. The book is expected to be completed in 1 or 2 more volumes. After all, the author has unknowingly written over 1 million words. Thank you for your support. The author will continue to work hard. By the way, there are double monthly votes from the 28th to the 30th of this month, and also from the 1st to the 7th of next month, so author is now asking for monthly votes. However, I must apologize for the fact that the author is now in college and is a senior. This means that authors have to focus most of their energy on internships and taking civil service exams. After all, writing a book these days is really hard to make a living. Even a high-quality book might not be enough to support you, let alone an author who's just a nobody. Therefore, the bonus chapters for September, October, and November due to monthly ticket purchases can only be made up for after the written exam in December. During this period, the author can only try to avoid interrupting updates and minimize absences, so I am very sorry. Nevertheless, the author still shamelessly hopes that everyone can support him with monthly tickets, hehe. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 352 Lord Voldemort, let me redefine mercy. In a pitch-black room, 2 candles were burning slowly, making a crackling sound. The wax dripped slowly down the candle, falling into the dish and casting a reflection before solidifying. It was a gaunt figure. His face was pale, his fingers were thin as bones, and his eyes were narrowed to slits, making him look like a living corpse. Lord Voldemort sat intently at the table, flipping through a black book covered in terrifying illustrations and ancient text. He was also holding a quill pen in his hand, constantly writing and drawing in the notebook next to him. According to the dates marked on the notebook, he has been researching since the night of the resurrection, and until the Hogwarts are on summer vacation. By this time, the notebook was almost empty. It was covered with a large amount of mysterious text, as well as various drawings related to the human body, such as wizards' anatomical diagrams and inferi alchemy diagrams. It must be said that although Lord Voldemort is not photogenic, his handwriting is neat and beautiful, and his paintings are lifelike, perfectly reproducing all the details of the human body. Besides books and notebooks, there were also a lot of bottles and jars on the table. Those bottles and jars were filled with either poison or strange liquids that emitted a peculiar odor, and they were also filled with various materials made in extremely cruel ways. For example, there might be a small pile of ashes scattered in a tube, or a hand soaking in a jar. The left hand was thin and withered, like a rat's, but it looked somewhat familiar. That's Peter Pettigrew's left hand. To investigate whether there was a problem with his resurrection, Lord Voldemort secretly retrieved some of his father's ashes a few days earlier. He also promptly confiscated Peter Pettigrew's other hand as research material. Who made your right hand the material for the resurrection of the Great Dark Lord? There might be a problem with the resurrection of the Dark Lord now, so we definitely need to investigate whether there are any defects in the materials. Of course, Lord Voldemort wouldn't forget to conjure up another gleaming silver magic hand for him, so that this servant could remain fighting and continue to serve him. Even if he didn't conjure up that hand, Peter Pettigrew wouldn't dare to complain. But he prides himself on being a merciful Dark Lord, and he certainly wouldn't treat his meritorious servants who helped him resurrect so harshly. After consulting numerous sources, Lord Voldemort carefully closed the book and placed the book and notes on a nearby bookshelf. A malevolent curse instantly spread, firmly covering the books and notes to prevent anyone else from touching these precious materials and discovering Lord Voldemort's secrets. There shouldn't be any problems. Lord Voldemort rubbed his temples as a mirror appeared out of thin air in front of him. He reached out and gently touched the mirror, carefully observing the lines reflected in his face, gazing at the magic behind those lines. I've checked so many resources but haven't found any additional information about this magic. So it seems my ritual steps were perfect, without any mistakes. So that night must have been just after I was resurrected. I couldn't fully adapt to this body or fully control my power. In addition, the magic in that cemetery was set up by me with the help of that useless Peter Pettigrew's wand. He was so weak that he also reduced the power of the magic. That's why I lost control of magic so easily. Yes, that's it. The occasional dazed expression that followed was also like that. It was just a minor problem that occurred after being resurrected. Under this almost hypnotic self-comfort, Lord Voldemort's eyes sharpened again. He had almost thought he was out of touch with the times and had been completely swept into the dustbin of history and time, which was why he couldn't even beat Harley Potter. But now, after reflection, Lord Voldemort is full of confidence again. I am still the same person I was back then, the greatest Dark Lord. After explaining his previous defeats to himself and regaining his confidence, Lord Voldemort stood up from the table and paced back and forth. The large snake Nagini by the wall curiously raised its body, hissing and flicking its tongue, observing its master's bewildering human behavior. After a long period of thought, Lord Voldemort gently tapped the table with his wand. Lucius Malfoy, Lord Voldemort said softly, and a purple peacock mark lit up on the table. Less than a minute later, the door to the room was opened. Lucius Malfoy lowered his head and took small steps into the dark room. His hands were trembling slightly, clearly indicating that he was filled with fear. Master, what are your orders? Malfoy said respectfully. Ever since his meeting with Snape, Lord Voldemort has made no effort to turn the Malfoy family's manor into his base. Who can blame him when his manor is the biggest and most luxurious? Only this place is worthy of the Dark Lord's status. Old Malfoy was naturally unwilling. After all, who would want to be a servant in their own home? Moreover, Dark Lord plans to turn this place into a base for the Death Eaters to live and hold meetings. This made old Malfoy even more heartbroken. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that his dear old friend Snape brought news that Fudge and Dumbledore had fallen out. In addition, there are certain pure-blood families that are biased towards their own side. The snippets of conversation between high-ranking magic officials and their pure-blood advisors, and the fact that Crabbe, Goyle, and others were handed over to the Ministry of Magic by Harley, but the Ministry of Magic has yet to announce their crimes. Therefore, Lord Voldemort decided to let Dumbledore continue fighting with Fudge while he could remain hidden and secretly accumulate power. That's why those pure-bloods only come here occasionally now. Most of the time, they had to follow Lord Voldemort's orders, stay obediently in their own homes, maintain their original lifestyles, and not let the outside world notice anything amiss. The fact that other pure-bloods can't live here long-term is one of the few things Malfoy can be happy about in the near future. After all, most of those pure-blood guys have no business sense and don't know how to make money. Even the businesses in Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley, which could make money effortlessly, turned into negative returns in their hands. However, if they simply rent out the shop, the rent is not enough to maintain the noble and respectable lifestyle that pure-bloods consider a symbol of their status. So up to this generation, many pure-blood wizard has already started to sell off his family's assets. Commercial shops in places like Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley were naturally the first targets to be sold. In addition, a large number of ornaments symbolizing pure-blood identity were also sold. Some of the most disgraced families were even forced to sell their ancestral homes in order to maintain their relatively luxurious lifestyles. Under these circumstances, they naturally coveted the Malfoy family's estate. Even if you can't take it all for yourself, it's still a good thing to stay here for a few more days, experience it, and maybe even snag some freebies along the way. Lord Voldemort's ban on their arrival naturally disappointed these people, but it also brought Malfoy a rare moment of joy. Of course, it's only a small part. How's the meeting room setup coming along? Is it ready for our meeting? Lord Voldemort stared at Malfoy's golden hair and spoke softly, his voice devoid of any emotion. He felt no remorse for his actions of usurping someone else's place. In Lord Voldemort's mind, the fact that he didn't directly kick Malfoy out and instead took control of the entire estate was already an act of mercy. Malfoy is such a damn opportunist. He has plenty of free time and money, but he doesn't come looking for me. He deserves to be made into a potion. Great Master, the conference room has been completely cleaned up. Malfoy did not look up, remaining kneeling in place. I cleaned out the largest room in the entire manor, which is big enough for all my companions to sit in. Master, would you like to use it now? Of course, no need. Lord Voldemort was about to nod, but then suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. Summon all those who hold positions in the Ministry of Magic, I need to give them some instructions. Forget it, don't call them all, just call Dorfinroll, just call him. Soon, Dorfinroll entered the room. He was a blonde, middle-aged male wizard, with a large physique but small eyes, which made him look somewhat comical and clumsy. Master. Despite his seemingly slow mind, Dorfinroll was one of the more quick-witted members of Death Eater. Upon entering the house, he knelt down respectfully, side by side with old Malfoy. I have a long-term mission for you, a secret mission, Lord Voldemort said softly. Severus brought me a prophecy about Harley Potter. Unfortunately, that cunning old man Dumbledore was far too wary, and Severus himself was an incompetent good-for-nothing, so he was unable to bring me the complete prophecy. Now, I want to hear this prophecy again, to hear if there is any more information in the full version of the prophecy. I need you to find a way to infiltrate the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic and steal the prophecy orb in the Hall of Prophecy that relates to this prophecy. Despite kneeling on the ground, too afraid to move, old Malfoy exchanged a glance with Raoul, a slightly frightened look. Both of them held senior advisory positions in the Ministry of Magic, and both belonged to the relatively wealthy pure blood group. Wizard donated a lot of galleons to Fudge. Therefore, the two of them naturally knew many of the Ministry of Magic's secrets, even more than many of the Ministry of Magic's lower-ranking officials. However, the Department of Mysteries is always an exception. After all, its position is too detached from worldly affairs. There's even a rumor within the Ministry of Magic that it wasn't the location of the Ministry of Magic that determined the location of the Department of Mysteries, but rather the location of the Department of Mysteries that determined where the Ministry of Magic was established. Most ordinary employees scoffed at this, considering it nonsense. However, Malfoy, who had a close relationship with Fudge and whose family had a long history, knew some of the truth and knew that this statement was correct. The Department of Mysteries has 12 halls, each containing powerful, mysterious, and dangerous magic. The location of the Ministry of Magic is related to one of its halls. However, Malfoy had no way of knowing more about it. After all, the research mission of the Department of Mysteries is top secret, and their employees have to sign a series of contracts when they join the company, which prevents them from leaking any information related to the Department of Mysteries to the outside world. Even August Luke Wood, a former Department of Mysteries employee who joined Death Eater, couldn't freely reveal much about the Mysteries Agency to the Dark Lord. It's worth noting that the Dark Lord spent a lot of effort helping Luke Wood break the contract on him, but in the end it was all in vain, only slightly weakening the power of the contract. After breaking this part of the contract and learning the general scope of the Department of Mysteries research, the Dark Lord immediately lost interest in it. Even the Dark Lord can only know the general scope of the Department of Mysteries research, so what can a weak Death Eater like myself do? The Dark Lord's decision to send them to the Department of Mysteries to steal a prophecy orb is putting immense pressure on the two of them. What? You're unwilling? Lord Voldemort's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the two of them, his gaze sharp. Of course, no problem, Great Master. Although Lord Voldemort's voice grew softer, Malfoy and Roll still sensed the danger in it. The two quickly responded loudly. We will carry out our master's orders no matter what dangers lie ahead. We would gladly sacrifice our lives. Although this task is difficult, the worst that can happen if you get caught is being imprisoned in Azkaban. There is no danger of death, and you can also use this opportunity to show your loyalty to the Dark Lord. In the worst-case scenario, if they weren't caught, given Dark Lord's past behavior, the two of them would only suffer Crucio's torment. But if they dared to refuse the task assigned by the Dark Lord, the two of them would probably end up lying on the ground, becoming the chickens that deterred the next group of Death Eaters from entering the room. Lord Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very good. Give me a plan within 10 days. The plan must be implemented before the end of this summer. After watching Malfoy and Rawl leave the room, Lord Voldemort continued pacing. He suddenly realized he had been too lenient, giving Malfoy and Roll, those two good-for-nothings, 10 days to come up with a plan. Keep in mind that they abandoned themselves alone in the Albanian forest for a full 13 years, despite rumors circulating in the black market. They should have retaliated tenfold for the suffering they had endured, but instead, they gave them 10 days to get their revenge. Alas, I am indeed a terrible Dark Lord. I am so merciful and soft-hearted. Lord Voldemort shook his head and redefined mercy. Suddenly he pulled out a wand and pointed behind him, Avada Kedavra. ... I can't take it anymore. My computer is probably infected with a virus. It keeps getting blue screens. I've tried using 360 antivirus, but the progress bar keeps getting stuck. So I'm forced to type this chapter on my phone. So much information is on my computer, and now I have to use my phone to search it bit by bit on Baidu. It's such a headache. 353 saints. True gods. Stars. With Lord Voldemort's sharp shout, a dazzling green light shot out from the tip of the wand and slammed heavily against the wall. In an instant, pebbles flew everywhere. The walls of the Chamber of Secrets, built by the Malfoy family, are made of good materials and are also covered with a lot of magic. The killing curse's effect is to directly deprive living beings of their life force. It doesn't have a strong ability to destroy objects. However, Lord Voldemort's killing curse still left a deep hole in the wall. However, Lord Voldemort wasn't paying attention to his killing curse. Instead, he squinted at what lay ahead. Where killing curse had passed, a golden figure stood still, with a large hole in its chest. Through that hole, you could see the large pit in the wall behind him. An incredibly powerful killing curse, truly worthy of being called Britain's greatest Dark Lord in nearly 1,000 years. The golden figure exclaimed in amazement, and at the same time, a golden light flashed, and the hole disappeared automatically. A magic image. Lord Voldemort frowned, quickly recognizing the true form opposite him. The hidden magic in the Chamber of Secrets of the Malfoy family. No, that opportunist Lucius doesn't have the guts to offend his master. So, who are you? Meanwhile, Lord Voldemort's wand continued to point at the other, but did not unleash any more spells. Regardless of who the other party is, he can bypass Malfoy Manor's layers of magic and the defenses and curses he has carefully set up to guard against Dumbledore, and send the image here. Although Lord Voldemort was unwilling to admit it, in order to prevent major problems from arising from his resurrection, he laid down several of his most prized dark arts here. In this situation, the opponent's results have proven that his magic skills are extremely high, and may even be not much weaker than his own. Therefore, Lord Voldemort was more wary of the wizard, whose identity was unknown, and became more cautious. Besides, it's just an image, and it doesn't pose any direct threat to me for the time being, so why not talk to it? You ask who I am. The golden figure's voice was unusually hazy, as if shrouded in mist. Although he couldn't see the other person's features clearly, Lord Voldemort could sense that the other person smiled slightly. The specific name is not worth mentioning, in fact, I can say I've long forgotten it. After all, the journey to find death has no need for such a boring thing as a name. However, you may call me, a saint. A saint. Lord Voldemort frowned. The first Dark Lord. Grindelwald's men. No, I think you may have some misunderstandings. The saint's laughter suddenly vanished, replaced by a clear displeasure, as if he had been misunderstood. We are saints, and Grindelwald is one of us, but we are not entirely his followers. Lord Voldemort frowned, clearly not understanding. The golden figure shook his head and began to patiently explain to Lord Voldemort. Honorable Dark Lord, I hope you understand that the saints and the followers of Grindelwald are not two separate groups. Saints refer to the wizards in history who followed the legend of the three brothers and searched for Deathly Hallows. Our structure is usually quite loose, and we do not get involved in international disputes unless there are special circumstances. The official name of Grindelwald's wizard organization should be the Malay Party, or at least that's what they call themselves. Their goal is to establish a global hierarchical order led by a wise and powerful wizard through a range of means, including ideological propaganda and war. In this order, powerful wizards are at the top, ordinary wizards are in the middle, and muggles and other races are at the bottom. This also shows that we are two international non-governmental wizard organizations with completely different styles and goals. However, the Saints are an organization that has existed for a long time and occasionally appears in the sites of the International Confederation of Wizards and the Ministries of Magic in various countries. Grindelwald himself has always been searching for Deathly Hallows, and he is indeed one of us. In addition, both organizations have the logo of the legendary Deathly Hallows, and there is some overlap in personnel, which is why this misunderstanding occurred. Dear Dark Lord, I think you should now be able to distinguish between us. After explaining this fundamental difference, the golden figure fell silent, quietly awaiting Lord Voldemort's reply. After a few seconds of silence, he finally received a reply, but it was an unexpected one. What are Deathly Hallows? Lord Voldemort asked softly, a hint of doubt in his voice. I don't remember ever hearing this term before, at least there's nothing about it in the history of magic. The golden figure was momentarily speechless, but at the same time urgently communicated with the spirit world, gathering information about the past contained within it. He suddenly realized that he had made a mistake, a seemingly insignificant but crucial one. According to records in the spirit world, Lord Voldemort grew up in a Muggle orphanage. So, he had never heard of the Wizarding World fairy tale. After he officially came of age, he was busy studying magic, so how could he possibly have had time to pay attention to such an ethereal legend as Deathly Hallows? Left with no other choice, the golden figure recounted the story of the three brothers and the Deathly Hallows to Lord Voldemort once more. Lord Voldemort's eyes lit up noticeably after hearing the description of this saint. After all, his description of Deathly Hallows was simply too enticing. Although its veracity is currently unknown, according to the legend, whoever obtains those three Deathly Hallows can become the master of death and conquer it. Although Lord Voldemort has never liked relying on other items and only pursues absolute personal strength, even scoffing at Philosopher's Stone when pursuing immortality, he only feels at ease when he creates Horcrux by himself. However, Lord Voldemort couldn't resist collecting such unique magic items that could clearly enhance his strength. Even if we don't use these magic items ourselves, turning them into new Horcruxes wouldn't be a bad thing. Treasures like Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's gold cup, and Ravenclaw's crown are all well preserved, aren't they? So, what brings you here? Despite the growing desire for Deathly Hallows within him, Lord Voldemort remained impassive, his tone barely changing. Do you need me to send a Death Eater to help you find Deathly Hallows? If so, I'm sorry. I don't have enough manpower right now, and I don't have the extra resources to assist you. Of course not. The Saint shook his head, a hint of excitement in his voice. I want to talk to you about something else. We Saints are willing to help you deal with Harley Potter. Oh. Lord Voldemort's aura suddenly turned dangerous. After all, he had just been defeated by Harley Potter not long ago. Although Lord Voldemort had already found reasons for his failure, he remained very sensitive to the topic, even showing signs of mania. Are you questioning my abilities? Questioning whether I can handle Harley Potter myself? Questioning whether I can kill a mere immature little witch? You'd better give me an explanation, a reasonable explanation, to appease the Dark Lord's anger. A dark purple light began to flicker at the tip of the wand, threatening to strike the figure opposite at any moment. Although the killing curse has no effect on the image, Lord Voldemort also possesses other dark arts, and can even curse the wizard's true form in the opposite direction of the illusion. You are overthinking it, Great Dark Lord. The Saint seemed to have anticipated Lord Voldemort's attitude, and said calmly. I have no intention of questioning your abilities, I simply want to discuss cooperation with you. After all, you must be facing some difficulties right now. Harley Potter's magic skills are indeed quite high, and Dumbledore's strength is close to yours. You must be under tremendous pressure right now. And since our goals are quite similar, we are the most suitable partners. Lord Voldemort quickly recovered from his anger and began to carefully consider the proposal of the Saint before him. Thinking about it carefully, what he said does make a lot of sense. Since you want to cooperate with me, you have to give me a reason, Lord Voldemort said, narrowing his eyes and voicing his doubts. Furthermore, how do you plan to cooperate? As the party that initiated the cooperation, I think you should express your sincerity. Of course, the Saint bowed slightly. Firstly, it is the reason why we want to cooperate with you. I don't know if you know this, but the Potter family are descendants of Ignotus Peverell. And the invisibility cloak, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, once belonged to Ignotus, and now belongs to the last descendant of the Potter family. Harley Potter. Lord Voldemort spoke first, the name he least wanted to mention. Yes, it's her. A hint of joy suddenly appeared in the golden figure's voice. That's also the purpose of our collaboration, we want that invisibility cloak she has. Okay, I understand. Lord Voldemort seemed to make the decision without much thought, as if he hadn't considered it at all. I can cooperate with you, but from which direction do you plan to deal with Harley Potter? We've already planned this out. The Saint's voice grew even louder, as if he could already see the invisibility cloak beckoning to him. I heard you have a group of powerful associates currently imprisoned in Azkaban prison in Britain. That's right, but I'll release them soon. Lord Voldemort frowned, clearly having been touched on a sore spot again. Actually, I just want to make some noise on Azkaban. After a long conversation, the Chamber of Secrets fell silent again. Lord Voldemort's smile, which he had shown while speaking with the other party, had vanished, and he stared expressionlessly at the spot where the golden figure had stood. Despite all that the other party had said, Lord Voldemort remained skeptical and wary. After all, during his most powerful days, Lord Voldemort was preoccupied with Dumbledore and had no time to pay attention to things in Europe. He knew little about the Saints and the UMNO, had doubts about their motives, and was even unsure of the true identity of the golden figure. However, it seems that who the other party is now no longer important. Even if the other party is a follower of Grindelwald, so what? Lord Voldemort acknowledged some of the ideas of his predecessor, Grindelwald. Lord Voldemort wholeheartedly approved of the wizard's idea of ruling the Muggle. The wizard was so powerful that he should stand above the Muggle. Of course, simply standing on Muggle's head is not enough. In Lord Voldemort's eyes, wizards of Muggle origin and mixed-race wizards should also be pure-blooded. The wizard reigns. However, while acknowledging Grindelwald's ideas, Lord Voldemort himself still looked down on Grindelwald. Why should I respect an old, defeated man? Is he any better than me? This is why Lord Voldemort seemed to agree to the other party's proposal without much thought. Nothing more than self-confidence. Whatever your purpose, I accept this cooperation. Lord Voldemort looked at the mirror before him, his eyes filled with greed. But I want Harley Potter's life too, and I want Deathly Hallows too. A cloud of black mist exploded in the room, and Lord Voldemort vanished without a trace. He will next hold a meeting to revise the work that has already been assigned. Not far away, On a large tree outside the house of Malfoy Manor, a golden figure, seemingly weightless, hung from a leaf, gazing at Malfoy Manor. I want Harley Potter's life, the river below Azkaban, and the door in the Ministry of Magic. I want them all too. The golden figure vanished from its spot, but a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the tree where it had stood. Meanwhile, the Dursleys' house. As Harley learned everything by combining the magic mirror on Dobby's body with the problematic blood in Lord Voldemort's body, a question arose in her mind. Who is this golden figure? Is he truly the leader of this generation of saints? Or one of the true gods resurrected through bizarre means from the ancient wizard? Or perhaps a sequence zero from another race? Or perhaps, it's some audacious star or one of its minions? There's a new troublemaker. A bold idea popped into Harley's mind. P.S. There's an important misconception I need to correct here. According to Xenophilius Lovegood in the 7th book, Deathly Hallows, the saints were those who sought Deathly Hallows, and some of them were followers of Grindelwald, but not all of them. It's just that because Grindelwald left the symbol of Deathly Hallows in Durmstrang and it spread widely, this misunderstanding easily arises. 354 is simply malicious and despicable. Harley harbored a certain degree of wariness towards this unknown new troublemaker. After all, the other party's methods were truly remarkable. Harley was unable to directly eavesdrop on the conversation between the two, even relying solely on the problematic, artificial blood, in Lord Voldemort's body. Fortunately, the golden figure seemed to be just like Lord Voldemort, completely indifferent to house elf, creatures that had been enslaved for thousands of years and appeared insignificant. So he didn't notice, or rather, didn't care about, the house elf inside the Chamber of Secrets wall that was always on standby and responsible for cleaning. Dobby, like most wizards, viewed house elf as mindless slaves who only obeyed their master's commands. Since he didn't value Dobby at all, he naturally wouldn't put much effort into Dobby, and naturally wouldn't have noticed the magic mirror around Dobby's neck that had been deliberately concealed. With the help of the miniature magic mirror on Dobby's neck and the hand Harley left inside Lord Voldemort's body, Harley finally understood the conversation in the Chamber of Secrets. Are you trying to use Azkaban against me? Harley sat at the table, seemingly flipping through a thin dueling notebook, but her eyes darted around. Indeed, Azkaban is a great place. I was just thinking of going there at the end of this year to explore it properly. I hope they can give me a reasonable enough reason, otherwise, wouldn't it make me look too stupid to just walk into their trap? Harley, someone's looking for you. A loud shout suddenly came from outside. Aunt Petunia knocked on Harley's door. Your charms class, Professor Filius, he's here to see you. Here it comes. Harley slapped the table, and a smooth layer of ice instantly formed on it. All the ritual materials that had been placed on the table and the residue left after the ritual were instantly swallowed by the ice, and the ice itself disappeared without a trace. Harley disappeared outside the door, leaving Hedwig staring listlessly at the table. Actually, Harley doesn't need to go back to the Dursleys' house anymore. After Harley confronted Professor Dumbledore a year ago and recently beat up Lord Voldemort, Professor Dumbledore suddenly changed his mind. When Harley was preparing to leave the school, Professor Dumbledore specifically told Harley about this and said that she could go directly to Sirius. Harley, what I'm talking about involves a very old magic. When Harley asked Professor Dumbledore why he had suddenly changed his tune, Professor Dumbledore explained. Your mother, Lily Potter, was truly a great mother. When Tom killed her, your mother used the last of her life to perform a magic trick, a protective magic trick. This magic ensures that you will not be harmed by Lord Voldemort and his henchmen until you are 17 years old. But this magic also has limitations, namely that you must live in a place where your blood relatives live and where you can still call home. That's why, even though countless people in the entire British wizarding world were willing to adopt you, I chose to place you in the Dursleys' house. So, the reason you didn't allow Sirius to let me stay outside was because of this. Harley asked thoughtfully. Yes, that's it, Professor Dumbledore nodded. You need to spend at least a week with your loved ones each year to replenish the kind of energy called love that Mahoutokoro needs. And Lord Voldemort could return at any time, and many Death Eaters escaped trial back then, so I must put your safety first. But now, Professor Dumbledore looked the girl up and down, his eyes full of kindness. He suddenly realized that this child, who was in some ways like his granddaughter, had suddenly grown as tall as him. Time flies. Now your strength is no weaker than mine, and you have even gained the upper hand in your head on confrontation with Lord Voldemort. So theoretically, I don't need to force you to go back to that place you don't like. Of course, from my personal perspective, I still hope you can go back there. Although the Dursley family was not friendly to you and you didn't have any good memories of that place, they are still your family. Harley did not express his opinion on Professor Dumbledore's views. However, after leaving King's Cross Station, Harley chose to find a secluded corner, quietly disappearing into the ice, and return to the Dursleys' house. On the one hand, it's a habit that's become second nature, and suddenly not going back really feels like something's not right. More importantly, although Professor Dumbledore allowed himself to visit Sirius, in terms of living comfort, Sirius's Grimmauld place is a million times worse than the Dursleys' house. Putting everything else aside, Sirius, a domestic idiot, can only rely on Creature, an old house elf who is so old he could die at any moment, to cook traditional British dishes, such as kidney pies with smoked fresh meat for every meal. Aunt Petunia even learned to cook French dishes based on Dolly's tastes. The difference between them was so obvious that any hesitation Harley might have shown was disrespect to his own stomach. Of course, Harley didn't stay here for long either. On the third day of her vacation, she told Professor Frivy that she was going to leave. She's quite busy this holiday. First, she'll be going to Spain with Professor Flitwick to participate in the International Wizarding Duel competition, and then she'll be seeing the surprise Professor Dumbledore mentioned about being located overseas. Professor Flitwick naturally arrived early to pick up Harley, as he had high expectations for this international dueling tournament. It's worth noting that he himself has won numerous dueling tournaments, and now his only wish is to train a disciple who can achieve the same honors as him. Of course, this wish seems impossible to fulfill perfectly. After all, apart from the International Wizarding Duel competition, each country used to have its own national dueling tournaments, and the participants were limited to wizards from their own country. Professor Flitwick once received a Scottish award. Wizard Duel Tournament Champion, Britain, the champion of the Wizard Duel Tournament and the overall champion of the International Wizarding Duel competition. However, the national dueling tournaments organized independently by the ministries of magic in various countries were forced to be suspended after only a few successful editions. After all, if only one country or even one region hosts a duel tournament, the number of oars responsible for security that it can mobilize and the number of professional referees that it can find is not many. In the heat of battle, Wizard doesn't care about his opponent's safety or the situation of the spectators, so he just throws whatever spell is most powerful. As a result of numerous injuries and deaths among athletes and spectators, the ministries of magic in various countries could not withstand such enormous losses and had to urgently call a halt to the event. The International Confederation of Wizards even passed a law specifically for this purpose, the International Wizard Duel Laws and Regulations. Since then, only the International Wizarding Duel competition has continued to be held. However, for Professor Flitwick, as long as he can win the highest award in the wizard dueling arena, he is willing to accept not being able to participate in other competitions held by individual countries or regions. Harley can accept this, as long as the highest level of competition is not affected. What Harley needs now is to build more anchors for his future sprint toward higher ranks and increase his influence within the international wizard. The impact of participating in a top-level competition and winning the championship is greater than the combined impact of participating in a bunch of regional competitions. Professor Frivy, sitting on the sofa in the Dursleys' house, straightened his back as always, trying to appear as tall as possible. He was enjoying a cup of black tea while patiently watching the clock on the ceiling, waiting for Harley to come downstairs. Aunt Petunia, who was standing by the kitchen door, seemed to have gotten used to the visitors from Wizarding World and was cleaning up. However, she would occasionally glance up at Professor Frivy, clearly recognizing the elderly man with the unusual build. "Professor, I'm all ready." Harley appeared at the corner of the stairs, carrying a light case. "Long time no see, I've missed you so much, dear Professor." "Come on, your performance is a bit over the top." Professor Flitwick put on a stern face and responded to Harley with a serious expression. However, the smile that only appeared in his eyes when he saw his best and favorite students was impossible to hide. "It's only been 3 days, how can you say it's been so long? Even if you want to interfere with your duel opponent through words, this is not how you do it." Harley smiled and did not refute Professor Frivy. "Aunt Petunia, thank you so much for taking care of me these past few days. I've had a wonderful time." Harley turned to look at Aunt Petunia, who was standing in the kitchen doorway. "I'm going on a trip with my professor, and I might not be back for the rest of the holiday." After saying that, Harley patiently waited a few seconds, waiting for Aunt Petunia to wave her hand impatiently and say a few stubborn words. However, Aunt Petunia's reaction was somewhat beyond Harley's expectations. After hesitating for a few seconds, Aunt Petunia suddenly whispered, "If possible, we'd love for you to come back and stay this holiday. I mean, if you can't find a place to stay before school starts." A hint of surprise flashed in Harley's eyes, but she finally nodded. "Okay, I'll think about it. Goodbye, Auntie. And please say goodbye to Cousin Dudley and Uncle Vernon for me. At this moment, the father and son are sweating it out in the boxing gym, not at home. It's hard to say whether this is a good thing or not, since it's difficult to imagine how Uncle Vernon and Dudley will react after seeing Professor Flitwick. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. If Dudley says something inappropriate after seeing Professor Flitwick, he'll probably have to experience the charms class. The professor's spell was powerful. Thinking about it this way, I realize I've really done a great service. After leaving the Dursleys' house, Harley curiously asked Professor Frivy, "Professor, how should we get to Spain next? Should we apply for a portkey at the Ministry of Magic?" "Of course we don't need portkey," Professor Flitwick shook his head. "Portkeys need to be approved a few days before they are used, and we probably can't get them now." The application didn't go through. Harley frowned. "Is it? Fudge. What's been in the newspapers these past couple of days?" "You didn't read the newspaper?" Professor Flitwick asked, slightly surprised. Harley couldn't help but shake her head. The Ministry of Magic remained silent until his vacation began, and Harley was busy for the 3 days following his vacation. After learning from Dobby that Lord Voldemort had entered the Malfoy household, she busied herself making new equipment for Dobby that was multifunctional but had no magical fluctuations whatsoever. At the same time, Harley also needs to manipulate the artificial blood used by Lord Voldemort to revive him bit by bit, controlling the power within to silently erode Lord Voldemort. With so many things to do, how could she possibly have time to pay attention to trivial news? Anyway, he had already instructed Rita in advance not to disturb him during this period and to write down all the important content in the newspaper. If there's something really important, I can go see the collected edition after I've finished my important business. Seeing that Harley was completely unaware, Professor Flitwick suddenly slapped his forehead. "Then let's go back to Hogwarts first." 5 minutes later, looking at the newspaper in front of her, Harley finally understood what had happened. In short, on the first day of the holiday, while the students were on vacation, Professor Dumbledore temporarily lost his ability to spread certain messages widely, and the Ministry of Magic and Fudge immediately launched a counterattack. The headline of the newspaper that day was no longer Rita's critique of Fudge, but rather an article written by a writer specializing in Ministry of Magic. In this article, all the trouble that occurred in the Triwizard Tournament is attributed to the Ministry of Magic and the Crouch father and son. According to the newspaper report, Barty Crouch Sr. used the evil dark arts to rescue his son from Azkaban. As for the body buried in Azkaban, newspapers accused Crouch of using his wife, wizard of another pure-blood family, as a scapegoat, leaving her forever in Azkaban in place of his son. In this father and son, one lost his position as Minister for Magic, and the other was imprisoned for so long in Azkaban by the just Ministry of Magic after his identity as a Death Eater was discovered. So both of them harbored resentment and plotted everything on the Triwizard Tournament with the aim of wreaking havoc on the Ministry of Magic and murdering Fudge. The crucio that hit Fudge back then was repeatedly mentioned by Fudge in the interview, and he deliberately emphasized that he immediately threw himself into his work afterward, thus demonstrating his responsible and serious work attitude. The newspapers made no mention of the numerous potions provided to him by Hogwarts University Hospital or the killing curve shot at Professor Dumbledore. Regarding his conversation with Professor Dumbledore in the headmaster's office and his public speech in the Great Hall, Fudge publicly refuted these claims. "You know who? Where did this you know who come from? The British wizarding world is now peaceful and prosperous. Where did this you know who come from? The so-called you know who is just some unidentified wizards spreading false information, attempting to manipulate the order of the magic world at will by relying on their powerful influence. They truly have malicious intentions, their motives are despicable. ... Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone. I'd also like to take a day off. On one hand, being an author is really tiring, doing coding problems has given me a headache, so I need to rest. On the other hand, being an author also requires me to organize my thoughts. Now, a lot of information is mixed up in the author's mind, and the outline is a bit messy. When the author writes, they always feel that there are logical conflicts, but they can't find the problem. Therefore, the author must be revised to ensure that the plot can continue normally. So you'll forgive the author for taking a day off, right? Wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. 355 It's not that I'm bad at thinking, it's that I'm bad at thinking and yet good at it. Although Fudge was somewhat reserved in his exclusive interview with the Daily Prophet, he did not directly reveal who the person he was referring to was. However, just 2 days before this interview was published in the newspaper, Professor Dumbledore had publicly announced the return of you-know-who in Hogwarts. Isn't it obvious who Fudge is targeting now? You are the embodiment of yin and yang, Dumbledore. The Death Eaters that Harley, gifted, to the Ministry of Magic also made an appearance in the newspaper. In fact, Fudge didn't want to mention this group at all, since they closely aligned with his political supporters. It doesn't make sense to let Fudge sever his own foundation. Furthermore, no one witnessed Harley handing over the wizards to the Ministry of Magic or Fudge taking them away. Therefore, in Fudge's view, as long as his subordinates kept their mouths shut, he could completely conceal the fact that these wizards had been captured by the Ministry of Magic and then secretly released by him. Even if Dumbledore and Harley bring this up later, he could easily make excuses and use the authority of the Minister for Magic to convince the wizards that Dumbledore and the others were lying. Unfortunately, Rita was too quick with her hands. She wrote the article just 2 days after the Triwizard Tournament ended. She also attached photos of Fudge and his high-ranking officials, and Auror leading these Death Eaters in the Hogwarts corridor. So Fudge reluctantly allowed these wizards from the Pure Blood family to appear in the newspaper as well. However, when these pure-blooded individuals appeared in the newspapers, Wizard's identity has undergone a slight change. They were no longer the Death Eaters summoned by Lord Voldemort as Harley had initially mentioned, but had instead become thugs and hostages. Among the wizards who died, the one with the lowest family status and only one male wizard remaining was identified by the Ministry of Magic as an accomplice of the Crouch father and son, and was the most heinous thug. Their aim was to plunge the wizarding world into chaos by murdering Harley Potter and massacring these prestigious hostages. Those pure blood families that are prosperous or have followers, holding positions of some authority within the Ministry of Magic. Wizard, on the other hand, became a hostage who was brutally murdered. For example, the Goyle family and the Crabbe family have always been followers of the House of Malfoy, following them since the House of Malfoy rose to prominence, without ever showing any signs of betrayal. This generation of Goyle was also subordinate to Lucius Malfoy, and his son, Goyle Jr., was always Draco Malfoy's follower in the Hogwarts. Furthermore, since he was an advisor to the Ministry of Magic, he became the pitiful person Fudge described as being taken hostage because he was a prestigious wizard in the wizarding world, and was ultimately brutally murdered. The surviving Death Eaters were also released without charge, since, according to the Ministry of Magic, they, like some of the dead, were hostages captured by Crouch and his son. As for the Death Eaters Harley mentioned, where are there any Death Eaters? They are all perfectly law-abiding citizens. After characterizing what happened on the third night of the six-game championship and convicting the Crouch father and son, Fudge has started targeting Dumbledore again. Given Professor Dumbledore's current high prestige in the wizarding world, he did not directly file charges. Fudge simply continued as on the first day, merely implying that Professor Dumbledore and Crouch had a good relationship, without saying a single extra word. This leaves ordinary wizards with plenty of room for imagination, allowing them to think, independently, to their heart's content. Why is it said that Professor Dumbledore and Old Crouch had a good relationship? The Ministry of Magic specifically pointed this out. Is it implying something? The previous day's newspapers also suggested that someone was maliciously promoting the return of you-know-who to create panic and achieve their own ulterior motives. Professor Dumbledore announced these things directly to the children just before the end of the term, rather than publishing them in the newspaper. Is he hiding something? Is he trying to spread false information through little wizards, who are underage and lack independent thinking skills, in order to influence himself? This information is rather straightforward, and many wizards, predisposed to reject Lord Voldemort's return, can easily deduce the conclusions the Ministry of Magic wants them to draw. These conclusions were drawn independently by ordinary wizards, which makes them even more convinced of them. If someone actively challenges their conclusions, ordinary wizards will automatically become the strongest supporters of these conclusions unless that person can provide irrefutable evidence. After all, if you admit that these conclusions are false, wouldn't that prove that you're not thinking clearly and that your initial inferences were wrong? After figuring this out, Harley sighed inwardly. Although Fudge's magic skills and combat abilities are barely stronger than an ant, even a well-trained, combat-savvy Sequence 8 extraordinary could kill Fudge in a life-or-death struggle. However, Fudge is indeed adept at manipulating public opinion and guiding public sentiment. In addition to targeting Dumbledore, Fudge also dragged Harley into the matter. When asked by reporters for his opinion on the Triwizard Tournament, Fudge publicly stated, "I don't think Harley Potter deserves any publicity, even though she won the championship. First of all, she was a minor wizard, while the Triwizard Tournament's original intention was to involve adult students. While Harley Potter's successful selection was within the rules, it maliciously squeezed out other outstanding students' spots. For example, Cedric Diggory, the son of Amos Diggory, an official of the Ministry of Magic. He is an excellent Hufflepuff, and also a perfect and the male president of the Student Council. I have always believed that he is the most suitable student to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. He can both promote the prestige of the British wizarding world and demonstrate our moderation and peace. He can use the peaceful atmosphere of Hufflepuff to represent the social stability of the British wizarding world and give the international wizarding community a positive image. As for someone like Harley Potter, who stole the golden eggs from other schools' warriors in the first challenge and interfered with other warriors' climbing of the maze in the third challenge, he only gives the international magic community a bad impression of Britain. In a sense, Fudge really had a tough job, having to do everything he could to belittle Harley, distort the rules and facts, and thus tarnish her reputation. Harley's support for Professor Dumbledore's claim of Lord Voldemort's return was also interpreted by Fudge as an attempt to attract more attention and gain more fame by fabricating lies. He also suggested that Harley had a dangerous, tyrannical nature. According to the testimonies of the surviving hostages in the Ministry of Magic and the Ministry of Magic's own investigation, the rioters were all killed by Harley's freezing magic. Moreover, Harley's spell even affected several hostages, resulting in the deaths of innocent people. Although Harley's actions constituted self-defense, Fudge stated that the Ministry of Magic's laws do not include the death penalty. Harley could have subdued the other party without causing injury, so why did she have to kill him? Fudge felt this was a disregard for life and the laws of the Ministry of Magic, and mentioned that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was working to improve the law and was attempting to sue Harley. At the end of the newspaper, Fudge deliberately left a question. Given Lord Voldemort's immense power in Harley's parents' deaths, how did Harley manage to escape unscathed? Does this mean that the child possesses powerful magic, which is why Lord Voldemort sees him as a threat but is unable to eliminate him? If such power truly exists, why hasn't Harley revealed it? What is she hiding? And what is she afraid of? This is really putting Fudge in a difficult position. After reading the newspaper, Harley shook her head. It's an art to nitpick. At this moment, her expression remained calm, and she was even satisfied with Fudge's wise approach. After all, everything Fudge did was based on the fact that what he said was indeed a lie. But was Lord Voldemort's resurrection a lie? Of course not. This means that no matter how bad the public opinion is, or how unfavorable it is to oneself, one can remain steadfast. The situation would be reversed in an instant if Lord Voldemort were to make a public appearance even once. However, Harley is not in a hurry to calm public opinion. She hopes these rumors will continue to spread and increase their impact as much as possible. After all, Harley had won the Magical School Potion Championship in the Order of Merlin, first class, during his first 4 years at Wizarding World. At the time, both the Ministry of Magic and Fudge were using themselves as the face of the newspapers to alleviate their political pressure, and they promoted themselves every day. With their help, Harley has amassed a group of loyal and even fervent fans, who provide Harley with a very high-quality anchor. This means that Fudge's actions might shake the views of those who are shallow believers towards Harley, but will only make Harley's devout believers more loyal. A conflict of opinion will erupt between them, causing fluctuations in information. Only after this situation had persisted for a long time did Harley attempt to set things right, proving his correctness through the appearance of Lord Voldemort. At this point, even devout believers might instantly turn into fanatics. Wizard, who initially believed in the wrong ideas, will also feel apologetic towards Harley due to various complex inner changes, turning from a hater to a neutral party or even a fan, and providing a decent anchor. Therefore, Fudge's actions were essentially helping Harley purify his followers and optimize the quality of his anchors. How could Harley possibly misunderstand such a kind person? Of course, appearances still need to be maintained, especially with so many people around you worried about you. Harley, don't take Fudge's nonsense in the Daily Prophet to heart. Professor Frivy was about to say something when he heard Harley's words and noticed Harley's expressionless face, and was immediately startled. He assumed Harley was emotionally hurt by the newspaper articles, so he quickly changed his tune and comforted the girl. Hogwarts, professors and members of the Order of the Phoenix scoffed at the report, and some were even outraged. Sirius even wanted to go to the Ministry of Magic and have a one-on-one wizard duel with Fudge right there, but Remus stopped him. Moreover, everyone has been very busy during this period, planning the reconstruction of the Order of the Phoenix and carrying out a series of preparatory work. Sirius is currently in a rather unusual position, making it inconvenient for him to send letters, so he had to write one and ask me to deliver it to you. As he spoke, Professor Frivy pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it to Harley. He even considered patting the girl's head to comfort her, just like he would with other students, but after assessing her height, he silently sat back down. Fudge has never been very bright, and he's even started targeting Dumbledore, which shows how stupid he is. It's perfectly normal for him to say such crazy things. You must not let it affect you or add unnecessary psychological burden to yourself. Professor, what are you thinking about? Harley looked up, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Do you think I'd be affected by this pointless nonsense in the newspapers? I'm just making a comment. It's good that it wasn't affected. Professor Flitwick sighed. It's really not worth it to let such a foolish person bring negative emotions into your heart. Professor Dumbledore has been angry for days, believing that Fudge's actions have jeopardized the entire wizarding world. The wizard's safety is of no concern whatsoever. Their words against you are slander, a manifestation of the Ministry of Magic ignoring its own rules. There's also the portkey issue I mentioned earlier. Fudge has started distorting the truth through newspapers and other channels, and there will definitely be further actions to follow. Judging from his current attitude, Fudge will not approve our portkey application for leaving the country. At this point, Professor Frivy's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He was extremely familiar with the Ministry of Magic's procedures. After all, Flitwick was a mixed-race goblin. When he wanted to study at Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic gave him a serious runaround in the application process. Moreover, the principal at the time was not Dumbledore, and Flitwick was different from Hagrid, having very obvious and inexplicable mixed-race features in his ears and skin. Finally, the Flitwick family went to great lengths, donating a considerable amount of political funds to the then Minister for Magic, and successfully obtained permission for young Flitwick to attend school in Hogwarts and obtain a wand. Summoning his scattered thoughts, Professor Flitwick recounted the planned itinerary to Harley. In order not to cause trouble for Professor Dumbledore, we try to comply with the law as much as possible when it is not an emergency. I have always had permission to enter and leave France, and you also had a long-term pass when you participated in the Magical School Potion Championship. So we'll first go to France via apparition, and then transfer there to Spain. Of course, Professor. Harley's voice was completely normal. You can arrange it. I have no problem with it. Let's set off after lunch. Professor Frivy jumped down from his chair and walked around to the front of the table. It can't be any later. After all, the International Wizarding Duel competition requires on-site registration 3 days before the competition, and the competition date is already very close. There's still some time before lunch, so you can mail out any letters that haven't been sent yet, and also send a reply to Sirius. He hasn't heard from you for the past few days, and he's getting really worried. 356 Forgiving you is Merlin's mission. Our mission is to send you to see Merlin. In a bar in Spain, a door with a worn wooden sign was suddenly pushed open. Professor Frivy strode out, followed closely by Harley and Fleur. Behind them, the traces of the magic left by apparition had not yet faded. Professor Flitwick originally only planned to bring Harley to the competition, but the two stayed in France for a few more days while passing through. Professor Flitwick needed to obtain a permit to travel to Spain from the French Ministry of Magic, while Harley made a side trip to visit Nicholas Flamel and his wife, as well as the Delacour family. When the two qualified to go to Spain, Fleur, who had just finished his Ultimate Wizard level exam that morning, stuck to them, wanting to go watch the game. I have already graduated, and I plan to work in the potion industry with my dad, specializing in beauty potions. Fleur was talking to Harley with a grin on his face. With my expertise in potions, I'm sure I'll have no trouble selling beauty and skincare potions. Since I'm not in a rush to find a job, I'm definitely going to enjoy this last summer vacation to the fullest. Professor Frivy and Mr. Delacour were acquainted, and he was happy to develop a deeper relationship with such a potions master. Harley naturally had no complaints, and Fleur had traveled to every country in Europe and had legal documents to travel to various European countries for the wizarding world, so he could also act as a tour guide. So the team heading to the International Wizarding Duel competition gained another member. As for Hermione, Harley was quite willing to take her along, but Hermione had only been to France once, and that was through the Muggle Pass. As a wizard, she did not obtain a valid travel permit from the British Ministry of Magic. Even as an audience member, she would face certain difficulties if she wanted to attend such a large-scale international event. Harley herself didn't seem to care, given her numerous instances of disregarding rules and regulations. When collecting materials, which of Wizarding World's visits to various countries was not illegal for Harley? Besides, which country in the world has the capability to bring Harley to justice after she broke the law? This is not boasting, but rather stems from absolute confidence in one's own abilities. However, Hermione still abides by the law, and at least most of the time she is unwilling to break the law. Furthermore, considering that she didn't want to cause Professor Dumbledore any more trouble, Hermione, who had always been a good student, ultimately chose to stay at home obediently. Of course, there was an even more important reason. Hermione originally thought that Harley and Professor Flitwick would go directly to Spain and not pass through France. If she had known that Harley would be going to Paris because of travel permit issues, and that Fleur would eventually be on the trip as well. Let alone violating the laws of the British Ministry of Magic, what are mere laws? I'd even risk violating Hogwarts, school rules. The bar owner clearly remembered Professor Frivy, the former dueling champion. After all, Spain has a large number of bullrings, and wizards can easily borrow venues with a little magic. Therefore, the dueling tournament has always been held in Spain. This duel bar is the largest bar in Spain, has also been responsible for providing accommodation for the once every 5 years international wizarding duel competition. Oh, dear Phileas, it's been so long. A loud voice rang out, and a small mountain suddenly rose from behind the bar's front desk. That was the bar owner, Julian Lopez Escobar, a wizard who had once shown his prowess in dueling tournaments. However, he was not very lucky. At the time, he was only 18 years old and full of vigor. In the semi-finals, he encountered Professor Flitwick, who was a year younger than him and had just come of age. Professor Flitwick was the champion of that year's competition. So the result is obvious. Escobar, who would have been a title contender in previous years, was unfortunately eliminated in the quarterfinals. He could have waited 5 years to compete again and challenge for the championship. However, Escobar believed that it would be meaningless for him to win the championship if Professor Frivy did not participate in the competition. Ultimately, he permanently withdrew from the wizard dueling world and turned his attention to Spain. One of the oldest traditions of Muggle is bullfighting, which he even made a name for himself as a genius bullfighter in the Muggle world. It wasn't until he reached middle age that Escobar completely gave up this thrilling lifestyle and was forced to take over the family business, which ran the entire Spanish, the largest and most famous tavern in wizarding world. As he greeted him, Escobar strode out from behind the bar counter, gave Professor Frivy a big hug, and even deliberately ruffled Professor Frivy's hair. "Hey, my dearest old friend, welcome to Spain. You haven't grown any taller all these years. Thanks for your enthusiasm, but don't force me to beat you up to my height." Professor Frivy wasn't angry, he just smiled and made a joke. After all, the two were rivals and best friends, and have maintained contact over the years. He casually punched the bald old man in front of him, who, despite his age, was still muscular. "You should have received my letter by now, right? I booked 2 rooms. However, I think I need to add an extra room temporarily. The Delacour girl is friends with my student, so she came to watch the game as well." "Of course I received it." Escobar shrugged. "But I'm afraid it's not possible to add a room temporarily. There are so many people participating in this competition that my little bar is already fully booked." "Professor Fleur, I can share a room with Harley," Fleur whispered from behind. "We've shared a room before, it's no problem. Adding an extra bed to the room would be fine." Escobar's gaze swept over Fleur, and a look of amazement instantly appeared on his face. However, he wasn't greatly affected. As an excellent dueling expert, occlumency was also a required course for him. "To be on the safe side, I have prepared quite a few extra supplies. Come on, I'll take you to your room." After settling in completely, Professor Flitwick immediately took Harry to the Spanish Ministry of Magic's registration office to sign up for the International Wizarding Duel Competition. The registration process is quite complicated. After all, the dueling tournament is very dangerous, even for Dark Wizard. Yes, it's Dark Wizard. This tradition also stems from the fact that when dueling tournaments were held in various countries, most of the wizards in those countries were not particularly strong. Even if many countries searched their entire territories, they would find it difficult to gather more than 20 wizards who were willing to participate in such duels and were skilled in combat. This resulted in the Ministry of Magic looking rather unattractive, and tickets were not selling well. Ultimately, the ministries of magic from various countries were remarkably consistent in their decisions on this matter, with almost all high-ranking officials agreeing to relax the registration requirements and allow dark wizards to register for the competition. Anyway, it's not me who's going up to fight, but the money I make from ticket sales and the opening of the market is mine. It's better to kill them than to let these corrupt Ministry of Magic officials make money when they have it. After the cancellation of competitions within these countries, the International Wizarding Duel Competition also followed this tradition. As long as these dark wizards who come to register are not on the wanted lists of the Ministries of Magic in various countries, and guarantee that they will not use the unforgivable charm in the competition, they can participate in the competition. As for what would happen if they didn't keep their promises, the competition venue was surrounded by a large group of elites from all over the world. Moreover, Aur was very strong in the early days of the tournament, at least not as useless as he is now. For them, eliminating dark wizards who don't follow the rules, try to sneak up on others before or after the match, or use unforgivable curses is a piece of cake. At the same time, these Aurs share a common belief regarding the dark wizard: if you don't want to follow the rules, then you don't need to follow them. Merlin will forgive your mistake, and we will send you to see him. Although Aur's quality has declined rapidly, this hasn't stopped them from relying on sheer numbers and continuing to crack down on dark wizards' malicious violations. Despite this, the international wizarding duel competition remains extremely dangerous, with significant injuries and deaths occurring among participants in each edition. For Harley, a minor wizard, to participate in the competition, the process was even more complicated. After undergoing a series of reviews, and with Professor Frivy, a former champion of the International Wizarding Duel competition, as his guarantor, Harley finally managed to qualify for the competition. During the review, the Spanish staff responsible for registration, Wizard's face remained filled with disbelief. It just seems so incongruous that a young girl who is not even 15 years old is participating in a bloody duel tournament. If these officials hadn't all heard of Professor Flitwick to some extent, and hadn't learned that Harley had just won the Triwizard tournament, they would have been in a different situation. Harley successfully left his name and magic mark on an extremely ancient dueling contract that was inscribed with numerous names, proving that all his actions were voluntary. These officials will probably just call Aur directly. Even so, they were still extremely reluctant to register Harley, and a witch kindly reminded Harley of the dangers of the competition several times. They stopped saying anything after seeing Harley's unwavering stance. During the days leading up to the start of the competition, Harley didn't stay idle. Instead, he wandered around with Fleur. During this period, Spain, the wizarding world, is becoming increasingly unstable, with many mysterious wizards dressed in black robes and with their faces completely covered appearing on the streets. Harley and Fleur did not choose to conceal their appearances, so they naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, considering that there were many Aurs patrolling the surrounding streets, and that Harley and Fleur were deliberately toning down their charms, they did not cause any chaos for the time being. Why are there so many dark wizards? Fleur muttered to himself as he passed two more masked wizards. Fortunately, the Spanish Ministry of Magic has borrowed a large number of elite Aurs from various countries during this period and has also increased the frequency of patrols. Otherwise, I can't imagine how chaotic the security would be on Dual Wizard Avenue. What's there to be afraid of? They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Can they even compare to a single scale of dragon in the Triwizard tournament? Harley's gaze quickly swept over a masked wizard leaning against the wall not far away. It's unclear whether the male wizard had some kind of mental problem, but he was staring at Harley and Fleur with an undisguisedly aggressive gaze. When he noticed Harley staring at him, he deliberately stuck out his tongue to lick his lips and made indecent gestures with his hand. "Hey girl, you're so pretty, why don't you come over?" Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly grabbed his own neck and his eyes bulged outwards. 3 seconds later, the wizard fell heavily to the ground, coughing weakly, with black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Harley lowered her hand expressionlessly. "I take back what I said earlier. They're not even chickens or dogs, they're just a bunch of pests that disrupt order." What happened here? 2 Aur patrolmen were drawn over, both nervously gripping their wands. During this period, high-ranking officials of the Spanish Ministry of Magic and members of the International Confederation of Wizards, driven by profit, relaxed restrictions, leading to a large influx of dark wizards into Spain. Wizarding world. Those high-ranking officials naturally made a fortune, but ordinary Aurs suffered greatly. More than 25 fights have occurred in the past few days, resulting in injuries to several Aurs. Almost all Aur are now on edge, fearing they might be ambushed. This time, they were facing Harley and Fleur, and the beauty of the girl was a natural advantage, which made the group of patrolling Aurs, whose skills were only average, lower their guard. If Harley and Fleur were replaced by the dark wizard from before, Petrificus Totalis and Petrificus Totalis would have flown over long ago. Having learned the situation, especially the identities of Harley and Fleur, the Aur's stance was now clear. The fallen wizard was a dark wizard they were closely monitoring, someone with a criminal record, or at least someone in a gray area. The 2 girls here are the top students from Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, 2 prestigious schools. And these 2 Spanish Aur herself graduated from Beauxbatons, so her emotional inclinations are naturally very obvious. Please rest assured, the Spanish Ministry of Magic will act impartially and handle the matter as quickly as possible. The leader, Aur, adjusted his wizard hat and gave a rather gentlemanly bow. "We won't bother you any longer. By the way, Miss Delacour, Please give my regards to Madame Maxime. Thank you, Harley and Fleur replied politely, while Harley glanced at Wizard, who was floating in midair like a dead dog. Harley could smell a hint of blood in the wizard's hands. Clearly, he was no saint either, having at least 2 lives on his hands. Therefore, planting a seed of disease in his lung would pose no psychological barrier for Harley. Harley and Fleur's little mishap is just a microcosm of Spain. With the influx of foreign tourists and dark wizards from all over the world, conflicts have been constantly arising between dark wizards and ordinary wizards, and clashes and fights have frequently broken out among dark wizards. At this point, tensions in Spain were escalating, and many people were in dire need of venting their frustrations. However, the Spanish Ministry of Magic is quite experienced in this area, and the upcoming Bloody Dueling tournament is the perfect outlet for these wizards' frustrations. In this atmosphere of great anticipation, the competition finally began. 357. The battle began, I went in, and got instantly killed. On the day the competition began, the venue was bustling with noise both inside and outside. Many wizards crowded at the entrance of the audience area, and the sounds of national operas from various countries rang out, occasionally accompanied by pushing and shoving. After all, dueling tournaments are not like the Quidditch World Cup, which is inherently bloody. In these days the tense atmosphere at Wizarding World also made the spectators who came to watch the dueling tournament very angry. If those Quidditch thugs from British Wizarding World came here, they'd probably behave like students. However, all this noise had nothing to do with Harley. As the start of the competition approached, Harley arrived alone at the entrance reserved for the competitors near the competition venue. Meanwhile, Professor Fleur and others took another passage and entered the venue to watch the match. As a former dueling tournament champion, he brought his students to participate in the competition again, and the organizers gave him 2 sets of tickets for free. At the entrance to the competition venue, a large number of staff members were waiting there, most of whom were Aurors. Clearly, the authorities are also afraid that the dark wizards might incite unrest. After obtaining the credentials proving his identity as a contestant, Harley quickly followed the signs written in multiple languages and eventually entered the draw hall. The International Wizarding Duel competition consists of 2 parts, the preliminary round and the knockout round. In the preliminary rounds, contestants competed in pairs according to their drawn numbers, with the winners advancing and the losers being eliminated. There will also be some lucky numbers among them. If you draw 1, you can skip the round. However, in the qualifying rounds, each player can only receive 1 bye. If a player receives a second bye, they will need to be redrawn. This is also to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the competition as much as possible, and to prevent anyone from bribing staff to cheat. At the end of the qualifying rounds, there will be 32 players who will advance to the knockout stage. At this point, a final draw will take place, and the players will be divided into 2 halves according to the numbers they draw to compete for the championship trophy. The lottery was held in this hall, which was equipped with many magic tricks to ensure fairness. The hall was very large, with about 3 Hogwarts. The Great Hall is so spacious. The hall was filled with chairs and tables, where many contestants had been waiting for a long time. Nearly half of these contestants were masked and dressed in thick robes, bearing a striking resemblance to the wizards who had suddenly appeared on the streets a few days ago. When Harley walked into the hall, she instantly attracted a lot of attention. After all, it just seems so incongruous for a beautiful girl who looks to be only about 15 years old to participate in a dueling tournament. Moreover, Harley was wearing a tracksuit today, with white boat socks and muggle sneakers, exposing her fair arms and ankles to the air. Her long, black hair was tied into a single ponytail, swaying up and down with Harley's light and graceful steps, stirring her heartstrings. Both the contestants and staff were drawn to Harley's heroic spirit, their eyes following her every move. However, many contestants' pupils shrank instantly when they saw Harley, and they immediately looked away. Some of them had seen the reports about Rita published in newspapers around the world and recognized the girl in front of them as the champion of the recently concluded Triwizard Tournament, who had single-handedly defeated a dragon in the first event. These contestants asked themselves honestly, and felt that they would be basically powerless to fight back when facing dragon in an unexpected situation. So a sense of fear and panic began to rise within them, and they prayed that they would never run into Harley. Several other wizards were onlookers on the street that day. They witnessed Harley firsthand. With a flick of his finger and without chanting any incantations, Wand easily caused a male wizard to vomit blood and collapse to the ground, his fate unknown. Their decisiveness, ruthlessness, and skillful use of the silent spell amazed them and instilled a sense of fear in them. Harley ignored the stares of those around her, sat down at an empty table, and quietly waited for the draw to begin. The Spanish Ministry of Magic clearly has extensive experience in organizing dueling tournaments, and arranged everything very well. Soon it was time for the lottery, and staff members in uniform filed in. After briefly reiterating the rules, the staff quickly organized the contestants to complete the draw. It's clear that a few dark wizards are trying to stir up trouble, such as questioning the order of the draw. However, the aurs around them, who were wearing cloaks and completely covered their bodies, made them hesitate for a moment. When it was 8 o'clock in the evening, the sound of cannons rang out outside. Countless fireworks soared into the sky, bursting with sparks, while being held in place by magic, turning the stadium as bright as day. The draw is over. Now, let's begin the competition. A high-ranking official from the Spanish Ministry of Magic stepped to the highest point of the hall. The qualifying rounds will be divided into 4 groups and will be held simultaneously. Players who drew the same number in the previous draw will compete. I'll emphasize one last time, all spells except the 3 unforgivable curses can be used. Please try not to kill your opponent during the match. Anyone who kills will be given a warning. If the referee determines that it was intentional homicide and there is conclusive evidence, the player will be disqualified and eliminated. However, according to international law, Wizard is not legally liable for killing his opponent. So, considering your safety, there's still a chance to withdraw now. His gaze swept across the hall and lingered on Harley's face for a moment. The high-ranking official's expression showed a moment of surprise, but his excellent political acumen allowed him to quickly regain his composure and clap his hands vigorously. Since no one has voluntarily withdrawn, the 8 contestants who drew numbers 1 to 4, please proceed directly to the arena. The remaining contestants, please proceed to the designated viewing area and wait patiently. When it is your turn to compete, you will be notified by our staff. Harley weighed the number 2 ball in her hand. It seemed she didn't need to wait any longer. In the ring match, the other player who drew ball number 2 had already taken their place. He was a male wizard from Northern Europe, who looked to be at least 30 years old, with short blonde hair that shimmered in the light of the cannon salute. Upon seeing Harley, a hint of caution flashed in his eyes, and he nodded to Harley. "Hello, the mighty wizard from Hogwarts, Miss Harley Potter. You know me." Harley was slightly surprised. "Of course." The wizard nodded. "My name is Poliaco Crete, a graduate of Durmstrang. I've been following the newspapers, so I naturally know you're the champion of the Tri-Wizard tournament." "I see. Good evening, Mr. Crete," Harley replied politely. "To be honest, I don't think I can beat you." A complicated expression appeared on Crete's face. "Putting everything else aside, I definitely couldn't beat Dragon in a one-on-one fight. However, I still want to go all out and see the difference between you and me. Please go easy on me then." Harley nodded slightly, which was taken as agreement. The two took their designated positions, and Harley took a moment to look around the arena. Although today's match is just a preliminary round for the first, the quality of the participants varies, making it difficult to expect any truly exciting matches. However, the stands were still packed, and everyone was waving wands, looking very excited. In the best area, Harley saw Professor Fleur and Fleur. She waved to the 2 men, and Fleur and Professor Flitwick responded to Harley. With a spark streaking across the sky, the duel finally began. The other 3 players on the field seemed to be stunned for a moment before bursting out with sparse magic light. Clearly, these players are all quite evenly matched, or to put it bluntly, it's a battle of idiots. One after another, harmless curses streaked across the sky, such as, grinning and snarling, Apollonti dance, and, stuffing a big stick into front teeth. It's obvious that none of the 6 wizards in the other 3 groups are any real contenders. They're basically the same group that's always been there to make up the numbers in previous competitions. Most of them probably came to participate in this competition with the same idea in mind: as long as I'm not as bad as others, I can advance. The game was much more exciting on the court where Harley was playing. As soon as the match began, Crete immediately and quickly swung the wand. Several crescent-shaped beams of light shot out from the tip of his wand, forming a constantly rotating and cutting light wheel in midair, slashing towards Harley. But this was just the prelude. After releasing the halo, Crete raised his hand and condensed a cloud of black mist at the tip of the wand. The mist trembled in midair, eventually condensing into the shape of an arrow. "Dark arrow!" Crete roared, and wand swung down with all his might, sending a black crossbow bolt piercing the night sky and flying toward Harley. As students of Durmstrang, studying dark arts is a compulsory course for them. Crete, of course, also has his own unique insights into dark arts. The last crossbow bolt is his trump card, an offensive magic weapon. Unfortunately, neither the light wheel nor the crossbow bolts were of any use. Harley lazily waved his wand, and an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in midair. The light wheel and crossbow bolt crashed into the barrier and could not advance any further. In the end, they shattered and turned into pure magic. Are you done? Harley yawned and stretched. Then it's my turn. As she spoke, Harley took a small step forward. Crete's expression suddenly changed, as if he had remembered something terrifying. Protega. Dark Light Guardian. A standard barrier and a dark arts barrier instantly deployed, firmly protecting Crete inside. But all of this was in vain. Harley tapped lightly in midair with his wand, and the two barriers set up by Crete shattered instantly. A Petrificus Totalis followed, striking the wizard before him. Despite Harley's deliberate restraint of her magic, the powerful spell still sent her opponent flying, nearly causing her to slide off the ring. Britain, Harley Potter wins. The referee quickly announced Harley's victory. The referee shuddered when he saw that Harley didn't seem to stop because of his ruling and continued walking towards his opponent. Is Harley Potter going to continue fighting? The referee thought anxiously. What should I do? I can't beat her. After all, he knew the strength of the girl in front of him, and he was also clear about his own capabilities. However, considering that so many spectators were watching him, the referee gritted his teeth and ran forward to separate the two with his body. Harley was taken aback at first, then realized why the referee had made that move. She slowed her pace immediately, putting her hands behind her back as if waiting for something. Seeing that Harley's wand was no longer pointing at his opponent, the referee was slightly relieved and began to break through the Petrificus Totalis on Crete's body. However, an embarrassing scene unfolded. No matter how hard the referee tried, the Petrificus Totalis on Crete could not be successfully removed. Finally, the referee could only look at Harley with a helpless expression. Miss Potter, could you please do me a favor and remove the magic from Crete? Of course. Harley didn't even lift the wand, she just snapped her fingers lightly. The Petrificus Totalis on Crete was instantly removed. A look of awe immediately appeared on the referee's face, and he unconsciously bent his back slightly when facing Harley. 15 seconds later, Crete, with his aching ankle from the fall, picked up the wand and gave himself some first aid. Harley ignored him and spun around in place, smiling and waving to the audience. After leaving the competition venue, Harley walked towards the rest area prepared for the players by the organizers. Along the way, many runners who didn't know Harley before hurriedly made way for her. Having witnessed the previous battle, the arrogance and disdain they had shown when facing a 15-year-old girl were no longer visible in their eyes. Harley chose an empty table and sat down. A menu automatically appeared on the table. During the competition, participants can choose a certain amount of food to replenish their energy. However, if the contestants want to enjoy more food after finishing their allotted portion, that's up to them to do. In addition, considering that the food provided by the organizers was of average taste and mainly aimed to help the athletes recover their strength quickly, no one came over to freeload. A moment later, Crete entered the room, rubbing his aching back. He stopped at the doorway, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Harley, Crete's eyes lit up, and he immediately strode over. Thank you for going easy on me. You're welcome. After all, it's just a competition. Harley put down her cup, looked up, and smiled slightly. Crete was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Miss Potter, can I invite you shopping after the game? The smile vanished from Harley's eyes, replaced by disbelief. Uncle, you're such a person. I'm not even 15 yet. You look at least 30. As she spoke, Harley crossed her arms over her chest, looking somewhat frightened. Crete was stunned, then opened his mouth and let out a cry of grief and indignation. I just turned 18 and graduated from Durmstrang a year ago. 358 hell is your best destination. Honestly, Harley was completely shocked when she heard that Crete was only 18 years old. You're telling me this person looks only 18. You could say they're 38, and Harley would believe you. I'm sorry, Crete, Sr. Harley's face showed a slightly apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I really didn't expect that your appearance style is so mature and composed, just like Crumb's. Yeah, haha, it does look a lot like Crumb. Crete weakly chuckled in agreement. However, his eyes looked somewhat vacant, clearly indicating that he had been quite shocked by Harley's words. Crete didn't linger there any longer and quickly left this place of sorrow along the passage reserved for eliminated players. Harley didn't dwell on the loser, nor did she spend time studying the other contestants on stage. She pulled a notebook out of her pocket and began reading it to herself. Under the organizer's arrangement, the contestants quickly took to the competition field to engage in duels. The winners returned to rest, while the losers, mostly feeling ashamed, left the competition venue without lingering. It was past midnight when the first round of the competition finally came to an end. In order to finish the qualifying rounds in 2 days, and because it is not convenient to hold such a grand event during the day. Therefore, at least 2 rounds of matches will be held on the first night of the qualifying stage. On the second day, the final 32 will be determined based on the number of remaining participants. Harley drew a rather late number this time. Knowing that her appearance might not happen until almost dawn, she simply leaned back in her chair and pretended to doze off. This disappointed some wizards who were confident in their abilities and looks and wanted to strike up a conversation. In this round, Harley's opponent was a tall, thin South American man. He didn't look very old, but his skin was pale and he exuded a strange, dark aura. Dark Wizard. Harley stared at his opponent with interest, thinking that he might be able to warm up his skills a bit in this round. Harley's guess was correct. After the referee came on stage, he reminded Harley according to the rules that the player in front of him had received a warning. This indicates that the player killed his opponent in the previous round, and the referee has not yet found any evidence of intentional homicide. Upon hearing the referee's reminder, the Dark Wizard glanced at the referee with a sinister look, deliberately opened his mouth, and licked his yellowed teeth with his tongue. He was clearly unhappy, feeling that the referee had ruined his good mood of crushing his opponent. However, the Dark Wizard didn't say much, since the referee's reminder was within the rules. Although Dark Wizard was reluctant to follow the rules, the 20-odd Rs from all over the world standing below the stage used their wands to ensure he did. 3, 2, 1, the game begins. Red sparks rose into the night sky, announcing to all the spectators that a brand new duel was about to begin. Many viewers who had been following the match schedule immediately turned their attention here. After all, Harley was the first to appear in the last round and elegantly defeated her opponent. Grow rapidly. Draw blood. The South American wizard threw a handful of seeds forward right at the start of the match. Despite the arena being constructed of solid philosopher's stone, the seeds still managed to quickly integrate into the stone thanks to the Dark Wizard's magic. At the same time, Dark Wizard's face suddenly turned rosy, and then instantly became even paler. A gash appeared on his wrist, and a large amount of blood gushed out, covering the ground. However, no red marks appeared on the ground, the blood disappeared the moment it touched the stone. Harley simply smiled as he looked at his opponent, his hands behind his back, appearing nonchalant. This made the referee somewhat anxious, feeling that this pretty young girl might also end up like the contestant in the previous match, forever trapped in this dueling arena. As Dark Wizard completes the magic, the flat ground suddenly cracks open. Dozens of thick vines shot up from the ground and strangled Harley. The referee instinctively tightened his grip on the wand, but made no other movements. After all, just as the Dark Wizard explained in the previous match, he was simply launching a normal attack, and this attack was not without a way to break it. Who could have imagined that their opponent would be so weak, killed without even the slightest reaction? He was just making a normal attack, it didn't amount to intentionally murdering his opponent. Dark Wizard grinned, his eyes flashing red. He was excited, thrilled that his vines could absorb the blood of such a beautiful girl. A young, beautiful witch, her blood must be brimming with life, right? Dark Wizard couldn't help but lick his lips. Now I can properly nourish my precious ghost vine again. Just as the vines were about to lash out at Harley, gasps of surprise rippled through the audience. But the exclamations abruptly ceased, as all the vines' movements were forcibly stopped. A chill spread from Harley's feet, covering the entire playing field and freezing all the vines. With a snap of the fingers, the vines shattered instantly, turning into fragments scattered on the ground, resembling a piece of performance art. Standing in the middle of this beautiful portrait, Harley gently opened her mouth, her voice cool and clear. Anything else? The Dark Wizard was dumbfounded, never expecting that his trump card magic would instantly turn into fragments. So when Harley asked him a question, he didn't even realize what was happening, and just opened his mouth and said, "Huh. It seems his attack is over." Harley seemed to be talking to himself, yet also to everyone in the arena. Well then, goodbye. The ice covering the ground instantly boiled, radiating magical energy. Dark Wizard didn't even have time to make a move before he was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. I think I've won. Harley turned slightly, lifted her robe slightly, and bowed to the referee. Respected referee, I think you can make your judgment now. The referee was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Although Harley deliberately controlled the ice surface to prevent the cold air from affecting him, his hands and feet were still trembling slightly. Only after Harley reminded him did he come to his senses and hurriedly announce the result of the match. Britain, Harley Potter wins. Miss Harley, please deactivate your magic immediately, or your opponent may be in mortal danger. After announcing the result, the referee looked at Harley and kindly reminded her. If your opponent is not dead yet, but freezes to death because you cancelled a magic too slowly, then you will be warned, or even directly eliminated. Thanks for the reminder, referee, but I'm not as ruthless as my opponent. Harley chuckled and lightly tapped the ground with the toe of her left foot. The ice surface shattered instantly, revealing the color of the floor. Harley's opponent changed from an ice sculpture back into a living person, but his legs buckled and he knelt on the ground. There is no need for such a grand ceremony. When the Knights of the Round Table meet King Arthur, they only need to kneel on one knee. Harley couldn't help but tease, then stopped paying attention to his opponent and waved to the cheers around him, just like he did at the end of the first round. At this moment, a large number of spectators stood up and shouted wildly. Sparks of various colors rose into the sky and quickly exploded, turning the sky into a kaleidoscope of colors. Clearly, Harley's earlier release of ice covering the entire arena ignited everyone's enthusiasm, making everyone go wild. Sugister, you have lost. At this point, only the referee was still paying attention to the loser on the field. He cautiously stood near the Dark Wizard, offering the wizard a reminder with a hint of disgust but still dutifully. However, Sugister seemed not to hear him. He remained kneeling on the spot with bloodshot eyes, his left hand clenched into a fist and his right hand gripping one tightly. My vampire vine, the vampire vine I nurtured for so long, gone, all gone. He seemed possessed, frantically pounding the ground with his fists. My life has lost its meaning, I may never have the chance to cultivate so many vampire vines again. Clearly, while Sugarst may not have been exceptionally gifted in dark arts research, he was remarkably persistent. The referee did not intervene directly. After all, he had been a referee for several terms and had seen many defeated players looking dejected. However, after waiting for a minute, considering that there was still a match to go, the referee moved closer to Suglet and shouted a louder reminder. Mr. Suglet, the match is over. Please leave the field immediately so as not to affect the next match. But Suglet still ignored him, and his voice began to turn cruel. She deserves to die, she ruined my dream, kill her. Before the referee could react, Suglet suddenly raised the wand and pointed it at Harley, Splitter. A jet black beam of light shot towards Harley's back in an instant. Harley had just finished responding to the enthusiastic audience and was about to leave the competition area, so he happened to be facing away from his opponent. The referees and spectators all witnessed this, but the spell was cast so quickly that they didn't even have time to gasp. It looks like Harley is probably going to have her heart pierced by this piercing spell. However, nothing happened. A smooth mirror suddenly appeared on Harley's back. The black spell was swallowed up by the mirror, then flew out of the mirror and towards Suglet. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly rang out as the dark arts, personally unleashed by Suglet, pierced through his right arm, the one holding the wand. There was a circular hole that appeared out of nowhere, running from front to back, through which one could see directly onto the field below. Blood was gushing out as if it were free, soaking the earth. This time, there were no plant seeds modified by dark arts to absorb the blood. Harley Potter. Watch out. Harley successfully defended against the opponent's sneak attacks before the referee's warning was issued. However, looking at the scene on the field, he realized that his reminder might not be of any use. Thanks for reminding me. Harley turned and nodded to the referee, pointing to his opponent on the ground. I think you need to stop the bleeding. If he doesn't receive treatment, he could very well die from blood loss. By the way, his spell was reflected by my magic, which caused this serious injury. If he dies, it shouldn't be my fault, right? At this moment, Suglet's life force was rapidly waning, and he was on the verge of death. After all, the dark arts he was researching required blood to sustain them. Although Suglet himself was not a good person, he would not completely use his own blood to nourish these seeds. However, he still needs to bleed himself when using these vampire vines in battle. This resulted in Suglet's physical condition remaining very poor despite his constant use of potions. Oh, right, that's right, I almost forgot about him. The referee then realized, if he dies, you certainly won't be held responsible. After all, it was all his own fault, and you were just acting in self-defense. Medical team. Where are the medical team members? There's someone here who needs treatment. Several from Spain. The healer from Magic Hospital quickly grabbed his toolbox and ran onto the field, then knelt down next to Suglet to treat his wounds. Although no one likes this dark wizard, and it's clear he's suspicious and seems to have taken many lives, no one has any evidence. Since he was able to successfully register for the competition and is now a contestant, these therapists have an obligation to treat his wounds. However, an embarrassing scene unfolded. Despite the various spells and potions poured down, the wound failed to heal. "Let me do it," Harley, who had been watching from the sidelines, said, seemingly offering her help. The wound on his hand is a variant of the dark arts, a penetrating spell. Neither regular healing spells nor healing potions will work. As she spoke, Harley deftly extended her wand and pointed at the circular wound from a distance. A flash of red light appeared, and the blood that was still flowing out quickly stopped. At the same time, bones, muscles, and skin grew rapidly, filling the gaps in the wound. The referees and therapists watching nearby couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They had originally intended to stop Harley and remind him that everyone has their own area of expertise, but they never expected that Suglet's hand wound would heal so quickly. This made the onlookers marvel at Harley's superb magic skills, and also at Harley's noble character in still being willing to heal his opponent despite being the one who was ambushed. "Thank you so much, Miss Potter." The lead healer thanked Harley repeatedly. "Thank you for your kindness. It's nothing. Although he's not a good person, I don't think I need to bother with such social scum." Harley responded with a smile, and then quickly left the arena. The therapists then lifted the still unconscious Suglet and quickly left the area. They have wasted a lot of time, hindering the next game. No wonder he's the champion of the Triwizard tournament. One of the therapists exclaimed as Suglet was being carried, and the others nodded in agreement. When Bobatons lost the Triwizard tournament championship, they were still indignant for their alma mater. But now, that feeling has completely disappeared, leaving only respect for the rightful champion. Of course, none of these people noticed that Suglet, who was still unconscious, groaned, the bloodshot in his tightly closed eyes completely disappeared, and his fingers trembled slightly. Harley wasn't using normal healing techniques, but rather the dark arts that the demoness of Unaging would use in desperate situations when fighting other extraordinary beings. This dark arts will forcibly stimulate vitality and rapidly heal injuries in a short period of time. However, the trade-off is that the lifespan of the injured will be shortened to some extent. This shortening is negligible for the demoness of Unaging, but for the already physically weak dark wizard, it could probably cost him his life at any moment. The demoness of catastrophe has already spared your life, yet you still dare to ambush the witch. Then hell is your best destination. The other authors under my editor's supervision seem to use Harley instead of Harry in their books. The name is quite appealing, especially since it's a male author named Vila, hehe. However, the author has been busy lately and hasn't read the books, so I don't know about the quality. 359 Ludo, poor and deserving of it. After finishing the match, Harry didn't linger and left the arena immediately. Anyway, according to the rules, there are no more matches today, and the draw for the next round of matches will have to wait until tomorrow night. The second day of the competition passed quickly, and Harley did not encounter any more noteworthy opponents. The contestants were all weak and were basically beaten off the stage by Harley as soon as they stepped onto the stage. This has led to Harley gaining more and more attention and popularity among viewers. Through tonight's rounds of elimination matches, all the wizards who managed to get in because they were no match for their opponents in the first two rounds have been eliminated. The competition has finally officially entered the highly anticipated knockout stage. Next, you will compete for the championship over the next 5 days. The head of the Duel Tournament Special Office of the International Affairs Division of the Spanish Ministry of Magic attended the final draw ceremony for this year's Duel Tournament. The two halves of the competition have been divided, and the process is very clear, just as we announced before the competition. I believe everyone witnessed the entire lottery process, and I trust the International Confederation of Wizards to be fair, just, and transparent. Tomorrow will be a day of rest for everyone. The day after tomorrow, the competition to advance from the top 32 to the top 16 will officially begin. I wish you all the best in your endeavors, and I thank you all for your support of the Spanish Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards. Harley weighed the number 1 ball in his hand, quickly scanned his opponents, and couldn't help but shake his head. She didn't believe that the organizers hadn't rigged the draw. After all, several dueling prodigies from Spain and powerful dark wizards from all over the world were placed in different halves of the bracket. They won't meet until the quarterfinals. It's clear that the Spanish Ministry of Magic wants to avoid strong opponents clashing early on, saving the most exciting matches for the very end. Harley glanced at his opponent, the Spanish youth who had drawn the number 2 ball and performed well in the next day's match, and a smile crept onto his lips. It seems to have been looked down upon. But who exactly is that stepping stone? On her day off, Harley didn't want to stay cooped up in her room preparing, so she decided to go shopping at Gringotts with Fleur. When the competition entered the knockout stage, Spain Gringotts immediately launched various gambling businesses. Harley decided to check her odds and consider whether she needed to earn some pocket money to have some fun. Tisk tisk tisk, the goblin guys really look down on you. Fleur couldn't help but sigh when he saw the odds. Your odds of winning the championship are 33 to 1. These goblin guys are really bold. This has nothing to do with goblin. Harley shook his head. The goblins are very shrewd. I think they initially gave low odds to all the players, but so many people were betting on other players that artificially inflated my odds. But that's normal, after all, this is Spain, and it seems that 5 Spanish players have made it into the top 32. These people will definitely support their own people, and you look so young. Although you performed amazingly earlier, you don't have the advantage. Fleur chimed in, that's true, after all, Spain is a nation of duels. Their muggle is all about bullfighting, and Wizard especially loves fighting all sorts of magical creatures. He's the most enthusiastic about dueling. Enthusiasm is useless if you can't win. Harley stroked a black gemstone ring on her finger. I will definitely be the champion in the end. Then I'll wait and see. Fleur smiled and pulled a bag out of his pocket. I'll give you a little support, I'll bet 5,000 galleons. Harley, you really have to do your best. This is all the galleons I earned from selling potions through my dad's connections while I was in school. I'm betting everything on it. The two chatted as they walked toward the betting window set up by Gringotts. Harley suddenly noticed something, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she locked onto a figure peeking out from the crowd. A seed silently slipped to the ground and disappeared along the cracks in the bluestone path. Harley continued chatting with Fleur as if nothing had happened. In a narrow alley, the entrance was covered with magic. A chubby wizard didn't seem to mind the dirty ground and just sat down on it. Beside him was a shrunken sack, and in front of him was a small pile of galleons. 67, 68, 69. Are there only 69 galleons left? Wizard muttered to himself, his face full of worry, as he swept all the galleons into the bag. Silver Syke and Copper Nat can't be touched. After all, I still need to eat these few days. 69. Even if you bet on every single one and guess the final winner, you won't make much money. Fat Wizard pounded his head twice, looking somewhat frantic. Suddenly, a small crack appeared in the ground in front of him, and a seedling quickly grew out. In an instant, a flower bloomed on the seedling, and the flower sprouted a wand. A green light flashed, and wand transformed into Harley's clone. Good afternoon, dear Mr. Ludo Bagman, Director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Harley greeted him warmly. What are you doing here? The Ministry of Magic has been so busy lately. And this place doesn't suit your status. Ludo was startled when Harley appeared. He seemed stunned by Harley's bizarre appearance and didn't even think of fighting back. Instead, he used both hands and feet to retreat repeatedly. Even with his back against the wall, Ludo kept pushing off the ground with his feet, trying to get as far away from the monster as possible. You, who are you? I warn you, don't come any closer. Don't try to intimidate me by pretending to be Harley Potter. Hey, Mr. Ludo, you didn't recognize me. Harley hugged her knees and squatted down. I am Harley. Although my entrance was a little shocking, that doesn't mean I'm not myself. You really are Harley. Harley Potter from Hogwarts, the latest Triwizard Tournament champion. Ludo, still shaken, couldn't help but repeatedly confirm. Of course it's me, no doubt about it. Harley casually mentioned 2 instances during the Britain World Cup where Ludo went out for drinks with Sirius, thus proving his identity. Then she stared with interest at Ludo, and at the bag he was holding, which he refused to let go of even as he backed away. You haven't answered my question yet, dear Mr. Ludo. You are the director of the British Ministry of Magic, a high-ranking official among high-ranking officials. How could you appear in this alley that is so out of place for someone of your status at a time when the British Ministry of Magic is in such a busy period? This. Ludo stammered for a long time, looking troubled. His expression suddenly hardened, and he abruptly pulled out the wand. Stupefy. The red light flew towards Harley, but was inexplicably swallowed up by a mirror that appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the seedling that had blossomed had transformed into a devil's net, which, under Harley's magical manipulation, tightly bound Ludo. Mr. Ludo, how could you attack me? Harley's face was full of sorrow, as if she were extremely heartbroken. I trusted you so much, and you had such a good relationship with my godfather, yet you still tried to ambush me. Where's the most basic trust between people? You almost scared me to death. But Ludo didn't believe Harley's nonsense, nor did he believe that he had frightened the girl in front of him. He looked at the devil's net that bound him tightly, then at the wand that was now hanging in midair, and a pleading expression appeared on his face. Miss Potter, no, Harley, I was wrong, I shouldn't have hit you. Please forgive me, I just don't want anyone to find out that I've come to Spain. Please forgive me, I forgive you. The look of fear on Harley's face vanished quickly, replaced by a hint of amusement. It's not impossible, but you have to tell me why you came here, and why you did it so secretly. As she spoke, the vines wove a deck chair behind Harley. Harley leaned back slightly, intending to use the toe of her sneaker to lift Ludo's chin. But seeing the layers of fat on Ludo's chin, Harley quickly dismissed the idea. With a pained expression, Ludo finally chose to tell the truth. You said you owed a whopping 150,000 galleons after the World Cup. Harley asked curiously. Yes, I was the bookmaker at the time, and I didn't calculate the odds properly, so I lost a lot of money. Ludo looked frustrated. More importantly, I bet on Ireland to win by a large margin with Goblin. In the end, the score difference was only 10 points, so I owed Galleon 130,000 just from Goblin. That's really tragic. Harley's face showed sympathy. Although Harley has long since undergone a complete meta-evolution, becoming Harley Rich Potter with a bright future, she has been penniless for centuries. Only those who have experienced such poverty and destitution can understand it. Fortunately, no one knows about these things. Ludo's face showed relief. The goblins didn't report this to the newspapers, and at the time I was using the goblins' fake gold coins to pay off other people's debts. They either didn't notice or they did but didn't tell the newspapers. So when I got to the Triwizard tournament, I made another bet with the goblins, betting a lot of money on you. I bet you can create a large score difference with other competitors in the first two events, and that you will be the first to win the Triwizard tournament trophy in the third event. But those goblins were unreasonable. They thought the score difference between you and Fleur wasn't big enough, and the Ministry of Magic's replay didn't show you lifting the trophy, so I didn't win the bet. And I clearly signed the Magic Treaty, but the Magic Treaty itself ruled that I failed. So, with no other options, I had to ask the Ministry of Magic for leave and pretend to be sick to come to Spain, hoping to make a final stand through this dueling tournament. If I win the gamble, I won't have to give up my position as director, I can continue to be a high-ranking official. As for losing, I can run away, go to a Muggle village in Australia, and live out the rest of my life in peace. After listening, Harley rubbed her temples. She didn't even need to look at the contract to know that Ludo had definitely been tricked by the goblins. The contract must have had a special design, meaning that the contract was only valid if a specific goblin witnessed Harley lifting the trophy. As long as that goblin stayed in Gringotts, even without all these unexpected events, Ludo would have been cheated out of every galleon if he had personally lifted the trophy. As for Ludo still wanting to escape, the tracking magic in the contract will surely let Ludo know what it means to be hunted to the ends of the earth. With Ludo's level of magic and knowledge, he thinks he can compete with the likes of Goblin. He'd be more likely to just smash his head against a wall. It's really tragic, and I think there's nothing I can do to help. Wait a minute. Harley suddenly remembered something. You took leave from the Ministry of Magic, you didn't resign, and you didn't leave without saying goodbye, right? Yes. Ludo nodded repeatedly. On the one hand, I don't want to give up this position. On the other hand, if I lose the bet, taking leave to open the Ministry of Magic might delay the goblins from noticing my disappearance, thus giving me more time to escape. With the Ministry of Magic so busy right now, will Fudge approve your leave? Harley pressed further. Of course, we have a very good relationship. Ludo proudly raised his head. I see. I've asked all the questions I wanted to ask. Before he could finish speaking, Ludo suddenly noticed that Harley was wearing a pair of glasses. His expression momentarily became dazed, and he suddenly felt that his consciousness was in a hazy state, as if he were floating in white mist, unable to touch the ground. A voice seemed to come from beyond the heavens. I'll ask you again, why did Fudge grant you the leave slip? We're best friends on the surface, seemingly close, but he's definitely secretly laughing at me for being an idiot. Just as Harley had predicted, Ludo gave a different answer, his face full of sarcasm. But he didn't know that in my eyes he was the fool who was deceived by my appearance. I always acted like I was naive, careless, and not very bright, and I always obeyed him. Recently, I even cooperated with him to suppress Old Crouch during the Quidditch World Cup and Triwizard tournament. So Fudge naturally regarded me as a member of his faction, and the kind of member who couldn't be entrusted with important matters but was still useful. Although he would definitely not mind giving me leave if I wanted to ask for a leave slip. Harley nodded, and the way she looked at Ludo changed. Who would have thought that this seemingly simple-minded wizard would actually be so cunning? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Furthermore, given Ludo's relationship with Fudge, a plan was slowly taking shape in Harley's mind. Besides Rita, perhaps I can gain a second spy. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 360 Hurricane Scattered Fire Bull, Blizzard Covered Fiendfire. Although Harley had a vague idea in mind, she still needed to confirm some information before she could begin planning. With the help of his extraordinary abilities, Harley confirmed once again whether what Ludo had said earlier was true. It's clear that Ludo really wanted to save his life. Aside from his final relationship with Fudge, Ludo didn't tell a single lie. This made Harley even more satisfied. When hiring secret agents, we're not worried about your abilities, we're worried about your attitude and loyalty. After completing the verification, Harley casually took off her glasses and simultaneously deactivated the magic on Ludo. Ludo's expression was momentarily dazed, then his eyes gradually cleared. To have a deterrent effect, Harley did not erase his memories of being affected by the spectator pathway's abilities. So Ludo slowly remembered what he had said earlier. As his memories returned, terror gradually surfaced in his eyes. I had no idea what was happening, and I was inexplicably controlled by this smiling witch in front of me. Although he had expected it, Ludo still felt extremely uneasy when he fully realized that the other party could take his life at any moment. But a strange sense of relief suddenly welled up in his heart, a relief that he hadn't told too many lies. If he had chosen to fabricate a story back then, it's hard to say whether he would have regained consciousness now. I'm glad to see you didn't lie to me. Harley stood up, her voice unusually kind. But in Ludo's eyes, the girl in front of him was like a devil. Dear Mr. Ludo, I'd like to ask you for a favor, is that alright? What is it? Just tell me what it is, and I'll be happy to do it for you. Ludo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, his voice filled with respect and obedience. Oh, nothing particularly important. Harley snapped her fingers with a smile, releasing the demonic net binding Ludo. I just want you to be a secret agent, to return to the Ministry of Magic, and to report to me regularly on the Ministry of Magic's policies and Fudge's actions. Ludo's smile froze instantly, and he remained silent for a long time. After a brief chat, Ludo finally agreed to Harley's request and obediently became a secret agent. I had to do it, so I installed Harley's special witch pathway tag on him. Ludo, who was once accused by the Ministry of Magic of being a suspected Death Eater, is certainly very familiar with Dark Mark and knows a great deal about it. He understood the horror of this thing even better than some Death Eaters who joined the ranks but were merely fringe cannon fodder and didn't qualify for the Dark Mark. After all, he had unknowingly been passing messages for so long for the Death Eater spy hidden in the Ministry of Magic. Given the recent major events, Ludo, as the director, naturally knows more about them than many others. He witnessed the dark marks on several corpses with his own eyes, and the long-buried memories in his mind were quickly awakened. Simply put, the Dark Mark is a powerful tool for Death Eaters to summon others. Death Eaters can use the Dark Mark to summon you-know-who and pass on messages, but they can also have their location determined by you-know-who. And now a witch's mark has appeared in that sensitive spot on my left arm. Although Ludo didn't recognize the complex symbol, he still figured something out. Unfortunately, he dared not say anything, or even think any further, for fear that Harley would read his thoughts. What comforted Ludo was that, at least after installing this mark, he felt like he had someone to rely on. He also completely believed what Dumbledore said, that Lord Voldemort had been resurrected, and that Harley could stand against Lord Voldemort. Having such a powerful backer, upon closer reflection, isn't entirely unacceptable. More importantly, Harley agreed to lend him 50,000 galleons to bet on her winning the championship, thus helping him solve his debt problems. This way, he could keep his official position, and perhaps even advance further after Lord Voldemort's complete downfall. Harley nodded in satisfaction as she watched Ludo leave the alley with the bag containing galleon and a bitter smile on his face. Hopefully, this chess piece will bring me more surprises. It's time to make preparations. Let Rita start working on the article, Harley thought to herself, gently stroking her palm. A mark appeared in her palm, and an invisible wave traveled out through the spirit world. After delivering the message, Harley was about to leave when anger suddenly flashed across her face. Idiot! She nearly lost all composure and burst into a tirade upon sensing the message from the mark. Someone with questionable identity and so much debt at Goblin dared to place a bet of 50,000 at Goblin all at once, just by wearing a mask. Is he really brainless? Doesn't he know to use multiple identities and bet a small amount of money each time? A green light enveloped Harley, and she vanished from her spot in an instant. Harley needs to keep an eye on Ludo, that idiot, to prevent him from making another foolish mistake. In a sense, this is really a terrible teammate. Time flies, and the knockout stage has begun. The contestants' rest area was practically empty tonight, with only the 32 contestants remaining. The staff quickly repeated the competition rules. Contestants numbered 1 to 16 were in one half of the draw, and contestants numbered 17 to 32 were in the other half. Taking the upper half of the bracket as an example, players 1 and 2 will face off in pairs, and players 3 and 4 will face off in pairs. The winners of these two pairs will then face off in a final match. Harley, who drew ball number 1, naturally became the first player in the upper half of the bracket to compete. Her opponent, a dark-haired wizard who performed well in the qualifying rounds, has already entered the arena. He was waving to the crowd, and a loud cheer erupted from the stands. When Harley appeared, cheers erupted around her, but they were much quieter than those for her. Clearly, in this Spanish territory, Harley's popularity is far less than that of her opponent. Harley, however, seemed completely unconcerned. Anyway, after tonight, most of your popularity will become my anchor. The referees have entered the arena, and the oars are surrounding the arena. Together they held up the wand, and a large magic shield slowly rose up. As the knockout stage begins, the battles will become even more intense, and the organizers will naturally place greater emphasis on the safety of the audience. When the referee reminded the athlete to refocus on the competition, the Spanish athlete, who seemed to have already secured the championship, Wizard Axe finally snapped out of his daze. He looked at Harley casually, his eyes filled with provocation, and he even put his 5 fingers together in a winnowing pattern, pointing his fingertips forward in a defiant manner, as if he didn't take the girl in front of him seriously at all. However, Harley could clearly read a hint of caution in his eyes, and it was obvious that this arrogant appearance was just a disguise. His actions were likely intended to exploit Harley's youth and recklessness as an underage wizard, thereby provoking her and making her lose her temper. Seeing Harley's calm expression, Axe was not disappointed. After all, these off-field tactics are just a bonus for him. It's best if they work, but it's not a big deal if they don't. As soon as the referee announced the start of the duel, Axe immediately displayed his strength. His silent incantation was exceptional. With a mere wave of his hand, 2 beams of red light appeared one after the other. Moreover, he had clearly studied Harley, so he wasn't surprised when his spell hit the invisible barrier in front of Harley. These 2 beams of red light were clearly not meant to break through the defense, but rather to disrupt the opponent. A large cloud of white smoke instantly enveloped Harley, obscuring her vision. From the audience's perspective, Akex is running at full speed, firing spells from different directions, probing the weaknesses in Harley's defenses. In the second round, Dark Wizard once hit the same spot in front of Harley with 3 explosive curses, but it did not budge the defense in the slightest. Axe knew he couldn't surpass the Dark Wizard in breaching defenses, so he could only try his best to find Harley from all directions. This is the weakness of magic. Professor Flitwick in the stands nodded in agreement. Despite his clear stance, he had to admit that this Axe was an absolutely promising talent. It's a pity, he clearly had the qualifications to compete for the runner-up, but now he can only stop here. A sudden gust of wind appeared on the field, and the smoke instantly dissipated. Surrounded by the raging wind, Harley looked grim. You're hiding me in smoke. Are you trying to prevent the audience from enjoying my amazing performance and affecting my anchor conversion rate? Damn it. Axe's run came to an abrupt halt. The howling wind rendered him immobile. After several unsuccessful attempts, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes, and he strained to point to the sky. Devil's fire. Axe opened his mouth with difficulty and roared, as jet black flames erupted forth. Fiendfire seemed to gain sentience, instantly transforming into a fire bull and charging towards Harley amidst the hurricane. Many spectators in the stands were cheering. Although they couldn't understand what kind of magic the two sides were using, it didn't stop them from being delighted by the exaggerated performance. However, there are always some discerning people in the audience who can see the magic on the field. It's Fiendfire. Danger! Someone screamed, their voice filled with panic. Harley's powerful weather charm was already astonishing, but Axe's Fiendfire curse was even more terrifying. Especially since this is the European continent, Fiendfire will remind many older people of the terrifying Dark Lord who once roamed Europe. Even the aurors in the audience realized something was wrong, and Professor Flitwick on stage was ready to make a move at any moment. After all, a half-baked Fiendfire curse used by a young wizard might be even more destructive than a Fiendfire curse controlled by someone else, and expecting Auror to solve the problem of Fiendfire is simply a pipe dream. Furthermore, weather charm alone seems incapable of cracking Fiendfire curse. Unfortunately, the understanding of all the wizards present, including Professor Frivy, was once again overturned. Natural disaster, hurricane. Harley's face was expressionless, and wand casually drew a circle. The howling wind instantly surged, and the originally colorless and formless gale even faintly carried a hint of blue. The Fiendfire fire bull had only traveled halfway when it was blown apart by the hurricane. The black flames, exuding an evil aura, scattered in the hurricane. Nearly half of them were extinguished, but many others stubbornly survived. One of the fiendfire wisps touched the magic shield built by the Rs, and immediately, as if a seed had found suitable soil, it took root and sprouted. It devoured the rich magical power, and continued to split and grow stronger. The Rs below the stage suddenly changed their expressions and vigorously waved their wands, trying to extinguish the flames on the magic passports. Unfortunately, their magic skills were clearly lacking. Despite their faces turning red, they still couldn't accomplish anything. Natural disaster, blizzard. Harley took a step forward, and although there were no dark clouds in the sky, it instantly gave people a feeling that a storm was brewing. One of the little wizards, brought by his parents, stretched out his hand and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Mommy, it's snowing." Before we knew it, the entire stadium was covered in snow. With a crisp, crack, sound, the magic defense painstakingly constructed by the Ors, which now covered a third of Fiendfire's area, shattered instantly. The rampant Fiendfire was swallowed up by Blizzard, disappearing without a trace without even making a ripple. Axe has realized his mistake and recklessness and is doing everything he can to deactivate Fiendfire and prevent this out-of-control dark arts from causing an even greater disaster. But now, he stopped all movement, not even noticing that the wand in his hand had fallen to the ground. There was doubt in his eyes, wondering why he had been so confident that he could win. The referee, standing to the side, swallowed hard, glanced at Axe, and then turned to look at the high-ranking officials from the Spanish Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards behind him. Although the competition itself was supposed to be fair and impartial, the referees knew that the Spanish officials sitting on the stage wanted to promote Axel this time. Without receiving any feedback, the referee finally raised his hand impartially and announced the result of the duel. Britain, Harley Potter wins. Harley gently waved the wand, and the blizzard stopped. However, the stadium was covered in snowflakes in such a short time, turning completely silvery white. After hearing the explanation, the audience was initially in a state of panic and wanted to escape. But they have now quieted down. After a brief period of deathly silence, cheers suddenly erupted. The reporters and photographers waiting in the athletes' rest area were even more excited, and they ran towards the competition venue without waiting for the athletes to return. Faced with such big news and such a shocking scene, which reporter could sit still? A promotion and a raise are just around the corner. Even the minister of the Spanish Ministry of Magic would have to step aside. Axe picked up the wand, looked at the cheering crowd and the reporters below, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Those crowds had cheered for themselves, and many reporters had made prior arrangements with the Spanish Ministry of Magic to cover their victory. Unfortunately, everything is gone. Axe's gaze shifted to the girl who was waving and walking off the stage. He sighed, admitting defeat wholeheartedly this time, and even feeling a bit of admiration for the much younger girl opposite him. I wonder if Harley Potter from Britain would be willing to take a walk with me after the game and have a cup of coffee together. P.S. Not all Death Eaters can obtain the Dark Mark, those responsible for capturing Muggles in Part 7. The Death Eater of Little Wizards failed to obtain the Dark Mark and was therefore ineligible to summon Lord Voldemort. Only the core of Lord Voldemort's inner circle receives this highest honor. 361 almost met Merlin's fudge early. News of the duel spread throughout Europe in an instant and had a tremendous impact. Although Harley had previously used Weather Charm extensively in his first project at Triwizard Tournament, and even partially recreated the legendary Great Flood. However, the Triwizard Tournament is, after all, a competition between 6 universities. Among the 11 officially recognized magic schools worldwide, the number of participating schools is only slightly more than half. Furthermore, reporters were not allowed to enter the school for interviews or filming, and adult wizards could not attend the games in person. The only ones who actually witnessed it were the students. Therefore, the newspaper's promotion of Triwizard Tournament was not as strong as one might imagine. Although Rita tried her best to write the report, she was ultimately just one person. However, the International Wizarding Duel competition is different. Wizards from any corner of the world can participate, so newspapers in almost every country spontaneously send reporters to participate. During the qualifying rounds, only journalists from Spain and a few nearby European countries gained access to the competition through their good relationships with the officials. Coupled with the uneven quality of the matches, there was not much valuable news. However, after entering the knockout stage, so many seats became available in the players' rest area that many newspapers that hadn't managed to get tickets were finally able to get their reporters into the stadium. Harley's match was the first of the knockout stages, so it naturally received the most attention. Thus, thanks to the efforts of numerous journalists and photographers, as well as word of mouth from the audience, the grand spectacle created by Harley spread rapidly. Almost every newspaper's headline featured the spectacular first round of the knockout stage, highlighting Harley's use of the weather charm in the snow-covered arena. This includes newspapers such as the British Wizarding World. Although Fudge has recently disliked Harley and Dumbledore and tries to smear them in the newspapers every day, it doesn't stop the newspapers from reporting on Harley to their heart's content. For example, the Daily Prophet, the largest organization in the British Wizarding World, does have a good relationship with the British Ministry of Magic. However, this newspaper is not like the news companies in Muggle, and it receives government funding. The British Ministry of Magic only provides them with galleons when needed, otherwise they don't give them a single penny, leaving the Prophet's newspaper to bear all the profits and losses. The Prophet's newspaper isn't seriously ill, so why would it be a loyal dog of the British Ministry of Magic? Making money is their top priority. Offending the Ministry of Magic. So what if you offended it? Do you really think you have no backing within the Ministry of Magic? Which of those larger newspapers doesn't have one or more neutral pure-blood families standing behind it? Thanks to the efforts of various newspapers, Harley's fame spread even as far away as Wizarding World in Australia and Wizarding World in Latin America. While Harley was still resting in the hotel, she felt the number of her anchors increasing wildly every moment. It's no wonder that the wizard, which has the highest proportion of spectator pathway extraordinary traits in its body, provides anchors of the same high quality as those of spectator pathway extraordinary beings. However, Harley's success has made some people unhappy. What's going on? Fudge roared at his trusted lieutenant, Umbridge, early in the morning at the Ministry of Magic. Why were all the newspapers praising Potter so enthusiastically yesterday? Foreign newspapers are one thing, we can't control them, but those British newspapers. Didn't the Ministry of Magic provide them with galleon to smear Dumbledore and Potter? They were praising Potter when I didn't offer galleon, and they're still praising Potter after I offered galleon. Then wouldn't I have provided this galleon for nothing? How dare they take the money and not do the job? Umbridge kept her head down as much as possible, not daring to say anything even though her face was covered in spittle, though she was secretly cursing in her heart. You, Minister for Magic, approved 100,000 galleon for media expenses, and only managed to raise that amount by selling the Ministry of Magic cafeteria's operating rights for the next 20 years to the Pure Blood family. In the end, you only gave me 50,000, and I still have to go to the specialist to handle things. Everyone needs to make money. It's hard to say whether the newspapers will even split the 10,000 galleons in the end. Did they really think they're your dogs? However, Umbridge dared not say these things. He could only join Fudge in denouncing the various newspapers when Fudge's anger subsided. After a fit of impotent rage, Fudge asked furiously, "Did they approve the proposal I put forward yesterday?" Yesterday, Fudge was trying to push the Ministry of Magic to enact new laws, hoping to convict Dumbledore and Harley so that he would have a reason to imprison them in Azkaban. At the same time, Fudge also fantasizes about abolishing the term system for Minister for Magic and making the position a lifetime appointment, so that his status will not always be coveted by others. That's why he only discovered the newspaper report this morning when he had some free time. "Excuse me, Minister." Umbridge carefully took out a document. "All your proposals have been rejected, even your supporters, the Pure Blood family, have voted against them." "What? All the votes were against me? Including those who supported me?" Fudge's face instantly showed an expression of disbelief. "Why? Did they explain their reasons?" "The stated reason is that they feel these laws are inappropriate and would disrupt the order of the Ministry of Magic." Umbridge's voice is getting quieter and quieter. "But Mr. Malfoy privately reminded you that if you try to use the newly enacted law to judge past actions, you will anger all the Pure Blood family members who support you. Your actions in pushing to cancel the minister's re-election are also seen by the Pure Blood family as a plunder of their interests. That's why the Wizengamot governing body is so unified in its opinion, regardless of whether they are mixed race or pure blood. Wizard, they all voted against you." Upon hearing this, Fudge's vision went black, and he slumped into his chair, taking a long time to recover. "Then cancel these proposals. We absolutely cannot offend pure blood," he said listlessly, deciding not to think about these troublesome matters for the rest of the day. Just then, an owl flew into the minister's office, delivering today's The Daily Prophet. Fudge thought it would be a good opportunity to read the newspaper and change his mood, so he picked up today's news. He glanced at the first page of the newspaper and found that the picture showed a gloomy cemetery. Good, no Potter today, FK. Suddenly, a crucible appeared in the image, from which a thin figure was slowly crawling out, and the key parts were blurred out. Moreover, that figure had appeared in public many times more than a decade ago, so older wizards would not be unfamiliar with it. That figure was Lord Voldemort. Fudge was so frightened that he threw the newspaper he was holding onto the table, as if the thin newspaper contained some terrifying demon. Umbridge, who was standing nearby, was quite curious. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the face that occupied the entire frame. Suddenly, another piercing scream echoed from the minister's office. After nearly 10 minutes of fear, Fudge finally managed to calm himself down. He controlled his trembling hands as he picked up the newspaper and began to try to read its contents. But what first caught his eye was the last thing he wanted to see. #the father's bones, the enemy's blood, the servant's flesh, the resurrection of you-know-who, who's lying. Author, Rita Skeeter. Photographer, Rita Skeeter. This material was witnessed by the author and accompanied by detailed evidence. All content is true and accurate. Even though he hadn't read the content yet, Fudge felt a sharp pain in his chest just from seeing the title. He instantly lost consciousness, his obese body lunged forward, slamming heavily onto the table before sliding to the floor. The ink bottle on the edge of the table fell and hit him hard on the head, knocking Fudge unconscious. Minister! Minister! Umbridge cried out in despair, rushing frantically towards the door. Help! Something's happened to the minister. Now only she and the minister are in this room, which is shrouded in magic. If the minister dies, her political career is over. Whether the minister lives or dies is not important, what matters is his own political career. Besides Fudge, the protagonist of the incident reported in the newspaper was also furious after seeing the news. Dirty bedbugs, slugs in the gutter, mud slugs hiding in the sewers. Inside the Chamber of Secrets, Lord Voldemort angrily cursed and slammed the newspaper against the wall. He was furious because the newspapers had published his resurrection. This is nothing unusual, after all, similar news has appeared many times before. However, Rita provided evidence this time, including photos of her resurrection, a series of images of her fighting Harley and being defeated and running away, and theoretical analysis of the magic she used to resurrect. The magic used to resurrect himself was obscured to prevent malicious individuals from using it for evil purposes. However, the limited information revealed was enough for those magic experts to analyze the authenticity of this matter. Lucius, how did you manage to conceal your information? Lord Voldemort's anger flared even more as he looked at old Malfoy kneeling beside him. His foot stomped hard on old Malfoy's blonde hair, and he kept twisting his bare foot. Old Malfoy's face was pressed against the ground, looking incredibly humiliated, but he dared not move an inch. It was just being stepped on. I'm already lucky to have escaped a Crucio. Unfortunately, he ultimately could not escape Crucio's torture. After Lord Voldemort cleaned his feet, he immediately switched to a more efficient method of torture. Finally, looking at the dying old Malfoy at his feet, Lord Voldemort put away his wand. How's the mission to infiltrate the Department of Mysteries going? Reporting to Master, old Malfoy said, straining against the excruciating pain, as loudly as he could. I've already been in contact with Fudge and we've agreed to donate another galleon to him. At the same time, I plan to guide him further, to make him go crazy for the position of Minister for Magic, and to completely break with Dumbledore. I believe that by then they will both be busy with political struggles and will naturally have no time to attend to our plan to invade the Department of Mysteries. Lord Voldemort nodded. I will not interfere with your plans. But if you fail, I think you probably won't be qualified to hold the wand anymore. Also, write a letter to those idiots and tell them to speed up their contact with Giant and Dementor, so as not to interfere with our plans. Old Malfoy immediately became submissive, kowtowing repeatedly, and crawled backwards away from the Chamber of Secrets. In the corridor outside the Chamber of Secrets, portraits of Malfoy ancestors, seeing the miserable state of their descendants, sighed and chose to disappear from the paintings to avoid further trouble. Old Malfoy was too ashamed to look at the portraits of his ancestors and quickly returned to his bedroom with his head down. He seemed to have made some decisions, and a fierce glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Harley, far away in Spain, had no idea that the job she arranged for Rita almost caused Fudge to meet Merlin ahead of time. Nor did she know that old Malfoy had ended up temporarily serving as Lord Voldemort's footmat. She was still competing at this time and had won 4 consecutive matches, advancing to the finals. Moreover, in the following 3 games, Harley chose the most flamboyant style of play in each game, creating spectacular moments. The arena was either ablaze with flames, a raging storm, or covered in thunderclouds. And her opponents in these 3 matches were all weak and did not pose any difficulties for her. In the round of 16, Harley encountered an African wizard. This wizard possesses a unique African magic, human transfiguration exclusive to Ouagadougou. This human transfiguration not only allows wizards to transform into animals, but also breaks through the limitations of animagus, enabling humans to transform into animals much larger than wizards, such as elephants or rhinoceroses. Unfortunately, the African wizard's combat skills were not very good. After turning into an elephant, all he could do was charge forward and even withstand Harley's flames. So, the wizard with his full head of braids unfortunately collapsed and experienced something he couldn't experience in Gawado, Spain. Magic Injury and Illness Hospital provides free medical care. The opponent in the quarter-finals was a familiar face, Dark Wizard from Mahotokoro, Japan. Needless to say, this Dark Wizard's moves are similar to his juniors, both summoning a large number of Shikigami. However, the magic he uses is even more evil, requiring blood to activate these Dark Arts Shikigami. Moreover, upon seeing Harley, he provoked her with foul language, and once the match began, he took the initiative to strike hard, using various deadly spells in conjunction with his Shikigami to attack. Harley didn't tolerate him and directly used the lightning spell from Weather Charm to destroy all his Shikigami. However, this Neon Dark Wizard, perhaps because he's always been stubborn, refused to admit defeat even after all the Shikigami were destroyed, and stubbornly launched another attack. Harley was soft-hearted, and only wanted to give him 2 bolts of lightning so he could go to Magic Hospital to recuperate for a while. Unfortunately, Dark Wizard, who was living a comfortable life, was really stubborn. Even after being beaten to the ground, he refused to admit defeat and wouldn't let the referee announce his loss. He was probably waiting for a referee, someone with poor eyesight who would deliberately favor him and send him all the way to the finals. It's a pity this is Spain, the referees have excellent eyesight. So this Dark Wizard from Mahotokoro ended up receiving a free 2-minute electrotherapy session before being taken to the hospital, where he died. Harley, on the other hand, was completely unharmed and wasn't even warned by the organizers. After all, the Dark Wizard's performance in the competition was evident to all, and the organizers ultimately determined that he had brought it upon himself and needed to bear full responsibility. 362 truth lies within the canons, are you ready to embrace it? As for Harley's final duel before the finals, the lucky opponent she faced was also Spanish Wizard. However, his strength was really not up to par, not even as good as Axe, whom Harley had encountered before. At least Esk can briefly clash with Harley and try to find a way out, instead of shattering at the slightest touch like this semi-finalist. It's fair to say that Akers was incredibly unlucky. If he had been in the other half of the draw, he probably would have faced Harley in the final. It is worth mentioning that this Spanish Wizard was also the only Spanish player remaining in the semi-finals. Wizard. In previous matches, besides Harley being heavily publicized by various newspapers and becoming a darling of the press, Spain. A carnival also broke out inside Wizarding World. After all, there are 5 Spanish players among the top 32. Apart from the one who was eliminated by Harley early on, the other 4 wizards all made it to the quarterfinals. This made the whole of Spain Wizarding World as very excited, they've already shouted, Spain. Wizarding World is the slogan of the #1 region in the dueling world. Although an all-Spanish clash in the semi-finals was truly disappointing, these fans from the top region believe that once Spain reaches the semi-finals, Wizard will occupy 3/4 of the seats. As for the final, that will be Spain. A civil war in Wizarding World. That's confidence. Then, apart from the player who was guaranteed a spot in the semi-finals through an internal battle, the other 2 Spanish players who were forced to compete against foreign opponents were eliminated cleanly and decisively. After Harley eliminated Spain's last player, the news coverage suddenly became unpredictable. First, there are Axe fans. Although many of them have now become fans of Harley, that doesn't stop them from taking on Harley's rivals. Akex played so many magic tricks that Harley had mastered for you, yet you were still easily eliminated without even putting up any effective resistance. If it weren't for the lucky draw, you probably wouldn't have even made it to the quarterfinals. A rookie is always a rookie. The contestants' fans immediately responded, submitting numerous articles to the newspaper and launching verbal attacks. Classic articles like, the classic round of 16, the strongest in hard power, wait, someone didn't even make the round of 16. Never mind the top 4, top 8, top 16, it's better than being eliminated and watching the game from home. And, why isn't Axel playing in the semi-finals? Doesn't he want to? Filled every page of the newspaper. Harley, as a key figure in the elimination of these 2 individuals, was naturally mentioned repeatedly. Coupled with Harley's own captivating playing style, the number of fans and supporters has skyrocketed. After 4 days of competition, Harley felt that even if he started to advance to Sequence 1 now, he probably wouldn't have any major problems with anchors. Even if the number of anchors were doubled, it should be enough to maintain a good mental state even after reaching the 0th rank in the promotion sequence. All I can say is that fandoms are truly terrifying. Besides the fans' fierce infighting, there is another group of people, or more accurately, Spain. The goblins distributed in the Gringotts pattern couldn't sit still either. After numerous negotiations, Gringotts paid a heavy price to finally secure the right to independently set up betting odds for this year's international wizarding duel competition. In previous years, they had to cooperate with the Spanish Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards to open betting platforms, and the money they earned would naturally have to be shared with wizards, whom goblins hate the most. But this year, goblins can finally pocket all the galleons they've earned. With this opportunity to make money, Goblin naturally promoted it extensively, wanting to make as much money as possible in one go. Then the goblins suddenly realized a problem. It seems that the player they least expected, Harley Potter, has suddenly become a dark horse. And the odds they initially gave Harley seemed a bit too high. Actually, you can't blame Goblin for this, since they've already been very cautious. After a major blunder at the recent Quidditch World Cup, Britain, the failure cases of the Gringotts branch quickly spread to the entire Gringotts headquarters, and were analyzed by the Goblin team and made into special teaching materials, which were then distributed to other branches for study. Spain Gringotts drew inspiration from Britain. After learning from Gringotts' experience, they began to strictly follow the plans set by the inviting headquarters, using complex mathematical calculations to determine the odds for each player, thereby minimizing losses. However, this method is not foolproof. After all, Goblin calculates the odds manually, which will inevitably introduce a time lag. One day, a large group of wizards suddenly came to Gringotts to place bets on Harley. Although each person's stake wasn't much, it added up to a total of 50,000 galleons. Gringotts realized something was wrong, but they couldn't resist the money offered to them. So even though Goblin and his ilk consciously lowered the odds later on, the odds of Harley winning this dueling tournament on average were still a whopping 28 to 1. Adding in the other scattered individual investors, if Harley really wins the championship, Gringotts probably won't even earn a single bronze nut this time, and will have to lose more than $200,000 in galleons. More importantly, they can't default on their debts. Otherwise, if Gringotts wanted to reopen the market in the future, there probably wouldn't be any retail investors willing to place bets. Therefore, now surrounding Spain, the elderly goblins meeting in Gringotts' underground chamber of secrets all looked troubled. What do we do? An elderly goblin tapped on the table. If Harley Potter really wins the championship, such a huge payout will definitely get us killed by headquarters. Minister, you're exaggerating. Killing us isn't necessary. Another middle-aged goblin shook his head. Britain lost over 1 million galleons, but in the end they only received a minor penalty, didn't they? You call that a minor punishment? The elderly goblin, who spoke first, slammed his fist on the table. Their Gringotts branch had a minister and 4 deputy ministers, all executed by the elders. Before he could finish speaking, the elderly goblin suddenly realized something and looked around. All the goblins were avoiding its gaze, looking down at the table. Old Goblin clenched his fist so tightly he almost ground his teeth to powder. It then remembered that it was Spain. The minister of the Gringotts branch will certainly bear the majority of the responsibility and suffer the main punishment. Those damned vampires, those filthy beasts. They're all waiting for me to get into trouble so they can take my place. Minister, our situation isn't that bad right now. Perhaps out of fear of being implicated, a deputy minister offered words of comfort. Our investigation revealed that Wizard, another finalist, is also quite formidable in terms of both identity and ability. I think he is fully capable of defeating Harley Potter. However, the biggest problem now is that if the competition is too intense, this player may not fight hard to win the championship. I think we might be able to offer him a huge reward to motivate him to focus all his efforts on targeting Harley Potter. Oh, Old Goblin narrowed his eyes. Who is the other opponent in the finals? He is a saint, the deputy minister said softly, one of those saints who pursue the legendary, elusive Deathly Hallows. The name he used when registering was Peter Peverell. His nationality is unknown, but he looks like a Scandinavian and should be around 25 years old. Peter Peverell. Goblin, another man with a long white beard, pondered carefully. Indeed, those saints particularly liked using this name as a pseudonym. After all, Peter the Poet wrote the Wizard fairy tale collection, The Tales of Peter the Poet, and the 3 Peverell brothers were the main characters in the Wizard stories. They believe that using this name as a pseudonym will bring them good luck and increase their chances of finding Deathly Hallows. If they are saints, then everything makes sense. Championships really mean nothing to them, only Deathly Hallows are the ultimate goal in life. So, is the story of the 3 brothers true? A goblin asked curiously. He looked middle-aged, but he was the youngest among the group of goblin. Are there really such things as Deathly Hallows? Magical items that allow you to become the master of death if you collect them all. Huh, how could that be? Spain. The Gringotts branch minister sneered and shook his head dismissively. Speaking of Deathly Hallows and saints, I might as well tell you some stories that circulate within our race. According to what I learned at headquarters, these three so-called Deathly Hallows have existed for thousands of years, but their form was not fixed at that time. The Peverell brothers simply used their excellent alchemy to completely fix the form of these three items. Our ancestor, who once fought against the wizard and whose strength was close to that of the wizard's strongest, also studied the Deathly Hallows, whose form was still undetermined at that time. The so-called Deathly Hallows are just a hoax. If you really collect all three items, it is indeed possible for death to come. However, Old Goblin paused, a smile playing on his lips, a smile that was a mixture of mockery and fear. How can a creature of the mortal realm become the master of death? When death comes, it brings only death. Those foolish saints are just wasting their time searching for the most difficult path to suicide. However, the fact that this player dares to use this title at least shows that he is a powerful wizard. It seems that we can indeed make contact with him. As everyone waited with bated breath, night finally fell. Go for it, Harley, the championship is definitely yours. Just before the match, Fleur gave Harley an encouraging hug and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. The mixed-race Vila then blushed and quickly fled the players' area, running towards the audience seats. A certain female sea queen, who had roamed the capitals of many countries, was stunned and didn't react for a moment. In the end, she couldn't help but touch her face. This seems to be the first time I've been ambushed since entering the wizarding world. Hermione had never ambushed him before, which had made him a little rusty with his traditional skills. Damn it, it seems that the mixed-race Vila is still lacking in education. It's time for me to set up an after-school potion class for her. And so, with a smile on her face, Harley walked onto the field. On the court, her opponent today, Peter Peverell, is already in position. This is a tall and slender young male wizard. He is exceptionally handsome, with short, neatly styled blonde hair. At this moment, Peverell stood with his hands behind his back, his whole body straight, like a pine tree. When he saw Harley, he nodded to her and gave her a polite smile. Harley also looked Peverell up and down, her gaze scrutinizing him. First of all, this person is definitely not a member of the Peverell family, since the descendants of the three Peverell brothers can be traced. The eldest son, Antioch, left no children. The second son, Cadmus, had only one son, Lord Voldemort. As for the bloodline of the third son, Ignotus, it has been passed down to the present day, and he is now the only remaining heir. Miss Potter, there's no need for you to look at me like that, Peverell suddenly said. The name I am using now is not my real name, so you don't need to make any unfounded assumptions. Oh, Harley raised an eyebrow, not expecting the other side to launch a self-destructive attack right off the bat. The name involves a little secret, and I think we can talk about it a bit after the match. As he spoke, Peverell blinked, opened his mouth but didn't make a sound, instead mouthing a shape. Deathly Hallows. Sure, I'd love to talk to you. A complex look flashed in Harley's eyes before she finally nodded. Thank you for your generosity and for taking the time to speak with me. Peverell bowed slightly. However, despite this, I will not hold back in the upcoming matches. Of course, I will do my best. Harley chuckled. The referee for the final match was the Spanish office director in charge of duels. He stepped onto the field with a serious expression, looked at both sides, and said, "It's 8 o'clock now. Are you all ready?" After receiving affirmative responses from both sides, he didn't waste much time and directly swung his arm down. All right, 3, 2, 1, the game begins. In an instant, rays of light of various colors burst forth from Harley's wand. Faced with this unknown opponent, she chose to take things more seriously. Numerous basic spells such as Stupefy and Petrificus Totalis flew out, while ice spears and black fireballs condensed behind her. When the enemy is poor, strike with precision. When the enemy is rich, unleash overwhelming firepower. Ordinary witches need to conserve their spiritual energy and strive to use each extraordinary ability with sufficient precision to maximize its effectiveness. But Harley, with her boundless spirituality, or rather, her endless magic, didn't have this problem. Truth lies within the flames of war. So, are you ready to embrace the truth? It's the last day for double monthly votes. Please vote. We'll add more chapters in December. 363 The Battle of Monsters, the new demigod wizard. At this moment, gasps of surprise rose from the audience. After all, firepower coverage is always the best way to demonstrate combat strength. Faced with this barrage of spells, most wizards asked themselves honestly and felt that they were probably powerless to resist. Even the Rs in the audience felt a sense of dread. I suddenly feel like I've wasted the last 40 years of my life. R, a middle-aged man from the United States, swallowed hard. Even if I had 3 more 40 years, I'm afraid I still couldn't unleash magic of this scale. Who isn't? The Brazilian wizard next to him clicked his tongue. We, Castelo Bruxo, lost to her in this Tri-Wizard tournament. I was initially unconvinced, thinking that I was just born at the wrong time. If I had been born 20 or so years later, that championship would have been mine. But now, I just feel lucky that I was born early enough to avoid being beaten up by such a monster. Shut up, just keep the magic barrier going. An R, who seemed to be the captain, hissed in a low voice. If this magic were to hit our magic barrier, I doubt we could even withstand it for 3 seconds. In this situation, you still have the leisure to chat. Deducting your wages is the least of your worries, be careful you don't get directly attacked by the magic. The Aurors' expressions immediately tightened, and they refocused their attention on the wand in their hands. But Peverell, who was about to face this attack directly, still had a smile on his face and gently flicked the wand upwards. In an instant, several silver, semi-illusory magic shields appeared in midair. The shield landed around Peverell, and the silver light on it solidified slightly. A barrage of spells bombarded the shield barrier, causing it to emit a low, guttural sound, but not a single scratch appeared, let alone the defenses were breached. Harley didn't expect this simple firepower coverage to have any effect. She gently waved her wand to both sides of the arena, and 4 red lights flashed. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out, and 4 explosive spells struck the area around where Peverell was standing. Although the arena has been repeatedly reinforced by officials from R and the Spanish Ministry of Magic. Unfortunately, the reinforced ground was still as brittle as paper in the face of Harley's masterful blast spell and powerful magic. The arena was blasted open with 4 large holes, and the rising dust and rubble formed 2 stone chains that lashed fiercely at the shield. Hot air also rose from the 4 large pits, eventually bursting out scorching golden-red magma. Although Harley had been deliberately restraining his attacks, only allowing them to reach a power level close to that of a Sequence 5 Beander of Sequence 4. However, the battle scenes were still massive and even somewhat frightening. However, Peverell was not about to sit idly by and wait for his fate. Judging from the expression on his face, there was even a hint of relief. The counterattack has begun. The silver shields, which had initially seemed ethereal, suddenly solidified as the chains drew near. Guard the peace, modify. Peverell's gentle voice rang out, and silver light spread out. The chain lashed out at the shield, but with a flash of silver light, it bounced back along its original trajectory and lashed out at the gushing lava. What kind of magic are these? What kind of protective spells are those shields? They don't look like goblins' creations. In the stands, a high-ranking official couldn't help but ask. And what kind of spell is that silver light? Or is it an effect of the shield magic? Harley Potter's chain attacks were all deflected. Do you think I know, my dear old pal? The wizard sitting next to him rolled his eyes. Why do you think there's no commentary for important international wizarding tournaments, the Quidditch World Cup, or even niche tournaments like the Galbushi tournament? Quote, isn't it because none of the commentators are capable of recognizing all the spells that appear on the field? The high-ranking official who had asked the question earlier gave an awkward smile and didn't ask any more questions. The battle on the field became increasingly intense, and Peverell also started using Weather Charm. I don't know if he came from Koldovstorts in Russia. He graduated from magic school, or perhaps he stole a few professional magic tricks from that icy wizarding world. At this moment, the clouds summoned by Peverell unfolded close to the top of the magic barrier, and heavy snow fell. The snowflakes and lava collided violently, making a hissing sound. Occasionally, violent explosions would occur between the two, perhaps because the snowflakes and lava contained powerful magic. This made the officials of the Spanish Ministry of Magic somewhat relieved, as the arena was large enough and even an undetectable extension charm was added. Otherwise, the small place that was originally Muggle wouldn't be enough for these 2 young talents to cause trouble. Seeing that the lava was contained, Harley's wand drew a circle in midair, pierce gold, crack rock. Harley directly copied the modified magic that Dark Wizard had used not long ago. A flash of light, and the silver shield in front of Peverell shattered instantly. However, Peverell's counter spell also hit, and the invisible barrier that had been invincible in front of Harley since the start of the duel was shattered for the first time. If Harley hadn't reacted quickly enough to set up a new defensive line, they might have really suffered a serious injury due to carelessness. Get serious, Harley Potter. Peverell's voice drifted back, reaching Harley's ears precisely. I don't believe in the legendary Deathly Hallows. The holder of an invisibility cloak is so mediocre. The level of magic you're currently displaying is at most equivalent to the top dean of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry or the most elite auror of the Ministry of Magic in a major country. Your strength is no match for mine. Harley's expression immediately turned serious. This wizard in front of her was definitely not an ordinary wizard. Although his strength is not yet comparable to Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort, he has already reached the level of a demigod. It's no exaggeration to say that this blonde wizard is one of the world's top magic masters. More importantly, his last name was Peverell, and he knew he owned the invisibility cloak from the legendary Deathly Hallows. It's a pity that you've already reached the level of a demigod, but your opponent is the earthly angel. A look of resolute determination flashed in Harley's eyes as she pointed to the sky. Since you put it that way, it would be impolite of me not to be serious. Natural disaster, lightning storm. A wider range of thunderclouds suddenly appeared, and streaks of purple magic lightning tore through the top of the magic barrier without any hindrance, as if this defense did not exist at all. This made the R's faces turn bright red instantly. They felt very embarrassed, but, in front of the two big shots on stage, so what if they lost face? Admitting you're not very good isn't always so difficult. Right now, they're doing well enough just ensuring the safety of the audience. At the same moment the lightning struck, a flash of green light filled Harley's eyes. Harley's once bright emerald eyes had become long and narrow, like those of a snake, much like Medusa. The heavy snow that was violently colliding with the lava in front of them instantly began to petrify. This wasn't the kind of petrification that Philosopher's Stone curse could do, which only made Wizard's body stiff. It was a real transformation that turned snowflakes into gray stone bit by bit. Once the snowflakes were no longer holding it back, the magma spread rapidly and, under the effect of the transmutation charm, solidified into dozens of magma chains, attempting to bind Peverell. Suddenly, dangerous magic was rushing toward Peverell from the sky, the earth, and all directions. Since you want me to be serious, then I really will be serious. Rock barrier. Peverell reacted swiftly, ducking low to avoid a bolt of lightning that flashed overhead, while simultaneously tapping the ground with his wand. Luckily I had prepared this wand in advance, but what a pity. Death's hand, he muttered to himself, and wand gently glided across the rapidly rising rock wall. The rock walls are being eroded by lava and bombarded by lightning, and are constantly breaking apart. However, Peverell's magic gave the rock walls a grayish-white magical sheen. Several grayish-white hands reached out from the wall and slammed down on Harley. Harley's pupils contracted as she recognized the true nature of the grayish-white mist. All the magma chains exploded instantly, and boiling magma rushed towards the grayish-white palm, enveloping it completely. Explode. Harley clapped his hands, and all the lava exploded instantly. In an instant, the entire arena was bathed in golden red. When everything had calmed down, Peverell knelt on the ground, and wand fell beside him. Harley stood at a distance, her face calm and her breathing steady, seemingly still having energy to spare. Nevertheless, Harley did not press his advantage, seemingly lost in thought. Referee, I concede. Peverell suddenly raised his hand. I'm too exhausted to continue, so I concede. Are you sure? The referee, who had previously hidden under the stage to avoid trouble, finally reappeared. At this moment, he carefully gripped the edge of the platform with both hands, timidly poked his head out, and tentatively asked. Only after confirming it was safe did he carefully climb onto the field. The referee shuddered again when he saw the ground nearly melted by the molten lava and charred black by lightning. He was somewhat relieved that, although he didn't like most of the products produced by Muggle, he was particularly fond of Muggle fitness. If it weren't for the muscles I developed while working out with the Muggles, and my exceptional sprinting skills, I probably would have remained on the track forever. I declare, the referee raised his hand high, that Briton, Harley Potter, is the winner. The stadium erupted in cheers, and the night sky, already brightened by the magic fireworks, instantly turned into daylight. The crowd turned into a sea of jubilation, with many waving gold and red flags. Those were hastily put together flags by small vendors, made in the colors of Gryffindor College, where Harley studied, as a form of support. Miss Harley Potter, I think we can talk after the match. Despite looking weak, Lil's voice, filled with admiration, was unusually steady and powerful, penetrating the surrounding sound waves and reaching Harley's ears. Of course, that's exactly what I wanted. Harley nodded to him, then raised her hands and walked toward the edge of the field. This is a very important moment for her, and Harley is ready to give her all to the thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Harley could already see Fleur waving a large red flag with a golden lion on it, the lion still roaring. Professor Flitwick, however, did not stand up. Instead, he was showing off something to the owner of the dueling bar next to him. His eyes and mouth were full of smiles, as if he had finally fulfilled his wish. After the competition, the usual awards ceremony took place, where officials from the Spanish Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards presented Harley with a gold-plated trophy, a gold-plated medal, and 3,000 galleons. It is said that the reason why the trophies and medals are made to be gold-plated is because a former champion wizard once drank himself into poverty, so he took the trophies and medals to the black market to exchange for money. Such behavior is undoubtedly a desecration of the International Wizard Duel Tournament champion, belonging to the kind of duelists who have no fighting spirit. Therefore, the official decision was made to change the trophies and medals to gold plating to minimize the possibility of buying and selling them. However, Harley expressed skepticism, believing they were probably just trying to save on the gold needed to make medals and trophies. The award ceremony was quite lengthy, with representatives from the Spanish Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards giving speeches. In addition, the champion will be interviewed by reporters from some of the most important newspapers in Europe, including those from Spain, France, and Germany. Most duel champions usually loathe this part, but Harley enjoys it. She not only maintained a perfect mental state at all times, but also actively explored her thoughts when asking questions in the newspaper, trying to get as much coverage as possible. The awards ceremony didn't officially end until almost 11 o'clock. After the game, Harley left the stadium along the walkway formed by the cheering crowd. Everyone she met on the way congratulated her and cheered for Harley's victory, as if they were her longtime fans of 10 years. Only a mirror and a wand were left behind at some point, and they began to act separately. Looking at the glamorous young woman in the crowd, Ludo's eyes were also filled with excitement. After all, he won a huge sum of galleons. Although a large portion of it had to be given to Harley and another portion to pay off debts, Ludo was already very satisfied. However, he hasn't set off for Gringotts yet because his new owner hasn't arrived. Suddenly, Ludo felt something added to his body, and at the same time, a voice rang in his mind. "Let's go to Gringotts." "Yes, miss." The thought flashed through Ludo's mind, and he even imitated a respectful tone. Unfortunately, Harley wouldn't allow him to call himself Master, otherwise, with Ludo's sycophantic skills, he would definitely call him Master, left and right, using all his life's learning to be an excellent sycophant. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 364 The little girl selling Source Castle tickets. In a guest room at the duel bar, Peverell was sitting at a table. The area outside the bar was filled with boisterous cheers, a sea of joy. Countless fans are celebrating the birth of the youngest duel champion in history, with a large influx of new fans who have been fans for a decade coming uninvited. But none of this had anything to do with Peverell. Before the competition, many people found out where he, a finalist, lived and expressed their support for him. Unfortunately, nowadays, nobody cares about him. Moreover, if Peverell hadn't displayed such exceptional skill on the field, some of those gamblers who lost so badly they wanted to go to the Muggle world to find a 100-meter-tall building would probably have already come knocking on his door. After all, although Peverell came in second place, dueling matches never place much importance on the runner-up. Only champions receive everyone's attention and praise. Who remembers the losers? Losers are quickly forgotten, except for you Loon. However, Peverell didn't seem to care at all, and was even in a better mood than ever before. Suddenly, there was a knock on the guest room door. "Please come in," Peverell said gently. The door to the room creaked open, but there was no one outside. A gust of wind blew through the enclosed corridor, the door suddenly closed, and someone was already standing behind the door. Harley looked his opponent up and down in the dueling arena. He had changed into a brand new white shirt and black trousers, with a brand new wizard robe over them, and the clothes were without a single wrinkle. Peverell's room was also very clean, with even the few torn or dirty clothes neatly folded and all the items arranged in an orderly manner. Overall, this room was not as chaotic as many single wizards' rooms, but rather left visitors with an impression of order. Peverell was sitting upright at the table, with a pot of hot tea and 2 cups beside him. "Good evening, Miss Harley Potter." Upon seeing Harley, Peverell politely stood up and gave a slight bow. "I'm sorry to invite you so late, please have a seat. Would you like a cup of black tea?" "There's nothing to apologize for, after all, I also have information I'd like to know." Harley sat down, looking at Peverell with interest. "No need for black tea, let's get straight to business. What's the reason you suddenly invited me to get together?" "Oh, let me introduce myself first." Peverell suddenly produced a wand. Harley almost instinctively drew his wand and pointed it at the mysterious young man. At the same time, her figure disappeared from the chair and reappeared standing at the doorway of the room, ready to escape at any moment. I'm sorry, it seems I caused you to misunderstand. Peverell immediately looked apologetic and placed the wand on the table. He took 2 steps back and spread his arms straight out, his whole body resembling a cross, thus proving that he had no desire to attack. I just wanted you to take a look at this wand to prove my identity, Miss Harley Potter. However, Harley did not let her guard down completely because of the other party's words and actions. After all, she is now using a clone formed from a substitute wand, and each wand is a precious treasure that can withstand a fatal attack for Earthly Angel. Harley naturally tries to save money wherever possible when it comes to these extremely valuable treasures. After briefly inspecting the wand from a distance, Harley slowly raised her head. A very interesting wand, and you specifically brought it to show me. Is it the Elder Wand from Deathly Hallows? No, I don't recall the Elder Wand inscribing the symbol, Deathly Hallows, on its staff. At least none of the countless documents that describe the Elder Wand mention this detail. Is this a replica of an Elder Wand? Indeed, good eye. Peverell nodded. Please allow me to give another formal self-introduction. My real name is nothing special, I haven't used it in so long that I've even forgotten it myself. However, I am now the leader of the Saints organization, and I will temporarily use the name passed down from our organization's leader, Peter Peverell. Looking for saints who died in Hallows. Harley repeated softly, shifting her gaze away from the wand that exuded an aura of death. If I remember correctly, that mysterious being who asked Lord Voldemort to join forces against me was also the leader of the Saints organization. What does he want now? Does he want to murder me? But there are no traps here, so I'm afraid they can't hold me. Or perhaps, the Saints have split, with each side having different allies, and now this Peverell wants to join forces with me to eliminate Lord Voldemort and his rivals. Or perhaps the Saints wanted to hedge their bets. But that wouldn't do them any good. Harley was completely baffled by this. She looked at Peverell without any emotion in her eyes, but the several talismans on her body were ready to be activated at any moment. It seems you know a lot of information, at least you haven't confused us with Grindelwald's UMNO. Peverell made a little joke. Alright, let's get back to the point. I invited you here tonight only to tell you some information that concerns your life. Your newly resurrected Dark Lord from Britain, Lord Voldemort, he is plotting to kill you. A question mark flashed through Harley's mind, and she held her breath slightly. When the clone returned to the original body, Harley was completely bewildered. This Peverell seemed unintentional and exceptionally sincere. He even told himself that he had once gone to Lord Voldemort to ask him to join forces against him. This plot seems a bit off, doesn't it? Lord Voldemort was just betrayed so easily. Harley felt something was amiss, especially since Peverell knew that he possessed the invisibility cloak from Deathly Hallows. He, as a saint, had been searching for this treasure, but it was not mentioned at all in tonight's conversation. This made Harley even more wary of him. However, aside from telling Harley this thing she already knew, Peverell didn't make any other requests or ask Harley to make any promises. Therefore, Harley doesn't have any good countermeasures at the moment and can only be more cautious in his daily actions. Over the next few days, Harley and Fleur began traveling through various European countries. Anyway, Professor Dumbledore won't be able to go to France until around July 20th, and he'll take Harley to a place he calls a good spot. Harley certainly couldn't waste this wonderful time. Professor Flitwick had originally planned to follow and supervise the 2 little wizards. However, Harley dismissed the idea. Just kidding, Fleur is an adult wizard, while I'm the newly crowned champion of the dueling tournament. Who would dare to mess with me? After careful consideration, Professor Frivy felt that this made perfect sense, so he happily decided to go on a trip on his own. He had long wanted to go and drink with his old friends from Europe until they were completely drunk. After all, drinking so recklessly in a British bar is really unsafe. If you drink yourself into a coma, you might encounter Britain's traditional virtues, and there's a good chance you'll feel a sore butt the next day. During these undisturbed days, Harley and Fleur had a blast. They had a full 7 days of free time, without any time off in lieu of a break. Despite the fact that Spain and France are adjacent, the 2 did not return directly. After visiting a series of famous attractions in Spain, including the Royal Palace of Madrid and Puerta del Sol, the 2 traveled to Portugal that afternoon to visit the place where explorers set sail during the Age of Discovery. Then, at Fleur's request, Harley once again used the cursed metamorphosis, pseudo technique that she had used in the second project of the Triwizard Tournament, transforming into the Golden Beauty Merperson. That night, the 2 crossed the Mediterranean Sea and landed on the beach closest to Rome, the capital of Italy, leaving behind many legends for Mediterranean night anglers. Of course, given Fleur's stamina, she couldn't keep going after swimming less than a third of the distance and insisted that Harley carry her to finish the rest of the swim. Harley strongly protested. "I considered you my best friend, and you actually tried to ram me with your baby, making me suffocate. Damn it. If you didn't have something on me and know my secret of not sleeping soundly at night, I, the mighty earthly angel and demoness of catastrophe, would never have given in." Although Italy also borders France, the two had only been traveling for 3 days, so how could they possibly give up now? So, after tasting Italian pizza and pasta, and subtly influencing the chef to break with tradition and make a pineapple pizza, the two left Italy satisfied and changed direction again. The day before, they were enjoying music in Vienna, Austria, and the next day they went to a pub in Munich, Germany, to sample beer and sausages. Ultimately, Harley and Fleur traveled through the Netherlands and Belgium, returning to France with Dutch tulips and Belgian chocolate. "These 7 days have been so enjoyable," Fleur said, still looking like he hadn't had enough after arriving safely in France. "The only pity is that the time was too short. It felt like the 7 days flew by. Also, these 7 days have been really tiring. I haven't been able to get proper rest because of someone's constant interference." "Come on, who told you to ambush me before the match?" Harley flicked Fleur on the forehead. "This is just a small act of revenge, and I have already shown mercy." Although he is currently maintaining the physical appearance of a 15-year-old, Fleur is already 18 years old. However, Fleur's height still pales in comparison to Harley's. This is the confidence that a witch gives herself. "Damn it." Fleur rubbed his head, glaring angrily at Harley. "Looks like I'll have to ambush you again next time. Stop being so glib. I wonder who's been losing every single battle these past 7 days. Harley pulled a pocket watch from his pocket. "After 4 years of companionship, my old mechanical watch developed some problems, probably due to frequent exposure to magic. Out of necessity, while passing through Italy, Harley could only borrow a precious pocket watch crafted by a master from the head of a Muggle mafia family." Harley also picked up some interesting Muggle items, 2 Mies van der Wesson M500 revolvers. This pistol is a high-end product, touted as the most powerful mass-producible pistol in the world, capable of taking down a strong rhinoceros with a single shot. Harley was particularly pleased with the gun's power and planned to send a clone to the gun company to purchase several of these revolvers and enough ammunition. If given the opportunity, Harley would even like to modify it in terms of alchemy, and also test his learning progress. It's only 9:45 in the morning. Harley opened his pocket watch and glanced at it. "Professor Dumbledore won't be here until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We can wander around for another 4 hours or so, and have lunch at the Silver Tower restaurant in Muggle. Speaking of which, is there anything worth visiting in Paris? Aside from the famous tourist attractions, you've already taken me there. How about we go check out the St. Ouen flea market?" Fleur thought for a moment and suggested earnestly. "There are many items from Muggle for sale there, and the items are quite interesting." 15 minutes later, Harley and Fleur appeared at Muggle, the world's largest art and antiques market. It was exactly 10 a.m., and the shops in the Shengwang flea market began their daily trading. The streets were crowded with people, many of whom were taking advantage of their weekend break to come here to hunt for antique-style decorations to add to their homes. Harley and Fleur had already changed into t-shirts and jeans, with sun-protective clothing over them. Fleur's youthful and beautiful attire attracted a lot of attention, and soon several young men and women came to chat him up, but Fleur skillfully rejected them one by one. Very French romantic, Harley teased Fleur in a low voice, only to be pinched hard on the cheek by Fleur. After purchasing a large number of sculptures, oil paintings, hookahs, and unique ethnic masks as souvenirs for their friends, the two unknowingly wandered into the middle of the market. Suddenly, Harley realized something and instinctively stopped in her tracks. Her gaze fell upon the entrance of a small shop, where a little girl with black hair, about 6 years old, stood. Perhaps due to her upbringing, she was sitting at a table filled with toy children. However, Harley's attention was not on that, but on the little girl's small hands on the table. At this moment, the little girl was holding a silver plaque in her hand. The plaque was not large, and it was attached to a silver chain with various patterns engraved on it. Deep within the sign, there was a faint aura that Harley found familiar. Harley had encountered this scent before outside the City of Calamity. It has the feel of Source Castle. P.S. The Smith & Wesson M500 revolver was invented in 2003. This is mentioned earlier for later plot purposes, but it doesn't really matter. End of chapter. 365 Professor Dumbledore, what is your relationship with Mr. Grindelwald? What's wrong? Did you find an antique you really like? Fleur followed Harley's gaze and immediately focused on the antique shop behind the little girl. On the shelf directly opposite the entrance of this antique shop are an old oil painting and two small sculptures, and a string of folk masks hangs at the door, giving it a very vintage feel. However, she soon realized that Harley was actually staring at the little girl's stall. Ahem, ahem. Seeing Harley's focused gaze, Fleur couldn't help but tease her. Am I seeing things? The newly crowned champion of the International Wizarding Duel competition would like this kind of toy for infants and toddlers. Gabrielle doesn't play with those slightly childish dolls anymore. A doll? It is indeed quite cute. Harley gave a casual, absent-minded reply and quickly walked away, leaving Fleur alone, bewildered in the wind. At this moment, Fleur was having some existential doubts. Could Harley's hobby really be that unique? So, should I also make my makeup look a little childish? Harley was unaware of Fleur's wild thoughts as she stood in front of the little girl's stall. When she noticed a customer entering the room, the little girl immediately put down the silver sign in her hand and jumped off the chair. Good morning, two lovely ladies. Is there anything you need? The girl's voice was clear and bright, and clearly filled with anticipation. These are all my toys. Each one has been cleaned and sun-dried to kill bacteria. They are perfect for keeping children aged 1 to 3 company. Each of them costs only 5 francs, which is very affordable and can be described as good quality at a low price. If you buy in bulk, I can give you an even cheaper price. Of course, if you are interested in buying antiques, you are welcome to come in and take a look. Our antique oil paintings, folk masks, and unique stone carvings are all valuable items at reasonable prices. Harley raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that the girl in front of her was so skilled. Little sister, what's your name? Harley didn't rush to ask about the price of the item. Instead, she tried to get closer to the person and elicit more information. However, the little girl seemed to be somewhat wary, or perhaps she had other ideas. She blinked, a mischievous glint in her eyes, her voice tinged with innocence. I'm sorry, beautiful lady, my mom doesn't let me tell strangers my name. She says bad people are playing the flute and taking me away. Wait a minute, sister, you didn't even look at my products, but went straight to asking for my name. That's suspicious. Are you some kind of bad guy with ulterior motives? As she spoke, the little girl crossed her arms over her chest and took a step back to the side, appearing very wary. Harley's smile immediately turned awkward, and she didn't know how to respond. Fleur, who had recovered from his confusion, couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle when he saw this. However, the little girl was only 6 years old and soon revealed her purpose. However, if you're willing to buy something from me, I might be willing to tell you. Forehead. Harley rubbed his forehead and pointed to the silver plaque on the table, asking. All right then, how much does this sign cost? This sign. The little girl hesitated, clearly thinking of something. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind and said softly. Sister, just buy any doll you like, I can give you the brand name. I found this sign a year ago. It's just covered in a layer of silver paint, so it's not actually worth much. It's all right, I'll take this brand. Harley pulled 5 100-franc notes from her pocket. This is the little thing I lost a year ago, and I finally found it today. Then I definitely can't accept it. The little girl, who had been quite lively before, now had an unusually serious expression on her face. My mother always told me that I shouldn't take things that don't belong to me. Since this sign belongs to you, sister, it should be returned to its rightful owner. Consider this money as a fee for keeping this precious keepsake safe for me, Harley comforted the little girl. Take it. The little girl hesitated for a moment, and after half a minute, she whispered. Even so, 500 francs is still far too much. It's okay, I think the price is reasonable. Harley placed the banknotes directly under the doll in front of the little girl. This plaque has great sentimental value for me, and I would accept spending 5,000 francs to find it. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Seeing Harley's determination, the little girl swallowed hard and finally decided to accept the money. Harley seemed to have taken a liking to the girl and started chatting with her casually. So now, can you tell me your name? Of course, the little girl exclaimed. My name is Amanuensis Fregra. Harley's smile froze. If she remembered correctly, Amon's tomb contained records of certain beings, and the demigod spectator pathway, who had once invaded her soul, had also learned about many beings from ancient eras. There are many differences between the records in Amon's tomb and the memories of the demigod spectator pathway, but they are largely consistent in terms of the confidence of key figures. Here, 2 great figures from the Second Age were known to Amon and remembered by the extraordinary one of the spectator pathway. King of the Dire Wolves, Destroyer Dire Wolf, Knight Dire Wolf, Fregra. Amnesis, the goddess of doom and the destroyer of the wolf. And what's more, this little girl named Amnesis Fregra also has the same Source Castle-themed plaque that Harley has. What a coincidence. Or is it just a coincidence? However, Harley showed no sign of anything amiss and continued chatting with the girl. Quote, "Why did you, at such a young age, volunteer to come to the flea market?" "Of course, it's because I want to cultivate my business acumen in advance," Amnesis proudly raised her head. "I'm a business genius. I can earn money to buy new toys right now. When I grow up, I want to be a senior executive at one of France's top companies. No, I want to be the CEO. That's ambitious." Harley instinctively reached out to pat the little girl's head, but then remembered that the girl in front of her wasn't Gabrielle and they weren't that familiar with each other, so she lowered her hand halfway through. "Then we won't disturb the future CEO while he's doing business. Good luck." After putting the signs away, it was almost noon, so Harley and Fleur left the flea market to go eat. Fleur was curious and wanted to examine the silver plaque. After all, 500 francs was no small sum. However, Harley herself didn't understand the actual purpose of this sign bearing the aura of Source Castle, nor did she know if it posed any danger. Although the little girl has had this brand for a year without any problems, what if it has a strange reaction when it comes into contact with Wizard? So Harley made up an excuse and successfully got away with it. At the same time, she thought about it carefully and felt that the little girl's name was probably just a coincidence. Although I have traveled through time, if we follow the original timeline, based on my limited understanding of those ancient eras, the resurgence of the first is almost a certainty. However, after being revived, he seemed to encounter some problems again, so he disintegrated. In that case, all life on Earth, and even in a large part of the universe, must now dedicate their lives to the revival of the first. How could an ordinary young girl possibly survive the first's revival, even with a brand that carries the scent of Source Castle? So it must all have been just a coincidence. Harley dismissed it and stopped paying attention. At 2 p.m. sharp, Professor Dumbledore arrived at a house in a wealthy neighborhood in Paris. This is Nicholas Flamel's property. It's a safe haven for him, and a place to rest when he's tired after visiting Paris to enjoy music, paintings, and other art. Fleur had already been sent home by then, since she had no idea where she was. Harley must also keep her promise to Nico and not reveal the location to anyone without his permission. Long time no see, my dear old friend Nico, and our new champion of the dueling tournament, Harley. When Professor Dumbledore entered, Harley was playing Muggle chess with Nicole. Upon hearing Professor Dumbledore's voice, Harley politely stood up and greeted him. Nicole, meanwhile, remained lounging on the sofa, merely nodding to Dumbledore and casually shifting the horse slightly. "Harley, you're being far too respectful to us old folks." Nico pointed to his chess piece. "A nod is enough to greet old men like me and Dumbledore. We old folks are not like the people in the Ministry of Magic, we don't care as much about etiquette. By the way, General. That definitely won't do." Harley manipulated the queen to eat Nico's horse, aside from the crisis facing her own king. "You and Dumbledore are both my teachers. Respect for teachers is a fundamental principle, no matter where you are." Nico chuckled softly, his attention completely focused on the game of chess. Dumbledore also came over to watch the game with interest, and every now and then he would take out a bunch of cockroaches from his pocket, put them in his mouth and chew them with relish. 2 minutes later, Nicole's king was finally checkmated by Harley. Amazing, truly amazing. Nicole couldn't help but clap her hands. "I remember you started learning chess after you came here after lunch, right? To have reached this level in less than 2 hours, I think it's a real shame you're not participating in the International Wizard Chess Tournament." "No need, I'm not interested in this kind of competition." Harley shook her head and took the initiative to arrange the chess pieces for Nico. The two elderly people haven't met in person for almost a year. After a long separation, they naturally chatted to their heart's content. Harley patiently sat beside her, knowing that such opportunities to accompany the elderly were becoming increasingly rare. Especially Nico, although he possessed Philosopher's Stone for a long time, which allowed him to create elixirs of immortality to prolong his life. However, he was already very old. The elixir of immortality could prolong his life, but it could not cure diseases or injuries. Therefore, apart from the necessary daily walking exercise, the elderly man spends most of his time in his own estate to avoid accidents as much as possible. Professor Dumbledore, on the other hand, was in a slightly better position, considering he was only 113 years old. To those old men who are over 150 years old and still setting exam papers, and over 170 years old and still serving as judges in court, he is still a young man. Finally, seeing that the conversation had turned to her and was skewed towards who would be the officiant if Harley got married in the future, Harley couldn't hold back any longer. "You bastard Dumbledore, since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless too. Professor, when are you going to visit Mr. Grindelwald?" Harley's voice was incredibly sincere at this moment. "Isn't he lonely all alone in Nurmengard? Aren't you going to keep him company? And, what exactly is the relationship between you two? Why did you always seem so nostalgic when you talked about Mr. Grindelwald?" Ha ha ha. Nicole made no attempt to hide her emotions and burst into loud laughter. "Well said, Harley. Albus, Harley is asking you a question. Aren't you going to come up with a reason or an excuse to satisfy the little girl's curiosity?" Professor Dumbledore, who was inexplicably struck down, finally managed to open his mouth after a long while. "I'll be going to Nurmengard soon. Speaking of which, Harley, the surprise I mentioned to you is also related to Nurmengard and Grindelwald. You'll be busy again this holiday." Although his attempt to change the subject was rather abrupt, Harley's attention was still drawn to it, or rather, she deliberately let Professor Dumbledore go. "Really?" Harley suddenly felt a hint of anticipation. "Professor, could you give me a sneak peek at this surprise? At least let me be mentally prepared." However, Professor Dumbledore firmly rejected Harley's request, stating that only the unknown can be a surprise. It was already evening. After enjoying a French feast prepared by the house elves, Harley borrowed 2 books from Nico's study and then returned to her guest room. She lay on the bed, her book spread out in front of her, seemingly reading intently, but most of her attention was actually focused on her pocket. At this moment, the Black Knight magic mirror was faintly glowing. P.S. I searched for a long time but couldn't find the purchasing power of the 1995 franc. Please point out any errors in my writing. The story of a zombie who created his own internal alchemy cultivation method and joined a chat group. Author. An old friend's book. 366 Grindelwald. Our feelings have faded. In the mirrored world of the Black Knight magic mirror, a tranquil power permeates the space, ensuring that no accidents occur. The once spacious area has been fragmented into pieces. Harley manipulates the animated knight, creating numerous compartments within the mirrored world. Her true form is currently in a separate compartment. The cubicle was empty except for a table placed in the very center of the room. Harley sat at the table, holding the silver plaque she had acquired that morning. As for the Harley, lying outside reading a book, that body is essentially just a magic mirror with a small amount of consciousness. As the research progressed, Harley spent a great deal of effort to uncover the true nature of this silver plaque. It's a ticket, an admission ticket to Source Castle. The person who holds this silver token will enter Source Castle when certain conditions are met. Moreover, this kind of admission ticket is not unique. With Harley's knowledge of occultism, it is not difficult to see that this kind of admission ticket is a disposable item that can be mass-produced. Moreover, these admission tickets are probably connected. Even in the Black Knight magic mirror, the silver plaque in Harley's hand was trying to exchange some kind of mystical signal with the outside world. However, it is just a mass-produced magical item, and its sequence is not high. It is only the aura of Source Castle that makes it extraordinary. As for what the trigger conditions for the admission ticket are, and what will happen after they are triggered, Harley is neither capable nor dares to test them one by one under the current conditions. As expected of a pillar of the past, the legendary Lord of Mysteries. After completing a brief study, Harley looked at the brand in her hand with a face full of amazement. Is this a contingency plan he left for his resurrection? Leaving a ticket to Source Castle in this random way. Speaking of which, if an ordinary person were to ingest a large amount of the same pathway but different sequences of potion in a short period of time, they would almost certainly lose control. If the Celestial Venerable were to choose to revive at this time, he could be directly resurrected, right? Based on her existing knowledge, Harley quickly made several judgments. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the Celestial Venerable truly lived up to his reputation as the pinnacle of thieves, and was indeed someone to be feared. At first, the Celestial seemed too careless, rushing into contact with the River of Eternal Darkness and the City of Calamity, which led to him being swiftly and decisively killed by the first. But what about the silver plaque left behind, which provided ordinary people as vessels for the resurrection of the Celestials in Source Castle, the consciousness that briefly appeared in the City of Calamity, and other unknown contingencies? All I can say is that the past is indeed the past. Even in its fall, it still inspires vigilance. I wonder if Angel King's cunning and treacherous nature stems from his involvement with thieves and his influence by the Celestial Venerable. After studying the sign, Harley carefully manipulated the magic, swapping the positions of her own body and the external magic mirror. Harley glanced at the clock on the wall, then pulled the covers over herself and quickly drifted off to sleep. It's getting late, and I have things to do tomorrow. Speaking of which, Nicole really knows how to enjoy life. Despite it being the height of summer, the air conditioning in the manor was set at 16 degrees Celsius. He even had house elf prepare brand new quilts. Living with the air conditioning on and wrapped in a quilt, that's too luxurious. Harley felt she should enjoy herself, to understand exactly how extravagant it was, so that she could criticize this heinous wastefulness and luxury in the future. The next day at noon, after leaving Nico's house, Harley and Professor Dumbledore appeared in a mountainous area. The area is surrounded by steep mountains covered with dense forests. However, these trees are all of very similar age, having been rooted here for about 50 years. There must have been a lot of magic here. Upon arriving, Harley quickly sensed the unusual atmosphere in the air. She crouched down, gently picked up a handful of soil, and carefully searched for traces of magic within it. A very keen sense, Harley. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Your magic skills have improved again. After all, this was once the most important stronghold for Grindelwald and his followers. For such an important place, he naturally had to personally unleash layers of magic. Every mountain range here is inscribed with numerous alchemy and magic runes, which can constantly monitor intruders and record their actions. Even though these magics have been stopped now, the lingering effects of magic will probably take at least 100 years to dissipate. The two chatted as they walked, eventually stopping in front of a castle. We've arrived. This is our destination. Professor Dumbledore gazed at the castle and uttered the name of the place in a calm voice. This is probably the largest wizard prison in the world in terms of area but has the fewest prisoners. His stronghold, which was once where he imprisoned his opponents, is now imprisoning himself. Standing before the two was a huge castle, Nurmengard. The castle walls are covered with ivy and other greenery, clearly indicating that they haven't been cleaned in a long time. Through the plant vines, Harley could clearly see that moss had grown on the bricks. On the entrance wall of the castle is carved a sentence in German. For the greater good. Professor Dumbledore read attentively, his tone filled with complex emotions and deep gone kai. Let's go see my dear old friend, Gellert Grindelwald. As he spoke, Professor Dumbledore gently knocked on the castle's door. With a creak, the door opened without any magical fluctuations. This prison is undefended. Harley keenly noticed this. Of course, there's no magic set up here. Professor Dumbledore walked slowly down the corridor, his steps deliberately deliberate and his voice soft, as if he were mourning something. Why deploy magic? What ordinary magic could stop Gellert? So the International Confederation of Wizards simply approved my suggestion not to set up any magic here. They didn't even assign any guards, just a few house elves that came regularly to serve Gellert. Of course, this prison is guarded, there are 2 volunteer guards. One of them is me, who is in charge of guarding the perimeter of the prison, the other is Gellert, who is in charge of guarding the interior of the prison. I solved all sorts of difficult problems for him outside of prison, and he promised me that he would stay in this prison obediently. Harley glanced at Professor Dumbledore suspiciously, her eyes filled with distrust. She swore to her witch-like intuition that something was amiss. Is there some kind of shady relationship between Professor Dumbledore and Grindelwald? For some reason, Harley vaguely saw the shadow of a high-ranking member of the Demonist sect in the two of them. Harley remembered that Earthly Angel, one of the top fighters in the Demonist sect, loved playing prison games with his girlfriend, and she was incredibly adept at it. Tisk. That means there's definitely something going on between Professor Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Harley shook her head, bringing her thoughts back to the present and continuing to listen to Professor Dumbledore's introduction. And he did indeed keep our agreement. Vita Rosier, Gellert's loyal subordinate, or rather, his good friend and steadfast follower. That excellent witch has arrived here with a group of still loyal Muscatine Party members, wanting to rescue Gellert. However, they only wasted their time, since there were no guards here, only Gellert who kept his promise and refused to leave. The two continued walking forward, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. There were many rooms along the way, some with their doors closed, while others had a crack open. The rooms were filled with dust, clearly indicating they hadn't been used for a long time. The doors are inscribed with familiar or unfamiliar names, some names have appeared in history textbooks, while others have long since disappeared into the past. There are also many carvings on the wall, depicting individual figures and accompanied by signatures. They died in battle, and instead of being remembered by their own Ministry of Magic, they were remembered by their enemy, the Dark Lord of Europe at the time. Grindelwald recorded it. Perhaps in Grindelwald's heart, although they died, they fought for the wizard, and therefore deserved to be remembered. Harley felt as if she were walking through an ancient history as she moved forward. This is where Gellert imprisons his opponents, Professor Dumbledore casually remarked. This alone shows that he is different from other dark wizards. Leaving aside other people, if it were Tom, those opponents would probably have been dealt with by killing Curse long ago. Finally, the two climbed to the very top of the castle and stopped at the only door in the tallest tower. Professor Dumbledore gently knocked on the door. "Please come in." An old voice rang out, and the door slowly opened. The room behind the door was small and simple, containing only a worn-out wooden bed with a soft mattress and a thin cashmere quilt. A magic device was operating in the room, filling it with cool air and dispelling the summer heat. A table sits beside the bed, its legs bearing the marks of time. The elderly man with white hair and beard was sitting cross-legged at the table, slowly savoring the food in front of him. It was clear that his lunch was very lavish, including a large steak, a plate of fresh broccoli, a small dish of mushroom sauce, and 2 slices of garlic bread. Harley even made an exaggerated discovery by finding a small bottle of the Muggles' high-end wine on the table. She couldn't help but sigh silently, wondering if she was in jail or on vacation. "Long time no see, Gellert," Professor Dumbledore said gently. "It has indeed been a long time, Albus." Grindelwald slowly swallowed a small piece of beef, then put down his knife and fork and stood up. Harley couldn't help but look the old man up and down. The old man was wearing a light green robe, was tall and thin, and had white hair and beard. Judging from his hair and appearance alone, he is at least over 100 years old. However, judging from his mental state, he seemed to be in his prime, even better than many Ministry of Magic employees. Grindelwald walked towards Dumbledore, and the two shared a long-awaited hug. Seeing the two embracing so tightly, and considering that Grindelwald doesn't seem to be French and doesn't usually hug for so long, Harley suddenly realized something. "Good grief, you guys are really just like the Black Saintess, pulling off some fancy tricks here. Please have a seat, the floor has been cleaned." Grindelwald sat back down at the table. "Would you like a drink?" Harley. Professor Dumbledore looked at Harley. "A cup of black tea will do, Professor," Harley said softly. "A cup of black tea, a cup of honey water." Grindelwald understood and snapped his fingers. 2 steaming hot drinks appeared out of nowhere. Harley picked up the cup of black tea, but her eyes were involuntarily drawn to the honey water. If she wasn't mistaken, that cup of honey water was probably just a large cup of honey with a few drops of water added. "Speaking of which, it's been a long time since you last visited me." Grindelwald quickly finished his lunch, then muttered a complaint as he wiped his mouth. "It's faded, our feelings for each other have faded. Gellert, I must remind you, I was here just last Christmas." Professor Dumbledore's voice was calm and devoid of any emotion. "And don't forget, you're still a prisoner, so you're not entitled to make so many demands. Speaking of which, you're still eating so well. And you're in such good spirits. You really don't look like you're in prison." "I didn't ask those house elves to cook such delicious food for me," Grindelwald said, shrugging. "But it was the Swedish guys who suggested it. They seem to think that if I'm not fed well, I'll leave and cause trouble. And the ministries of magic in other countries are afraid that I will cause trouble again because of my poor treatment, so they insist on providing me with this level of food for 3 meals a day. I have no choice. If I hadn't argued with them, they would have wanted to replace the bed and table that I've been using for so long, and renovate the room." As for his mental state, Grindelwald chuckled. "If you didn't have to work every day, and you spent your free time reading or taking walks, and someone prepared all your meals, you would be in just as good a mental state." "You're absolutely right," Professor Dumbledore sighed. "I'm starting to envy your life. I didn't have such a leisurely life at Hogwarts. I had to review a lot of documents every day, it was a real headache. 367 Do you think Dumbledore would mourn for you?" While Professor Dumbledore and Grindelwald were talking, Harley sat silently to the side, not taking the initiative to interrupt the two elderly people's long-awaited reunion. However, after hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, she couldn't help but glance at the professor in surprise. "Professor, you said this without batting an eye or breaking a sweat, and your expression remained completely unwavering. So how did you say that? Don't you feel remorseful? Furthermore, if Professor McGonagall heard this, would she agree?" Of course, Harley remained silent, leaving the time to the elderly. Grindelwald did not refute Dumbledore's words, clearly unaware of just how decadent Professor Dumbledore's work situation had become. In his memory, Professor Dumbledore was still that spirited young man, and his attitude towards teaching was still the same as when he was researching magic and history, always so serious. After exchanging a few more words, Grindelwald turned his gaze to Harley. "This must be Harley Potter, right?" "Good afternoon, Miss Potter." "Good afternoon, Mr. Grindelwald." Harley stood up, gave a slight bow, and then sat down again. Don't be so formal, I'm Albus's good friend. Grindelwald snapped his fingers. Speaking of which, you're Albus's favorite student right now. Of course, she is indeed my most satisfying student right now. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing suddenly appearing in his voice. What's wrong? Are you having some unpleasant memories, like thinking about Newt Scamander? How could that be? That Scamander kid, I don't miss him at all. Grindelwald quickly shook his head, his expression suddenly stiffening and appearing somewhat unnatural. No, I mean, I could never even think about him. I just want to forget him forever. Wait, what I actually meant was, never mind, I think we can skip this topic, since it's irrelevant anyway. Grindelwald slammed his fist on the table in frustration, making the wine bottle rattle. Professor Dumbledore chuckled silently and, following Grindelwald's suggestion, changed the subject. Let's get down to business, Gellert, Professor Dumbledore said softly, taking a sip of his honey water. I wrote you a letter in advance, hoping to reopen that place. I don't know if you were ready. Grindelwald's expression immediately turned serious. He shook his head, his voice tinged with apology. I'm sorry, Albus, I'm afraid I can't take you there. Now there are unknown changes there, and it has become extremely dangerous. I almost got injured just from sensing the changes in its magic from afar. Injured? Are you all right? Professor Dumbledore asked almost instinctively. You must not be stubborn, and do not hide your injuries just to avoid being laughed at by me. It's so dangerous there. If you get injured and don't have the proper potty, you could suffer serious long-term consequences. Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't know how to prioritize? Grindelwald said irritably. Although I am old now and haven't learned any new magic in a long time, I still retain most of my past power and haven't become completely useless. Besides, your original wand is still with me. I don't believe you can't sense my state through it. That's true, I was overthinking it. Professor Dumbledore also came to his senses, realizing that his reaction had been a bit too intense. After a moment of contemplation, he asked in a low voice, so what exactly happened there? When we resealed it there 50 years ago, it was perfectly peaceful. I don't know either. Grindelwald shrugged and leaned against the wall. You know how dangerous it is there. I've only been there 3 times. The last time was after our defeat, when we went together. Immediately afterwards, we sealed that passage with magic. There's a problem there now, and you're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Professor Dumbledore frowned and sighed. He noticed Harley's questioning look and suddenly remembered why he had come, so he explained to Harley. Harley, you know, I had prepared a surprise for you during the holidays. However, it's clear that Gellert has run into some problems. What do you mean there's a problem on my end? Grindelwald asked, feigning displeasure. Is that something I can control? You're clearly framing me, Albus. There was a reason why Gellert built Nurmengard here in the first place. Professor Dumbledore ignored Grindelwald and continued recounting some secrets from back then to Harley. Just like the British Ministry of Magic was established because the Department of Mysteries discovered a mysterious door at the current location of the Ministry of Magic, so they ultimately chose that place as their base. Nurmengard was also built because there is a mysterious magic wonder in the underground of this castle. Gellert learned his seductive skills here and gained many insights, which is why he built the castle here. What do you mean by bewitching people? Grindelwald shook his head, casually pouring himself a glass of wine. What I call being good at understanding people's hearts. Albus, you're just jealous of my talent. That place is extremely dangerous. We went there together to explore it before. But even just from a distance, we could feel the violent magic within. Professor Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly serious. The magic there seemed to be constantly raging, forming lightning and blazing sun, as well as other intangible things. And it also contains a very special dark arts power. That dark arts has no direct offensive power, but it seems to shine into the depths of our hearts, enticing wizard to explore with an inaudible voice, and ultimately leading to complete depravity and addiction. Gellert gained something there, successfully improving his understanding and control of the mind, making it easier for him to connect with others, and making his language more persuasive. Moreover, having completely taken control of his mind, Gellert was even able to isolate himself from the corrupting influence of dark arts, negative emotions. His fiendfire curse spanned across Europe and North America, but he himself never became corrupt because of it. Grindelwald, who was sipping his wine slowly nearby, raised his glass smugly upon hearing this. Of course, my fiendfire curse is absolutely number 1 in the entire magic world, and it doesn't have many rivals in the entire history of magic. He is clearly very proud of his past experiences and his achievements in dark arts. You still say you don't care about Newt. How can you say you don't care with your current behavior? Professor Dumbledore finally responded to Grindelwald's words, and he couldn't help but complain. Your behavior and mannerisms are nothing like those of a man over 100 years old. I would believe you if you said you were a 15-year-old. The relaxed look on Grindelwald's face vanished instantly, and he caught his breath. Dumbledore's words seemed to have stirred up some unpleasant memories for him. Some thoughts suddenly flashed through Grindelwald's mind, making him feel unusually uncomfortable. You're Dumbledore's favorite student. What makes Albus Dumbledore like you so much? Do you think Dumbledore would mourn for you? Recalling the words he had said himself, Grindelwald suddenly felt his face flush. He didn't want to think too much, and coughed twice, trying to clear his mind and completely banish the image of a certain despicable person who was far less handsome than himself, along with his own dark history, from his mind. Let's not dwell on the dark history of the past, let's just forget about it. Harley didn't pay attention to the flirtatious exchanges between the two elderly people, but instead pondered deeply, finally realizing something. So, Professor, you brought me here because… That's right. Professor Dumbledore looked at Harley's expression and nodded. Just as you think. I think you know that 13 years ago, Tom wanted to kill you when you were a baby. But your mother used an ancient magic, at the cost of her life, to ensure that you would not be harmed by Tom and his henchmen. And Tom, because he did not understand the power of love, was defeated by this magic, and the killing curse that was aimed at you bounced back on himself. Perhaps because he created too many Horcruxes, his soul had become exceptionally fragile at that time. The powerful magic of the killing curse caused a fragment of his soul to split off and attach itself to you. Although I have done some research on the Horcrux magic, it is so evil that I cannot conduct experiments and can only make theoretical speculations, so I know very little about it. I'm not sure exactly what happened to you, but your soul was probably completely shattered. This is a good thing, but I'm still a little worried that Tom's resurrection might affect you. Professor, you yourself said that the fragment of the soul is now completely shattered, Harley couldn't help but remind him. Besides, I found occlumency at Sirius's house and completely mastered this magic. I don't think even if Tom were fully resurrected, he wouldn't be able to use his shattered soul to invade my brain and have a negative impact on me. That's not what I'm worried about, Professor Dumbledore said, his fingers tapping lightly on the table unconsciously. Do you think I'd worry about his influence on you? You repelled him in a direct battle, you're both powerful wizards on the same level. With his current flawed soul, it is impossible for him to affect your pure and complete soul, which is full of love, friendship and family affection. Even for him, the mere presence of your soul would cause unbearable pain. What I'm worried about is the unknown impact of your innate dark arts. After all, using dark arts will inevitably generate negative emotions, and these negative emotions have a strong corrosive effect on people's minds. Your talent, dark arts, is a wondrous gift born from the combination of Tom's soul fragments and Little Wizard's magical rampage. Therefore, I fear that the negative emotions brought about by these dark arts will be further aggravated after his resurrection. So I want you to go to the place that Gellert once visited, and hopefully you can gain some insight and completely get rid of the negative effects of dark arts. Professor, Harley's expression turned slightly serious, and his voice carried a hint of urgency. In that case, may I ask, what exactly does the magic spectacle that you and Mr. Grindelwald discovered look like? Just call me Gellert, Grindelwald replied. Let me answer your question. It was a dark body of water. If we only consider its size, I think it should be called a lake. But although it is not large in area and you can see the edge at a glance, I have a strange feeling that the water area should be called the sea. Harley's hand, which was resting on her lap, clenched into a fist instantly, then relaxed slightly. She now knew the true identity of the magic spectacle that Grindelwald had witnessed. It was probably just an ordinary body of water. However, like the rivers beneath the three magical creature and humanoid races, settlements near Hogwarts, those three rivers were imbued with the aura of the River of Eternal Darkness. This body of water has also been polluted by the power of the Chaos Sea. And it's understandable that Grindelwald, as recorded in History of Magic, was skilled at bewitching people. After all, the Chaos Sea can contain the power of the Spectator Pathway and the Hanged Man Pathway. Ultimately, Harley was unable to visit the sea. After all, it was too dangerous there, and both elders refused to let Harley go. Harry himself didn't really want to go for a visit right away, since he still had the ticket to Source Castle and the Deathly Hallows imbued with the power of the River of Eternal Darkness. Although that body of water was only affected by the Chaos Sea, who knows what would happen if the three met? What if it summoned the Celestials and God? Both of the pillars are currently investing in Harley, but Harley still hopes to avoid encountering these old monsters as much as possible. However, Professor Dumbledore did not take Harley back to Britain immediately, but instead stayed there. His explanation to the International Confederation of Wizards was that he was fulfilling his duty as a guard, regularly monitoring Grindelwald to prevent him from having any thoughts of escaping. Professor Dumbledore's real reason was that he wanted Harley to study with Grindelwald for a period of time, preferably to learn his understanding of the mind, so that he would not be affected by the dark arts when using them. Although this kind of understanding is mostly intuitive and cannot be explained in words, there are still some techniques that can be learned from. I stand above the world, becoming an eternal member of it. I am the seed, I am the ice and snow, I am the master of life, I am also the creator of reincarnation, the world is in my hands. The world is shattered and rebuilt under my will. The 7 deadly sins are my most loyal subordinates, and the 7 virtues are my most powerful assistants. I am the law of the world. 368 The pink toad deserves to be scolded. Over the next few days, Harley began a regular routine of learning magic from Grindelwald. Although Grindelwald seemed to see a reflection of someone from his past in Harley, he inexplicably disliked Harley. However, he is very serious about teaching. The teaching process was also very simple. Grindelwald constantly taught Harley how to use the Fiendfire curse, and even taught Harley his most treasured insights into the Fiendfire curse. But Harley wasn't just repeating dark arts. When using the Fiendfire curse, Grindelwald instructed Harley to concentrate all his mind and carefully feel the negative emotions that arose when using the Fiendfire curse, such as wanting to destroy everything, wanting to annihilate everything, and wanting to see the world burn. While experiencing these negative emotions, Harley also needs to maintain a positive attitude and a pure heart, and not let these negative emotions interfere with her. In terms of how to overcome the corrosive effects of negative emotions, Grindelwald believes it is similar to occlumency. The typical method for wizards to learn occlumency is to master some techniques for clearing their minds, and then have outsiders constantly use the legilimency spell on them to create interference, thereby practicing the magic. The training that Grindelwald is now implementing follows the same principle, except that the emotional pollution from the dark arts cannot be released by others. Instead, Harley creates it herself and then confronts it. Professor Dumbledore, who was observing, couldn't fully accept this training method, even though Grindelwald used occlumency as an example. After all, even if one cannot learn occlumency, legilimency will not cause irreversible harm to the cursed person. At most, it will only produce some aftereffects that can be cured by potion. But if Harley really gets consumed by the negative emotions of dark arts, then things will get really interesting, as he'll be accelerating the realization of what he was worried about. However, due to his unconditional trust in Grindelwald and his trust in Harley, Professor Dumbledore didn't say much more after acknowledging the extent of his magical abilities. Harley genuinely felt that this training was a waste of time. Don't I need to get rid of the influence of dark arts? These dark arts have absolutely no influence on me. Just kidding, how can the pollution of the mind caused by mere negative emotions compare to the pollution caused by a single hair of the earthly angel? Moreover, the extraordinary beings of the witch pathway must endure the erosion of various negative emotions such as despair and pain for a long time, and they can easily lose control if they are not careful. Harley felt that having come this far, he was now an earthly angel, and that nothing except the old ones and the true gods could corrupt him. On the contrary, Harley found the knowledge of the Fiendfire curse that Grindelwald mentioned when teaching him to be truly beneficial. Although Harley did learn a great deal of extremely dark arts in Sirius's Grimmauld Place library, including knowledge about the Fiendfire curse, that knowledge was too traditional and even somewhat outdated. Grindelwald has made some entirely new developments on Fiendfire curse. He made his Fiendfire multiply faster and be more ferocious when facing others, but more docile and easier to control when facing the caster, thus avoiding the phenomenon of Fiendfire devouring its master as much as possible. Grindelwald can even make his summoned Fiendfire capable of distinguishing who is loyal to him, clearly differentiating between traitors, enemies, and loyal followers. While Grindelwald possessed this ability, the most important reason was that he gained something from the waters tainted by the Chaos Sea. However, Grindelwald continued to study and successfully summarized certain magic techniques. The stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Harley is now figuring out how to combine Fiendfire with various natural disasters such as fireballs, skyfires, and the flames that come with lava to create an even more powerful natural disaster. Aside from teaching Harley magic, Grindelwald spent the rest of his time reading newspapers from various countries and books on his own. Professor Dumbledore was clearly very busy, needing Fawkes to take him away from here every day, only returning occasionally to rest and casually enjoy afternoon tea at Greenwood. Afternoon tea at Grindelwald is far more delicious than that at Professor Dumbledore. After all, the French Ministry of Magic hired a bunch of Muggle chefs specifically to make pastries for Grindelwald in order to ensure the safety of Paris. At this time of year, Grindelwald would often take Professor Dumbledore to the rooftop of the Nurmengard Tower to sunbathe, while also enjoying tea and conversation. Clearly, both elderly people enjoyed this leisurely pace of life and even wished that their days could stay this peaceful forever. However, this was clearly impossible, as letters delivered by owls and a copy of the Daily Prophet from Britain eventually shattered their leisurely life. In today's newspapers, Minister Fudge appeared on the front page with a smile on his face, though his smile looked somewhat forced. He announced something big in the newspaper. Fudge officially cancelled Professor Dumbledore's contract. International Confederation of Wizards. His status as a representative of Britain directly led to Professor Dumbledore losing his position as president of the International Confederation of Wizards. After all, the chairman of the Federation can only be a member of the Federation, while the members of the International Confederation of Wizards from each country are representatives of the Ministry of Magic of their respective countries, and are directly appointed and dismissed by the Minister for Magic. So as long as Fudge cancels Dumbledore since he was representing Britain, his position as president of the International Confederation of Wizards naturally disappeared. In fact, Fudge also attempted to strip Professor Dumbledore of other titles, such as Britain. The position of Chief Wizard at Wizengamot. Furthermore, most pure-blood family members were quite cooperative with Fudge, with more than half of the Wizengamot members voting against Dumbledore after receiving accusations from Fudge. However, when the votes were finally tallied, about 2/5 of the wizards still chose to cast their votes in favor of Professor Dumbledore. Some of the votes supporting Professor Dumbledore belonged to certain wizards who were on good terms with Dumbledore, such as Ms. Marchbane and Mr. Toford. Although they are all pure blood, which is why they were able to enter Wizengamot, it doesn't stop them from always standing by Professor Dumbledore's side and supporting him. In addition, many pure blood members who were originally neutral also surprisingly chose to cast their votes for Professor Dumbledore. It is unclear what made them make this decision. It was these votes that allowed Professor Dumbledore to remain in Wizengamot and continue serving as the chief wizard. This infuriated Fudge. After all, Britain, the chief of Wizengamot, has a lifetime appointment and is not a subordinate organization of the Ministry of Magic. Unless more than 2/3 of the members agree to remove the chief, there is nothing anyone can do. Fudge could only rage in vain, and felt terrified that his ministerial power and deterrent force seemed to be diminishing. After reading the news in the newspaper and the letters from the wizards who were on good terms with Professor Dumbledore, Grindelwald was quite astonished. How dare these people from the British Ministry of Magic? Aren't they afraid you'll kill them? I really don't know who gave them the courage to deal with you like this. Professor Dumbledore shook his head. Gellert, you know perfectly well I won't do that. Although I'm starting to hate Fudge now, what I hate is his lack of concern for the big picture, for the future of Wizarding World, and for his selfishness and lust for power. However, his actions were within the rules and did not violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic or the regulations of the International Confederation of Wizards. So I think I have no reason to resist, especially to resist using violence and magic. That's true, I almost forgot you're such a nice guy, Grindelwald said in an unfriendly tone. Anyway, good people should be pointed at by the wand. They don't dare to point the wand at Dark Wizard. If I were in your shoes, I doubt they would dare to do this even if they had the guts. Take it a step further, and replace it with that useless Dark Wizard from Britain. They probably wouldn't dare utter a single word if Lord Voldemort said that. So now you're a prisoner, Tom's hiding, and I'm the principal of Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore shook his head. HMPH. Grindelwald snorted coldly. If you hadn't stopped me back then, I would have already completely unified the Wizarding world and the Muggle world, and established a society where strength reigns supreme. Where will these incompetent scoundrels still exist then? It's a pity that you were unwilling to help me back then. Grindelwald's face suddenly turned pale as he realized he had said the wrong thing. He coughed a few times, looking at Dumbledore guiltily. Harley, who was reading Grindelwald's handwritten notes on the Fiendfire curse, subconsciously stopped flipping through the notes, her ears twitching slightly beneath her hair. She glanced at the two of them and, for the first time, read a hint of regret and fear in Grindelwald's usually confident eyes. After a moment's thought, Harley finally remembered the stories Professor Dumbledore had told him a year ago after he had faced off against him. Hiss. It seems Mr. Grindelwald has stepped on a landmine. Professor Dumbledore seemed to remember something as well. His blue eyes slowly closed, and he fell silent. The room fell silent, and the sound of insects flapping their wings outside could be clearly heard. I'm sorry, Albus, Grindelwald said cautiously, bowing his head. However, using his bangs as cover, he would occasionally glance at Professor Dumbledore and then look away. For some reason, Harley felt as if he were a child who had made a mistake, facing his angry father. You don't need to apologize. I was the one who was wrong back then. Professor Dumbledore finally spoke, but his voice was slightly hoarse and filled with deep regret. Everything back then was because of me. I'm sorry to my mother, I'm sorry to Aberforth, I'm sorry to you, and I'm especially sorry to Ariana. Seeing that the atmosphere was heading in a dangerous direction, Harley quickly changed the subject. Professor, who is the current president of the International Confederation of Wizards? It hasn't been confirmed yet, Professor Dumbledore replied instinctively upon hearing Harley's voice. The Federation does not have a vice president position, so it takes a long election process to determine a new president or acting president. Even the joint meeting that was supposed to be held this summer has been postponed to next year because of me. Harley shook her head. It was obvious that the year-long delay was probably just time for the various wizards who wanted to run for office to campaign for votes. After all, only those who receive more than half of the votes are eligible to serve as the president of the Federation. Harley remembered that the history of magic once recorded that the longest period of time it took to elect a president was 5 years. It can only be said that these national representatives are not very good at magic, but when it comes to fighting for interests, they will use any trick in the book. Speaking of which, I don't even know who Britain's representative is now, Grindelwald chimed in, quickly flipping through the newspaper. Let me see. Dolores Umbridge. Who is she? A woman with an insatiable thirst for power. Harley recalled the disgusting woman she had once met. She's so fond of fawning over Fudge that she was able to become the senior deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic. She probably got the position of representative of Britain through connections as well. Although Professor Dumbledore lost his position as president, the members of the guild still respected him greatly and did not expel him from Nurmengard. Of course, there is actually an even more important reason for their actions. Just kidding, if Dumbledore were really driven out, who would guard Grindelwald? The person who proposed driving Dumbledore out. After this was said, no one suggested targeting Dumbledore anymore. Although everyone wants to strive for as much benefit as possible and divide up more power. However, these politicians are quite clear-headed when it comes to matters involving life and death. Even at a recent informal meeting to elect a new president, some suggested making an exception for Dumbledore and allowing him to continue as president. Umbridge, however, firmly voted against it and volunteered to, selflessly, take on the responsibilities that Dumbledore had once held. However, the other members of the International Confederation of Wizards directly criticized her, saying, "Who knows you? Do you even deserve to know me?" Several Dumbledore admirers even launched a verbal attack on Umbridge, hurling insults at her. If you obediently act as a puppet or a mere puppet, no one will target you. But if you show your face and invite criticism, don't blame these political thugs for showing no mercy. Umbridge has never seen anything like this before. Most of the officials in the British Ministry of Magic are members of the pure blood family, who consider themselves nobles and naturally have to be civilized with each other. So although many people are unhappy with Umbridge, feeling that she is a sycophant who then betrays them and infringes on their interests, no one has directly criticized her. This caused the older woman, who considered herself a young girl, to have a complete mental breakdown after being scolded, and she fled the meeting hall. The wizards, not feeling they'd had enough, used magic to conjure up several megaphones and chased after Umbridge, hurling insults at him. The other members simply watched this scene with indifference, and no one intervened. Do you really think this is Britain, and everyone has to put up with you? We're only refraining from hitting you because we're afraid of getting our hands dirty. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 369 Nurmengard. The illusory stone walls in the castle. No one cared about Umbridge running out of the hall in tears and sending a letter to Fudge to complain. Regardless of whether she can successfully file a complaint, Fudge might risk a diplomatic incident by severing ties with other ministries of magic for the sake of his lackeys. Even if Fudge is truly out of his mind and comes to support Umbridge, what can he do to these representatives from various countries? Some people will even applaud and fan the flames. Putting everything else aside, the French Ministry of Magic is even preparing to award its own representative who led the criticism of Umbridge. Professor Dumbledore is a good man, and the French Ministry of Magic is unwilling to criticize him. Of course, more importantly, he is a great and kind person, and he has a very good relationship with Nicolas Flamel, the French magic world's designated father who frequently donates to the French Ministry of Magic. So whether the French Ministry of Magic was afraid of being beaten up or wanted to continue receiving financial support, they didn't dare to criticize Dumbledore. But now, your Ying Empire has actually offended Dumbledore by removing his representative and replacing him with a pink toad that looks really stupid. What a golden opportunity. It seems it's only right that we, the Gallic Rooster, rise to power by stepping on the head of the British Empire. It is said that when Professor Dumbledore officially stepped down as president, the French Ministry of Magic, the minister was moved to tears in front of a large audience. Everyone says that only women, short people, and foreigners can lead France to victory, but I am a standard 1.8-meter tall French man. It's time to break this myth. The French Ministry of Magic will surely regain its glory under my leadership. Meanwhile, the representatives from various countries were still bickering, while Harley was leisurely studying magic with Grindelwald and Ermengarde. Professor Dumbledore was even busier, spending his days either being invited to the International Confederation of Wizards or dealing with Lord Voldemort's affairs. Although Lord Voldemort is very quiet now, this quietness only makes Dumbledore more and more worried. Grindelwald even criticized this, feeling that Dumbledore was making a mountain out of a molehill. What is Lord Voldemort anyway? What big things can he possibly do? Grindelwald himself offered a scathing critique of Lord Voldemort. Does this kind of trash even qualify as a Dark Lord? I feel like my own level has been lowered. After all, this child created so many Horcruxes, leaving his own soul incomplete. Professor Dumbledore nodded slightly, indicating his support for Grindelwald's statement. It's normal that he's a lower class, he really can't compare to you. But after all, he is a bloodthirsty man, so I still need to be careful and take precautions in advance to prevent him from causing even greater damage to Wizarding World. Harley, who was standing nearby, wanted to refute this view. How could Lord Voldemort be as bad as these two people made him out to be? Lord Voldemort's skill in magic was at least no less than Grindelwald's, and he was even far superior to Grindelwald in the field of dark arts. After all, dark arts require extremely strong negative emotions to support the casting of spells, and Lord Voldemort, due to the extensive dark arts modifications he underwent and the damage to his soul, became extremely insane and brutal. Grindelwald couldn't bring himself to torture his loyal followers with Crucio, but Lord Voldemort could torture Death Eater when he was unhappy, or even feed his faithful servants to snakes for his own needs. With such ruthlessness, coupled with Lord Voldemort's profound understanding of death, it would be strange if his dark arts weren't powerful. However, Lord Voldemort only has this one point where he can compare to Grindelwald. In all other aspects, Grindelwald is far superior. In terms of the caliber of his followers, the territory he occupies, and his worldwide reputation, he is no match for Grindelwald. While Grindelwald was already wreaking havoc in Europe and could expand his influence into the Americas, Lord Voldemort was still confined to his small territory in the British Wizarding World. Even in matters of the heart and appearance, Lord Voldemort lost to Grindelwald. That's so tragic. Harley stayed in Ermengarde for a full 10 days, not leaving until the end of July. July 31st was Harley's birthday. When Harley woke up in the morning, she habitually glanced at the head of her bed but didn't see any gifts. She subconsciously shook her head. After all, according to custom, Hermione and her other friends should have already filled the place with gifts. It wasn't until she regained some composure that Harley finally remembered that while the castle she was in was essentially a vacation-friendly castle, it was, at least in name, the world's largest wizard prison. Aside from the owls from the ministries of magic in various countries and powerful owls like Hedwig, how could other civilian owls possibly break through the magic's restrictions and enter this place? Harley sent Hedwig to follow Lord Voldemort's men north in search of Giant. So it's normal that I haven't received any gifts yet. During breakfast, Professor Dumbledore mentioned returning to Britain. With your talent, I think you should have mastered all of Grindelwald's special skills in 10 days, Professor Dumbledore said, tapping the table. Really not staying a few more days? Grindelwald asked, somewhat disappointed. No, thank you. Professor Dumbledore shook his head. I need to talk to Madame Maxime again and try to persuade her to help Hagrid find Giant. If Hagrid were to go alone, I have serious doubts. Given his level of magic and way of thinking, it would be questionable whether he could even come back alive, let alone befriend the Giants. There are also a lot of things to do in Britain and at the International Confederation of Wizards, and the Order of the Phoenix is waiting for me to take charge. I'm so busy right now. Grindelwald shook his head and couldn't help but criticize the current state of Wizarding World in various countries. Harley, standing to the side, couldn't help but silently complain to herself, feeling that her ears were about to fall off from hearing it so many times. If you really think that the Ministry of Magic in various countries is causing too much trouble and is bothering Professor Dumbledore, there are good solutions. As long as you now use Dark Lord, he has made a comeback under the name of Grindelwald, recalling his most loyal UMNO members. Then you can visit the Ministries of Magic in Europe and North America, cast a few spells at iconic Muggle landmarks, and finally reenact the Fiendfire and the Burning of Paris. Harley can guarantee that no matter which country the wizard comes from, they will immediately reach a consensus and invite Professor Dumbledore back to be the president. What? You're saying he's not a representative of Britain? He's not qualified to be the president of this federation. Then let's make special arrangements for this matter. After all, it's a special time, and everyone should be understanding. If all else fails and the rules can't be broken, we could consider getting rid of Fudge and replacing him with someone willing to let Dumbledore represent Britain. Otherwise, we can't expect these representatives to use their own country's wizard to stop Grindelwald, can we? Using human lives to fill the gaps isn't the right way to do it. At this point, Grindelwald could feign a fight with Professor Dumbledore one more time and then surrender. It is likely that the representatives from various countries could only grit their teeth and admit that they would allow him to lock himself in Nurmungard again. What? You're saying he has a history of escaping from prison and also violated the secrecy law, a heinous crime that is unforgivable. If you're so capable, why don't you execute him? Anyway, Dumbledore refused to be the executioner, so the rest of you should go and do it yourselves. Unfortunately, when Harley told Professor Dumbledore and Grindelwald about the idea, he only received a roll of his eyes from each of them. Harley was quite helpless about this. I give you advice, but you don't listen. I don't give you advice, but you complain. What kind of people are you? Then letting Harley stay is also an option. Seeing that he couldn't keep Dumbledore, Grindelwald quickly changed his target. After this period of guidance, he has now come to like the smart, studious, and respectful little witch. Grindelwald even began to understand why Harley was Dumbledore's favorite student throughout his teaching career. Who wouldn't be addicted to this feeling of raising a daughter? More importantly, Harley is a witch, not some brat like Newt who got expelled from school halfway through like himself. Unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore once again rejected him decisively. Forget it, Harley has completely mastered your secret weapon, the Fiendfire Curse, in just 10 days. If you stay a few more days, I'm really afraid of what kind of person you'll raise her to be. Grindelwald chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. Well then, Professor Gellert, we'll meet again sometime. Before leaving, Harley waved to Grindelwald and then grabbed Fawkes's paw. Harley and Professor Dumbledore turned into a ball of fire and disappeared from the spot. Grindelwald looked at the empty ground, sighed, and casually pulled out a wand. This is the wand left behind when Dumbledore defeated himself and took his wand. Albus, you haven't changed after all. Meanwhile, Nurmungard inside the castle, in a crack in the stone wall, a seed quietly sprouted. A small mirror was buried at the base of the seed, and a flash of green light would occasionally appear in the mirror's reflection. The seedlings quickly absorbed nutrients, blossomed, and produced new seeds. The castle was completely sealed off, but a breeze inexplicably appeared. These seeds look very plump, but they seem to have no weight, allowing the breeze to carry them away in all directions. The seeds drifted continuously in the castle, seemingly searching for something. Finally, one lucky seed identified its target. The breeze around it quickly disappeared, and the seed fell to the ground, using its remaining momentum to crash into a wall. The stone wall looked incredibly sturdy, but when the seed hit it, it passed right through. Behind the stone wall was a passage leading downwards, with many torches placed on the stone walls on both sides of the passage, but the torches were not lit. The passage itself was incredibly deep, and its destination was unknown. The seed remained on the first step and did not move down further, but instead rolled to the side a few times. In Nurmungard inside the castle tower, Grindelwald suddenly opened his eyes in confusion. After frowning and thinking for a few minutes, he picked up the wand he had just put down and strode down towards the bottom of the castle. The moment he stepped out of his room, all the seeds seemed to receive a command, and in unison, they all sought out the nearest crack or crevice to hide themselves. The plant that had already flowered and produced seeds withered instantly, turning into a pile of dust, leaving only a crystal clear seed, like a gemstone, beneath the dust. Grindelwald had a clear goal and made his way to the stone wall. He reached out and tapped the stone wall, which instantly vanished. However, there was nothing unusual behind the wall. Grindelwald frowned. Am I just imagining things? Without hesitation, he walked down the passage. A flash of fire appeared out of nowhere in Hogwarts, headmaster's office. Fawkes tossed Professor Dumbledore onto the chair, gently set Harley down, and then swiftly flew back to the pile of herbs on the bookshelf. Oh, Fawkes, you really went all out. Professor Dumbledore rubbed his aching back and sat up from his chair. You really should have been gentler. I'm over 100 years old and can't take this kind of strain. Hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, Fawkes couldn't help but angrily poke its head out from the pile of herbs and let out a few sharp cries at Professor Dumbledore. Yes, it's my fault. Professor Dumbledore shrugged. I shouldn't have been so demanding of you. But there's nothing I can do, you know I've been incredibly busy lately. I assure you, I will definitely buy more top-quality herbs to reward you. Upon hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, Fawkes nodded in satisfaction and retreated back into his lair. Professor Dumbledore then looked at Harley. Harley, how do you feel about what you've gained during this time? A very fruitful experience, Harley said softly. Professor Gellert truly deserves his reputation as a magic master who once dominated Europe. All right, I knew it. Professor Dumbledore sighed, feigning sadness. You've never called me Teacher Albus. Professor, if you want, I can call you that too, Harley said helplessly. Haha, just kidding, there's no need for that. Professor Dumbledore waved his hand. So let's talk about where you're going for the rest of the summer vacation. Are you going back to the Dursleys' house, or are you coming with me to the Order of the Phoenix headquarters to find Sirius? The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, Harley chose without hesitation. I haven't seen Sirius in a long time, and I miss my dear godfather. Well, I guessed so. Professor Dumbledore nodded, glancing subconsciously at Fawkes. But recalling the image of Fawkes throwing him onto the chair earlier, Professor Dumbledore shook his head and casually pulled out a piece of paper. This is the address of the Order of the Phoenix. We'll use the portkey to go there. ... Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 370 Harley. Oh no, we're going to capsize. Harley took the note and read it carefully. The headquarters of Order of the Phoenix is located at 12 Grimmauld Place, London. She paused, momentarily stunned. Wasn't this Grimmauld Place? Wasn't that the headquarters of Order of the Phoenix? Wait, why did Professor Dumbledore give himself this note? Harley unconsciously rubbed her temples, then suddenly remembered something. Professor Dumbledore revealed during a conversation with Grindelwald that, for security reasons, the Order of the Phoenix had been enshrined under the Faithful Charm, and that Professor Dumbledore himself was the one responsible for keeping it secret. No wonder I suddenly felt a strange force trying to invade my memories before participating in the International Wizard Federation competition. Because this power is too bland and not very strong, and it bypasses occlumency, it does not conform to the normal operating method of memory magic. So Harley initially thought that the manipulation glasses, a magical object with a certain degree of activity, had suddenly gone mad and was exerting emotional side effects on her. After examining the item, Harley found nothing particularly unusual about it. So she simply used her Sequence 2 rank and power to erase that power, and then put it out of her mind. Looking back now, I think it was probably the spell of unwavering loyalty that was working, trying to conceal the location of the Order of the Phoenix in my mind. Let's go. I think you should have realized the true nature of this spell by now. Professor Dumbledore stood up from his chair and casually pulled out a book. For safety reasons, the Order of the Phoenix is shrouded in the charm of loyalty, the charm of anti-apparition, and the charm of anti-portkey. Only this specially made portkey and Fawkes, apparition can reach it directly. Even the entry and exit of most House Elf members are restricted. Thanks to Fawkes for his selfless gift. Without him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to design this reusable, permanent portkey. Upon hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, the fox on the cabinet angrily poked its head out again, its mouth stuffed with herbs, and it didn't forget to chirp a few times. I really didn't mean to take your feather, I just noticed you were shedding, so I borrowed it. Harley, let's go. Seeing that Fawkes had already stood up from its nest and seemed about to rush over and peck at him, Professor Dumbledore quickly put his hand on the book. The book instantly emitted a blue light, and Harley, quick as a flash, reached out and placed her hand on it. The two vanished instantly. Fawkes lunged forward but only bumped into thin air before crashing onto the table. The old principals on the wall burst into unkind laughter, and Phineas, still laughing, crawled deeper into the portrait, preparing to head to Grimmauld Place to mock Dumbledore. Harley and Professor Dumbledore landed in the foyer of Grimmauld Place. The lobby was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The lights on the walls were off, and the doors leading to the main hall were tightly shut. Harley snapped her fingers, and the chandelier above her head immediately lit up. This place is very different from when she last came. The peeling wallpaper has been repaired, and the sound of small magical creatures rushing past behind the wall is no longer heard. The carpet that had been laid out underfoot, its color now indistinguishable, had disappeared, replaced by a brand new, strange carpet in alternating green and red. It seems Sirius wasn't lying to me, he really did reconcile with Creature. Harley looked around and nodded. Sirius is very honest, he doesn't lie most of the time, Professor Dumbledore remarked. In fact, I've always felt that he, and all the pure blood family members, should treat the House Elf members around them better. Although we cannot completely liberate these creatures due to certain historical reasons, the wizards should at least treat them kindly, rather than abusing them at will. Moreover, Creature is such a loyal house elf, and its former owner was also so great. The book in Professor Dumbledore's hand instantly burst into flames and then turned to ashes. However, he remained calm, showing no emotion even when the flames burned his hands. A book suddenly emerged from the ashes, exactly the same as the one that had spontaneously combusted earlier. Professor Dumbledore stuffed the book into the pocket of his robe and casually explained to Harley. We borrowed some of fox feathers as materials and referenced the concept of phoenix to make this portkey reusable. Isn't it a very ingenious design? I studied it for a full 2 weeks. Professor, you really have nothing better to do. Harley rolled her eyes. All the problems could be solved by simply using a single restoration spell. That's not how it works. If it's a constant restoration spell, then the portkey on it. The magic will disappear. Professor Dumbledore took an old pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at it, and then put it back. This portkey spell, which can penetrate the various magic defenses of the Order of the Phoenix headquarters, is still very complex. Each time I repeat this technique, it takes me a lot of effort. We can discuss these academic issues later. Let's go inside now. Listening to Professor Dumbledore's words, Harley subconsciously began to think, and strode into the living room. Since the spirits didn't raise an alarm, and this was the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, the house was basically safe, so Harley didn't bother to investigate. Then she was ambushed. Harley opened the tightly closed door, and just as she was about to go inside, plumes of smoke and colorful ribbons suddenly billowed out. Almost instinctively, she tried to lie back to avoid the unknown attack, while the hilt of the dagger slipped from her sleeve. In close combat, the combat skills of an assassin are always more useful than spells. However, when Harley sensed through her spirituality that the smoke and ribbons posed no danger, she forcefully suppressed her body's stress response, letting the smoke surround her and the ribbons hang on her face. A lithe figure darted through the smoke and plunged into Harley's arms. "Happy birthday, Harley." Hermione's voice rang out, and at the same time, she used the smoke to launch a sneak attack on Harley's cheek. Harley's first thought was, damn it, I got ambushed again. My skill level has really dropped drastically. And I've remembered this grudge, I'll definitely get my revenge tonight. A gust of wind blew by, and the thick, colorful smoke was quickly separated and rose to the ceiling. Happy birthday. When the smoke that had obscured her vision cleared, Hermione had already made her escape after the attack and was standing not far away with her hands behind her back. At the same time, Harley heard more than a dozen cheerful voices coming from the surrounding area. Sirius, Lupin, Fred, George, and others surrounded the area, each holding various prank props. Professor Dumbledore said he would bring you to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix today, and since it also happens to be your birthday, we prepared this surprise. Fred said with a grin. Speaking of which, our dearest major shareholder has never enjoyed a birthday banquet, has he? At least those muggles definitely won't throw Harley a birthday party, you know, they're terrified of the wizard. George said in a very serious tone. How can we allow our major shareholders to miss out on memorable events like birthday parties? Therefore, we must make up for this regret for Her Majesty the Lion Queen. Professor Dumbledore's voice also rang out at the opportune moment. Harley, are you surprised? He closed the door behind him, his face beaming. When Weasley twins and Sirius first came up with the idea, Alistair thought the event was unnecessary. However, I think people are not machines, and everyone still needs to liven up their emotions, so I agreed to their plan. Sirius even went out of his way to pick up Hermione, and Molly also spent a long time meticulously making a large cake. Everyone put a lot of effort into preparing for this banquet. Luckily, I managed to bring you here, otherwise I suspect I would have been buried in cake by these two rascals. That's a reward for you, Professor. Sirius couldn't help but retort. Do you think we don't know how much you love sweets? Professor Dumbledore chuckled and offered no rebuttal. Everyone, stop standing around outside like idiots. Mrs. Weasley came out of the kitchen, still wearing an apron. I've already cooked most of the dishes, can someone lend me a hand? Mrs. Weasley waved to Harley, her face still beaming with a smile despite her slight fatigue. And to our main character today, Harley, happy birthday. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Harley said sincerely, and thank you everyone. There were quite a few people at the birthday party, the entire Weasley family was there except for Mr. Percy Weasley. According to others, after the Order of the Phoenix was rebuilt, Bill and Charlie both made job adjustments, returning to Britain, which is why they are here. Now that the Order of the Phoenix has been rebuilt, they've all decided to live here to avoid any accidents. Mr. Percy Weasley is currently working at the Ministry of Magic and will not be back until he finishes work in the evening. Percy, in particular, is now a workaholic and one of the most competitive employees in the Ministry of Magic. Percy was devastated by Mr. Crouch's death and began to suffer from depression. Upon learning that Mr. Crouch had secretly released Barty Crouch Jr. from Azkaban, his faith was shattered. Percy even fell into deep distress and could only numb herself through work. Later, Fudge attempted to solidify his position in the Ministry of Magic by speaking with all his employees. However, a series of news items appeared in the newspapers at just the right time, along with inside information from the Ministry of Magic and Rita's heavyweight photos. As a result, Fudge's prestige among ordinary employees of the Ministry of Magic declined again and again, and not many people believed in him anymore. Percy himself is quite skilled in magic, and he naturally recognized that the photo was not a fake when he saw it. He had been hesitant because of the various rumors within the Ministry of Magic, but after seeing the conclusive evidence, he recognized the true nature and current situation of Fudge almost without any internal struggle, and naturally joined the Order of the Phoenix through his father's introduction. However, he and Mr. Weasley could not give up their work at the Ministry of Magic, since Professor Dumbledore needed someone to contact the ordinary employees of the Ministry of Magic. Besides the Weasley family, many other members who happened to be without regular jobs or the Order of the Phoenix mission were gathered here, even Auror. Kingsley happened to be off work today, so everyone came here. Harley, I haven't even congratulated you in person yet on winning the International Wizarding Duel competition. During the banquet, Hermione sat next to Harley and chatted the whole time. Especially in the last 10 days, after you went to Nicholas Flamel to discuss alchemy, I haven't been able to contact you at all. If Professor Dumbledore hadn't told us where you were, I would have thought you were missing. After all, even the owls couldn't find you. Thank you for your congratulations. Harley shrugged helplessly. Nico's house, like this house, is full of magic tricks. Owls have no way to get in or out. It seems that Professor Dumbledore didn't want too many people to know about the connection between him, Harley, and Grindelwald, so he gave a false but unfalsifiable reason. Harley went along with the professor's wishes and didn't want to cause him any trouble. I think so too, Hermione nodded. You received a lot of birthday gifts today, and they are all in your room upstairs now. The owls that were delivering gifts couldn't find the house that had been enchanted with the loyalty spell, so they kept lingering upstairs, attracting quite a few muggles to watch. In the end, it was Professor Lupin and Sirius who joined forces to resolve everything. There's another thing I'd like to ask, the little witch said, a dangerous glint suddenly appearing in her eyes, her tone becoming increasingly amiable. Who is that familiar-looking witch standing next to you when you're holding your glass in those photos published in the Daily Linguist? Harley's smile froze, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. When he won the championship, lifted the trophy and took photos, although ordinary British reporters did not go to the venue due to pressure from Fudge. However, Harley still asked Professor Flitwick to take a few photos and sent them to Rita. Now, all the related articles on the Daily Prophet are written by Rita, who continues to promote Harley while also causing trouble for Fudge. But she seemed to have forgotten that she was taking photos with Fleur at the time. Later, when she and Fleur were traveling in Europe, although she received and replied to many letters every night, she did not seem to tell Hermione about Fleur's existence. Oh no, the female player's time management is in serious trouble. She's about to capsize. ... Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.